Ladies and gentlemen, let's do it.
They ain't ready for you.
MW2 is going to be a ridiculous year. It's just been insane.
What other dirty tricks have you got up your sleeves?
They ain't ready for you.
Will it be sugar, spice, and everything nice, or slugs, snails, and puppy dog tails? Let's find out.
Oh, KiSMET blows it wide open. KiSMET wins it! Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Pandemonium! The thunder from down under.
Knock it out the park, yeah, show it.
Just like that, Scrappy puts them to bed.
Come with it. I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get up on it.
Whoa! Unbelievable!
They ain't ready for you. I cannot believe what I am witnessing.
And that will be the game. It is over.
What's up, you naughty antelopes? Welcome in to the final episode of Headquarters before we head to Boston. Alley Cat, Nameless, I'm Chris Puckett. We're talking Call of Duty, and there's just one day left to lock in your seats before we head to the next major. Alley, a lot of storylines that we'll be talking about today. What's on the top of your mind, though?
Did you just say antelopes?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was wondering too.
That was what was on top of my mind. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they prance, they dance, they got hooves. They're pretty cool
I thought
people.
that was, I'm not even going to say that. We have seeding matches today for Boston Major 2. That's what I'm excited about.
Me too. Let's talk a little bit about it, Ant, because some deep storylines to get into, but 6 teams are already done. The other 6, they could still move up and down in our standings. As we take a look, tell me who's in and who you're looking at to maybe climb this leaderboard.
I mean, well, you look to the left, you see Ultra, Breach, FaZe, OpTic. These guys are guaranteed a winner's bracket spot. So, you know, there could be some shuffling here depending on the performance today. But one of the bigger storylines that we have is Seattle. If they win, they make it into winners, right? So that is massive. Despite how they started off losing all their matches, they get that victory last night. And now they have an opportunity to make it into winners. And then Røkkr, if they lose, they're safe unless LA Thieves 3-0. There's a ton of implications today. We'll get into it in pre-match setups and post-games. We'll be giving you guys the updates all day long. But keep your eyes peeled.
Big surprise for me, Subliners are coming in with a 5th seed-ish to the event after that 3-2. As you said, Seattle's still in the hunt for a winner's bracket spot. But all of these teams are going to Boston, and you can join us. So make sure you are getting your tickets right now. If you don't already have them, scan that QR code and join us starting next Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's the MGM Music Hall at Fenway. As we break down the show today, 3 battles, 6 teams remain. Minnesota Røkkr take on the Surge for a spot in the upper bracket. The LA Thieves are looking to climb, and the Breach could steal the #1 seed. And we close things out with the banger at 6 o'clock. Is that OpTic Texas versus Atlanta FaZe the hottest match on the day?
I'd say we have really good matches all throughout today, but I think franchise-wise, it's a really hot matchup because I feel like everybody looks forward to the Atlanta FaZe versus the OpTic Texas, but also because both these teams are usually considered in the top 4, top 2 conversation. I feel like they've both kind of had their own struggles, so I'm interested to see who comes out on top.
It's going to get weird in Boston. I feel it already. Saturday was just a little preview of what's to come, but let's show you what's going on in our second match of the day because this is a big one for for the LA Thieves and the Boston Breach. Boston Breach looking a little bit murky against the Mutineers yesterday. They dropped that game 1, giving up a hard point to the Mutineers, but they cleaned up their game. On the other side, you have the LA Thieves who started off 0-3 in these qualifiers. They had Capsidal in their only win. Today, they're mixing things up. But let's start with Boston because I feel like this is the team with all the pressure. You could lock up a #1 seed with a 3-0. And Zinni and the team, they feel they can do it.
Yeah, and I mean, after that map 1, they still were able to keep it within about 9 points as well. So even though that it was a rough map 1 out of them, they closed it out in the next 3. And I think the most impressive thing for me had to be their search and destroy. This is a team that we usually consider pretty respawn heavy, and to see them battle it up on a map like aBeZy against a team like Florida, who is considered one of our top search and destroy teams, and come out with a 6-2 victory on map 2, I think that was really big win if you're a Boston Breach fan.
We were talking about aBeZy and the need for sniper rifles in search and destroy. Do the Thieves have an answer if they they meet up on that same map for a game 2 or a game 5 today?
Yeah, they do. I mean, they have Octane. He's been great with the
Octane.
sniper, right? Top 6 in the league in total snipes. But Search and Destroy for LA Thieves as a whole has been a struggle. I mean, they've been struggling across the board when you look at these game modes. But I mean, to add context to it a little bit, they have played some pretty stiff competitions, starting off with New York, LAG, and then Toronto. And in those first 2 matches versus New York and LAG, they did have Kenny, but Kenny was the guy who was popping off versus New York. Like, they lost a round 11, a 1-round control, and 31 points in that game for a hard point. So it really was a nail biter. So LA Thieves, I mean, they can still compete with the best of them. But when you look at their stats and stuff, like Envoy, Octane, and Drazah all under 1.0, and Envoy's like really struggling with a 0.8 in hard point. So individually, we need to see these guys step it up. We know what they're capable of, but man, it's been a slow start for Thieves this season.
When we interviewed Envoy for the LA Thieves, he said, you know, we have Capsule in. He's doing a great job filling in, but we're playing around him. Now that you're putting Kenny back in the lineup, do we see a different Thieves today? Here's how the numbers break down.
We might see a different Thieves in the sense of maybe not what you're hoping for, right? Because you haven't been scrimming with Kenny for a little bit now as he's been in recovery, and now you don't have Capsule, which you've been playing around him. And you did get a W with him on the squad, but with having to adjust your roster and your playstyle that much, I'm worried about what LA Thieves we're going to see today.
That is our 4:30 matchup, the second match of the day, but our third match of the day has chat going crazy already. It's going to be OpTic Texas versus Atlanta FaZe. And Atlanta FaZe, they're not looking as pure as the FaZe squad I've seen in the past, but they did walk away with a big 3-2 comeback after dropping games 1 and 2. So let's talk about this squad and what they did against the Guerrillas yesterday, because it seemed to me that aBeZy got furious in game 3 and the whole team fed off that energy moving into game 4 and 5.
Yeah, that was a crazy comeback. One of the best, reverse sweeps we've ever seen. Looking at aBeZy, though, the turnaround that he had in game 3, I feel like last year, a lot of the times when Atlanta FaZe were struggling, we were honing in on aBeZy as the guy who needed to like step it up and become consistent. And this year, he's been one of their best, if not their best player. So I love what I saw there. The turnaround, that game 4, how dominant it was. LAG got to 102 and didn't get a single point throughout the rest of that map. So it's just, they can switch that flip. They're a definite contender. It's just, can they stay that dominant throughout all these series? Like, because we see glimpses of it. Looking for consistency if you're Atlanta.
They showed us championship form, especially with their comeback in searches. But as we look across the stage here, we have OpTic Texas. And honestly, I thought this team was going to go 5-0. After seeing them go off to a 3-0 start, we saw Vegas on the horizon. We're like, oh, this is shocked. Vegas' stats, none of them are pointing towards a win. But Vegas shocked everybody. And I don't think anyone was more surprised than the 4 players wearing green yesterday.
Yeah, like I've been saying, Vegas, I think, will always kind of be that underdog team. And of course, they're always capable of winning series like this. It's not like they've been getting smoked across the board. They've been keeping the respawns very, very close and just been struggling to close it out. I think OpTic Texas maybe just got caught off guard, had a bit of an off day, as we see players do sometimes, and I don't expect them to have the same type of performance today against Atlanta FaZe.
Nameless, what is on the line today? Because for me, I'm looking out for aBeZy to be setting the tone for FaZe. On the other side, Shotzzy with the best movement in the map, he can set up play after play for his squad. But what's up for grabs with seeds between these two?
Yeah, so the OpTic versus FaZe match, the winner is guaranteed top 4. That's a great seed. Obviously, you want that. And then OpTic can get the #1 seed with a win and a Boston loss. So, if you are a OpTic fan, you're looking at LA Thieves and you're hoping they catch that W. But either way, I think both these teams, like, they're playing for confidence. They're guaranteed the winner's bracket at the end of the day, right? So maybe test your map poll, come in here, just try to get better.
Chat, you feeling hype? I'm ready to go. And we have our first match just a few minutes away. When we come back, we'll be breaking down our predictions, telling you who you should put your points on. It's 2 teams fighting for a spot in the upper bracket as we head to Boston. Surge take on the Røkkr after this.
Call of Duty League Pick'em is back. One of the band, a few more points, and that will be it. Pick the winning team. Pick the final score. Now with 2 new features. Fan Insights are here to give you real-time intel. Feeling good about a pick? We now have double boost points and point matches. Bonus picks, extra points to rank you up on the leaderboard. So as you get hyped for the weekend, pick, watch, win. Ooh, it's getting good.
Welcome into the battle for the upper bracket. Both of these teams needing a win today. We have Minnesota Røkkr taking on Seattle Surge, and a Surge squad that a lot of the community was counting out of a chance of finishing in the top 8. But after they upset the Subliners yesterday, the Surge are very much still in the hunt for a top 8 finish. Let's remind you where we're at in the standings. And name was break it down for me. Both of these teams need the W. Røkkr, we thought they were safe after the 3-0 against Atlanta, but then they fell to the Guerrillas.
Yeah, it definitely helped them, that 3-0. Don't get me wrong. But if they lose this series, like, they need at least 2 maps because they'll be safe unless LA Thieves 3-0. If they lose 1-3, it becomes even that much more difficult. So with the win, they're guaranteed 5th or 6th. But if they lose, you need 2 maps if you're Minnesota Røkkr, at least.
On the other side, if you're Seattle Surge, you're trying to get this done in 4, right? You want a 3-1 record. That would be ideal for you in a W. But let's take a look at the maps and modes, iLLeY, and tell me, do we have a chance of going to a Game 5? Or can Surge close this out in 4 today?
There's a lot of question marks about this maps and mode set just because that first Mercado, we have not seen Minnesota on it at all. And should we get to that Game 4 Hotel Hardpoint, you're talking about putting Sib and Pred on their best map. Sib has a 2.19 on that map and mode, and Pred follows closely behind with a 1.47. So I'm also worried about that hotel control, mostly because Minnesota Røkkr is 10th overall in the league right now when it comes to defense on hotel, which is a very offense-heavy map. So it's not looking good if you're a Røkkr fan.
All right, well, we have seen Minnesota in control. Make sure that they have a kill lead. Make sure they get that defense when they need it. Today, it might get weird in a Game 3. Let's talk about these teams, though. If you're joining us for the first time, welcome to the show. This is an introduction to the starters for Minnesota Røkkr, and there's some familiar faces. You had Bance go all the way to a 2nd-place finish with Splice at a World Championship about 5 years ago. You got Attach, who's got multiple rings, but it's the young guns that I'm watching here. Afro and Cammy have been stars in the biggest matches. Can they get it done again today?
Yeah, they've been pretty good. They've had some standout performances so far in the 2nd qualifying stage, though. In Hardpoint, Afro and Cammy are sitting at a 0.9. We're talking about your 2 superstar players, right? So they have to find consistency, be those guys to come in and take over games because they're going up against Seattle Surge, who's been one of the best, if not the best, hardpoint team after New York Subliners. And you're going up against Sib and Pred, as iLLeY just said, in the hardpoints in this series, both of them, the average 1.8 KD for Sib in the hardpoints is just ridiculous. So, like, for Cammy, he's got to square up against that, and that's a really tall task, if you ask me.
What I'm most excited about with Minnesota is, do they have any more tricks up their sleeves? They showed us some in their search and destroy, specifically against Atlanta, pulling them out when they need it most. Today is a must-win, and that same thing going on over for the Surge. Do they have more in the tank than what they showed us last night? Because Sib and Pred put up ridiculous numbers. Sib, definitely the MVP of the game if you look back at the stats, but this was a team effort from start to finish to take down one of our top squads and the Raleigh champions in the Subliners.
Stick to the GP on GD. That is what Pred let us know once again is the Seattle Surge's game plan in the interview yesterday. And when it comes to the Seattle Surge, even last year when they had their serious struggles, they are a team that you can always expect to bounce back and make some noise. And they did that yesterday. And this is probably the start of hopefully the rise for the Seattle Surge as they're looking stronger than ever coming off of that matchup. The issue now, though, is they're going against Minnesota Røkkr, and for seeding, this is pretty do or die for them. So need them to lock it in and take those respawns in this series.
It's time to get our predictions in, and chat, you can do it right now. The predictions are up. Put all your channel points on the line and let it ride. It's a championship Sunday here in the qualifiers. Where am I going first? I'm feeling Bance. I feel like Bance has something special. Surge's run has to finish somewhere, right? Is it today? I think I'm going Røkkr.
Has to finish somewhere. It just started. I'm going with the Seattle Surge.
Riding the Surge wave. What about you, Nameless?
I'm going Seattle Surge. I felt like we saw some search and destroy improvements yesterday despite the loss. I think they can come in here and take a search and destroy even against Minnesota. I think they might win this 3-0, 3-1.
It's not easy coming off a big win. All of that energy, you need to muster it back-to-back days. We'll find out. Is Surge final? Let's get this game ready to go as we send it over to our casters. Fellas, take it away.
Thank you so much, Chris. Yes, indeed. And this is the best way to start off. You know, one of the final days before the Boston Major is a good old matchup to decide who's going to winners and who is going to that elimination bracket chase. Seattle versus Røkkr. It's about to get crazy, my friend.
Oh, yeah, this one's going to be a spicy one because, you know, with Seattle having the worst start possible to stage 2, they still have an opportunity to make it in towards winners if they close out this series. And on the opposite side for Minnesota, you get a great win over Atlanta FaZe, but then you fall short to LAG, and now you're in a situation where you need to win this series or at least take a couple maps to make that winner's bracket. So it's all on the line for both of these squads.
Yeah, without a doubt. I know the desk touched on the scenarios, but just to reiterate them, if you are starting to trickle into the broadcast, Seattle, you win and you're in, you lose and you're not going to be there for the Røkkr. It's a little bit of a different story. If they win, they're good. However, losses are a little bit of a different story. For Røkkr, basically what you need to know, if they lose 3-0, automatically end that elimination bracket. If they lose 3-1 or 3-2, there is still a chance. As we take a look at the season records here, Jay, there was one very glaring, I would say, statistic out of all of those that we saw for both of these franchises. And I mean, it feels like when we talk about any team who's facing off against Seattle Surge, it's always like, hey, you know what? It feels like they're guaranteed to win the Surge Destroys, especially if they're online. As we take a look at these again, man, 4-16. Good golly, that's bad.
Yeah, that's not good, Lando. 0-11, all online. The only 4 wins that they picked up were on LAN at Major 1. They've also had some really tough S&Ds, like the one yesterday.
Yeah,
that one was a really tough one. They were up 5-4. They go to around 11, and then unfortunately, they all dropped and lose that one to New York. But if you are Seattle, at least you got the backbone in your hard point, because you got 2 dynamic players like the Des touched on in Pred and Simp. They have just been lights out in that mode, and with Simp playing the way that he did, especially in those 2 hard points versus New York, he comes in like that today. Yep. It's gonna be hard for Minnesota to try to take this one.
Yeah, it is. It feels like the bullet points for Seattle Surge is like, okay, S&D, especially online, is bad. But if you're looking at Seattle Surge, you got to be taking a look out for Simp and Pred, right? The sophomores coming in here to their 2nd season for Surge. Yesterday, Jay, versus the New York Subliners, they put up plus 52 combined. So that is absolutely terrifying considering how great that New York have looked. The fact that they are defending Major 1 champions, those 2 guys have the potential to do that versus the best teams in the league. Now, if we toss it over to the other side for Røkkr, it feels like for Seattle, you kind of know what you're going to get most of the time. For Minnesota, though, it feels like it's kind of the opposite. Like some days they're winning hard points, some days they're winning search and destroys, and some days Bance and Cammy are taking over.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. In that series versus Atlanta FaZe, it was all Bance and Cammy. And then even the last series when they played up against LAG, on the one map that they did win, Bance was the guy that took over on the map, won like 29-21, and thankfully that control is going to be into this series. Yeah. But when you ask me, when I think Minnesota are at their best, you know what you're going to get out of Afro majority of times. You know what you're going to get out of Attach. But when you get Bance to really step up to a whole different level, then that gets the game a lot easier for Cammy to play. I think Bance is completely the X factor for this team. When he hits his breathing exercises, when he hits his routes, shoots a couple people in the back, and he is playing at his tippity top form, Minnesota are tough to beat.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And this is kind of the major storyline around Røkkr even coming into this season. Was okay, totally new team. You got Attach alongside of the EU brethren now, and Afro, Bance, and Cammy. How are they going to play? It seems like we kind of know exactly where Afro sits, but even still yet, buddy, like we're in the middle, we're getting ready to close out our Major II qualifiers, and it still yet feels like we don't 100% know what we have here. Like, is it a team that's on the cusp of maybe starting to reach a contender type level, or are we watching a team that's just slowly starting to fall down the ladder a bit? And it's difficult considering that in this situation, at the Major I qualifiers, they had the #1 seed. Right now, they're just fighting for winners.
Yeah, it's because it's difficult with this Røkkr squad. We knew at least throughout stage 1, their search and destroy and their control was going to be able to get them through a lot of series. But so far in stage 2, 2 and 3 overall in S&D, the biggest thing that stands out when I talk about this Minnesota Røkkr squad in that mode is all about that first bloods. Whenever they get that first blood, a majority of the time they find success. But in the 3v4 situations, they are the worst team that we have in the league. So if you're losing that opening hard point, if you're losing your search and destroys, you could potentially take that game 3, but then you're going short in that map #4. So if you are Minnesota, it's got to get consistent at least one of the modes and back into search and destroy where it was your bread and butter before, or at least get a little bit better at your hard points to where you're not always consistently losing map once.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, I guess for Minnesota Røkkr, I did say coming into this, it feels like we don't really know what to expect, but sometimes it does. It almost feels like, hey, this is the plan. This is the way they get a series done. It's just a matter of being able to adapt, being able to apply all those principles, and I'm sure they are teaching consistently and constantly in all those team scrimmages. We talked about Bance. We're doing the breathing exercises. I'm seeing a bit of a bob of the head, Jay. I don't know what maybe an artist he's listening to right now. Give it a guess. What do you think?
He's definitely adapted. There's no music in his ears. He's absolutely locked in. He's going into a map that they have yet to play as a squad, and this is where it gets scary because Seattle on Mercado, they have a 3-1 overall record. They are the 3rd best rotation win percentage team, and they are the 2nd best at holding. So for a team in Minnesota who have yet to play this, you lose those spawns, you're going to be a step behind in the game, and Seattle going to start to pull away with it. So you want to win your rotations if you are Minnesota.
Heard it from the man himself. I'll be honest, Jay, I think the Bance was listening to something. I think it was some mariachi music. As we
okay. Howdy.
Good old Mercado Las Almas. Say it better than me. Say it better than me.
Mercado Las Almas.
Oh, it's so crispy, Jay. The best way to start off a Sunday is hearing you say those very words. But into the map 1 we go. Røkkr v Surge on Mercado. We fly. It's Seattle Surge starting off with the more preferred side. However, the battles are ensuing, and there's a lot of chaos quickly going around the map as Accuracy cuts down his first 2.
Oh, it's a lot of chaos going on, and Minnesota at least put a lot of pressure through back parking lot to where they were able to flip those spawns and take control of the side of the map that they want for the next hard point. So now if you are Seattle, you just want to slow this one down, trying to chain a couple kills together. Actually, at least finds the first, is trying to find the timings, and Simp, once he finds that kill towards the back, that's going to be 3 dead all throughout the tunnel. Spawn should be able to flip.
Well, it was a big position there for Cammy already getting into this Mercado. Jay, oftentimes we talk about on this map specifically, you're looking at a lot of hills, but it feels like the easiest ones to point out are Cantina. We'll visit this one twice when it comes down to our rotation. 7 hills, and really 2 of those are going to be in this very location. Bottom and top. Tib trying to cut a few players down. Seattle looks to be in a good position. Now it's going to be on to Pred, who just falls off the 4 spree. Back and forth we go. Now it's Røkkr with time.
Oh, it's Røkkr with time, but Afro was the only player there. While all his teammates spawned all the way across the map, Seattle able to hold on strong, get right back into the time. Actually picking up right where he left off. A little bit of assistance from Pred, and so far Pred started off this map 6-1. Believe it or not, this is the worst hardpoint map for young Pred, the rookie of the year. He has a .99 KD. He's already trying to change that story.
It's just a matter of time before that .99 just quickly elevates to like a 1.5 or something mad like that. But final 15 looked to belong to the side of Minnesota Røkkr. And it's now going to be that rotation over toward 10. As we said, Minnesota, a great team when it comes down to rotations. That is what they have built the majority of their game plan on. But Jay, the biggest problem, just as they're breaking, they can get to these hard points first, but it's just a matter of clearing out the waves. As here comes wave number 1 for Surge, and they get wiped away.
Oh, they get wiped, and that's a 3-piece coming in from Bance. Big plays from Minnesota to also get that remaining 15 seconds off P2. Because once you're in the rotations, now you give yourself a nice little comfortable lead to where you're able to read these plays. The snap right there from Afro. Insane stuff. And Minnesota is just doing a great job of soaking as much time as they possibly can. Bance finds himself on a 5, making a 6-3. Already a cruise missile to work with.
Yeah, this is great work so far from Minnesota. I mean, we're taking a look at the stat lines, and you got Bance piecing on one side. Already he's got that streak. You got Afro, meanwhile, who's already reached into double digits. The first player to do so. An engagement magnet. Right now is young Afro as he continues to piece. He continues to fry. And Jay, it makes you wonder when you're seeing both the SMGs play like this, why has Minnesota not played Mercado more?
Oh, well, it's obviously they have the proper game plan as they are just not making mistakes. A full 60 hold at 10. You win the rotation over to Barber. And one thing that I looked at when I was looking at the numbers for Seattle is that they always responded. Whenever they lost, whenever they had a hard point, went into their favor, they lost the next one. But then the following one was always the one where they bounced back on by winning that rotation. And so far, this is the first mishap where Minnesota were able to chain that P2 and already started off with some good P4 time. But the break comes in from Seattle through back alley. Now Minnesota have to slow down.
Yeah, and considering that score lottery, this is much needed time if you are Surge. You cannot allow for that time to go the other direction. They break exactly when they need to. And Barbershop, while it is a chaotic hill so far, it's really come down to just one team fight. And that is Surge getting back into this game little by little. Bance continues to poke away. Pred frustrated. Come here, Bance. That's 5 in a row now for Pred. As we said, Jen, that KD is getting better already.
Yeah, he's doing what he does, but it's just another Minnesota Røkkr. Winning rotations, attaching Bance, the last 2 players up. They're able to stay alive, find that 2-piece, control the spawns, and now force all of Seattle to try to execute a break once again. Great shots coming in from Simp. All out pressure coming through 10. Just have to hold your strong, hold your irons up if you are Minnesota. These gunfights are big.
Often we talk about the SMGs trying to lead the way. Oh, Minnesota, Pred with some crispy shots. 14 and 5. Continues on his spree. In Seattle, well, they found a few kills and they quickly just hop inside of the hard point. Pred tries to make a play. However, it's Bance on the other side. Accuracy has to get his hands dirty, but it's Mack who comes away with the gunfights. Trades, it looked like for a moment still favoring Seattle, and now it comes down to a 1v1. 20 seconds to go. Sib, is he going to be able to take it? No, he does not. Bance, another crucial gunfight. Big time still going the way of Røkkr.
All right, Røkkr with the final 15 and winning rotations again. Now you're forcing Seattle to break one of the most difficult hard points that we have. You said it in the beginning, we have 2 hills in towards Cantinas. This one's on the 2nd story. You have to check all your corners and clear out at least one alleyway to work it. They find the kill onto Cammy. Now all out pressure through backside Barber Alley. Only 2 players here from Minnesota, so you probably want to put the step on it right here. If you are Seattle, you can win the trades.
And Cammy had a bit of a slow game so far, but he absolutely can turn the tide of this game if he can have a break. But it's Attach who combines for 2. Attach who combines for 3. It's a triple kill there for Dylan Price to level the score to make things much easier on his teammates as the lead continues to build. And as we said, Jake, coming into this series for Minnesota, it doesn't necessarily have to be a W today to guarantee winners, but every map that they get absolutely helps their case. And right now, they are playing fantastic. And Bance, it's his turn now to go off again. 16 and 9 and getting closer to a 100-point advantage. Let's step aside and see how the comms are sounding with a very fiery Minnesota lineup.
Cars dead. On time. I'm watching RB one shot. I've got all you mid. Push out T. Can push forward. Yeah, he's shooting back. In swarm already. Yeah, come across. Nice.
Can we get down? Yeah, I have your T.
I've got your pitch.
I have your T. Standing over T heavy.
I'm playing mid bed.
One small.
T, oh yeah, small.
One small.
One more, Fred. Yeah,
RB, come down. T is small, on one shot.
Sib's there already. I need to
Off those kills, come left.
I'm playing
I have your T. I still have your T.
Middle.
Right side T. I'm so weak here.
Dead.
Nice. I'm gonna go back to Marcus now. Ben, you hard play that. You two hard play that. I'm going back to Marcus.
Oh, okay. I'm right.
I'll play tunnel.
I'm right. They pushed up gate, Ben. No, yeah, he did.
Where's he?
On new, Pred. In P1. He pushed tunnel. He pushed tunnel, trust.
Dead.
Nice shit.
One shot on me.
I'm gonna hold.
Shit off!
Nice.
Dead. Last guy.
Yeah, Dill, let's play this.
I
got your child, Dill.
Listen, I've got all your gates. Listen, I've got all your gates, okay? One's gone T on me.
You get in the right corner. Get in the right corner.
iBeZy, stay down. Just stay down.
Shit.
I have a trophy cam. Hold that.
Yeah.
I'm on the right. Listen, I've got all your pinch and gate. I have all your zig, Marcus.
Yeah, I heard it. They're going right.
What is happening right now? That was like an 18-team streak that Røkkr just went on. Good God, Jay. We're talking about how they need to win a hard point, and right now they're basically putting Seattle in 100-point club territory. Afro's going on streak. Bance just went like 3 minutes without dying. This game is basically done.
Oh, Minnesota. They are just putting the pedal to the metal right now, Lando. Ever after that P5 when they lost Courtyard, they haven't given up a single second. It was a full 60 hill at P6, top cantinas, and a full 60 over towards the parking lot. When you allow a couple hills to get chained, this is a scoreline that you're going to have. So now if you are Seattle, has to be picture perfect from here on out.
Yeah, it absolutely does. A much more difficult task to accomplish without a doubt, especially with Minnesota firing the way that they are. Gotta get a lot of love.
Jesus.
Everybody on that Minnesota team, but Attach just cuts one down. Cammy effortlessly finds the headshot. Good night to Mack and Pred. He has to back up. He has nothing to work with. A clean 4 down, and Røkkr, there you go. Clean as you'd like. And my God, for the first time playing Mercado, they made it look completely spotless. That is a statement victory to kick us off, Jay.
Oh, man. They just played ahead the entire time. After that P5 hard point, actually even before then, when it all started at P2, when they found that final 15 seconds and then one rotation over towards P3, that's when they were able to get a nice, low, comfortable lead. And then you get over towards P4. They're gaining the junk time and they're winning rotations. Seattle just weren't winning gunfights in certain situations that eventually cost them certain positionings that allowed Minnesota to just start running away with this game. Said it before the series started. If Bance goes off, this team is literally going to be very difficult to beat. 21-12, 1 minute and 44 seconds in the hill. He goes on 2 different 7 sprees. Once the highest one was 11. Like he went 11 kills without dying. Minnesota dominated map 1, Lando.
At one point, they literally had like 15, 16, 17 kills in a row as a team.
It's just the game. Like when you're getting on a map like Mercado, when you're spawning out, the kills get super easy when you're fully set up. You know where they're coming from. You know how these angles are very difficult to attack. So when you're winning rotation after rotation, holding it down flawlessly with perfect communication the way they had it, you're not going to make any mistakes. That's what you're going to see at the end of the game.
Without a doubt, I tell you what, man, we discussed it. I mean, hey, Minnesota, a team that absolutely loves to rotate. They, very good at it more often than not, and they completely did that. Thankfully, a lot of it was because of incredible slaying performances out of guys like Bance and Afro, and like everybody had their moment in the sun. But Jay, we got to give a lot of love to Benjamin. I mean, it's not even just been this hard point. He has been playing very, very well. As of late, he was one of the primary catalysts to the 3-0 victory over the Atlanta FaZe, and despite the loss versus LAG, still puts up like a 1.18 KD. Is it something? Have you noticed anything different in his gameplay, like from an outside POV? Is there something that he's doing different lately?
I think the biggest thing when I'm watching Bance is like there's no hesitation to his game now. He's played the game for a couple months now to where he knows every little thing he needs to know. Where they're currently spawning, if I hit this route, what's the timing on me getting this kill or potentially shooting a player in the back? He has that all down packed. And when he's shooting as straight as he was in this map number 1, just because of his brain, he's going to make the game super easy. When Bance understands the game, he knows the timings, that's when he's a totally different player, and it showed in that map number 1.
Yeah, and you can see on the other side what it means for the side of Seattle Surge. I mean, Jay, we talked about it coming into it. S&D, not great by any means. In fact, they've yet to win one so far. The reason why they've been looking so solid, just in general, I guess to start off qualifiers, they have it, but just in general, the reason why they've won maps is usually in the respawns. It's usually in the hard points. So a very scary start to this series if you're a Seattle fan, no doubt, knowing you're down 0-1. And if stats mean anything, which it looked like in the first hard point it doesn't, Search Destroy is not going to go their way either.
Yeah, Search and Destroy is going to be tough, but I saw one stat that gives me hope.
Okay,
Gives me hope for Seattle to be able to potentially take their first Search and Destroy. And it's because, like I said earlier, it's all about the first bloods, at least on the side for Minnesota. But it's also all about the first bloods for Seattle. This is the 11th and the 12th team in 3v4 win percentage. So it's like, if you get blooded on either one of these squads, you're most likely going to lose the round. So that's got to be the key to success for both of these teams. Get the first kill, stay alive, play your retakes properly, play your trades, and you will be able to close out the round.
It's so funny, Jay, because like that's such a wonderful statistic, but it's also like at the same time like so obvious. Like for Minnesota and Seattle, it's like, yeah, you're losing Search and Destroys because you're in 3v4, just because you have a man down.
Yeah,
kind of writes itself. It writes itself. But I'll tell you what, this is hard to look at, Jay. Search Destroy ranks for Seattle Search. Yeah, let's get that out of here. Not looking good. For those who already don't know about it, 0-11 in online Search Destroys for Seattle. To be honest with you, Jay, I know we're going to be taking a lot of looks at the first blood conversation. I honestly just want you to point out, like, directly, whenever you see a mistake from Seattle Surge, somebody's got to figure out what is going wrong in their online S&Ds.
Someone's got to figure something out. And this is the right place to start it. As the nades come over the top for Minnesota, nothing connects on the cross. So now this is going to be able to allow Afro to get super aggressive up towards Tennis. Basically cut down everything, every player trying to coast over towards B. But that's going to be Simp with that first blood onto Cammy.
Okay, there it is. You've seen it. Røkkr, typically, very much struggle in situations like this. Maybe it's because of playmakers. Well, Pred, he's going to find another one. So situation quickly changes up a decent amount. It's now attached and Afro left in a 2v4. Afro's positioning over toward close. Tennis eventually does work out, trying to lighten the load a bit. And okay, there's a second pick as well. Attached. Desperate need to stay alive. Eventually does get pinpointed, all down to Afro now.
Afro in the 1v2. Dead silence is about to be earned. But the bomb is getting planted down towards A. You have Simp who's watching the middle of the map. Nice little corner in towards Laundry. I think it's a couple sound cues, but the dead silence is going to be popped. Afro has the advantage. He has the VASDEV. He wins the one-on-one. 35 seconds versus Pred.
Yeah, you said this was the gunfight. This was the matchup to look out for. Two incredibly talented young prospects for the franchises. Who's going to walk away with the 1v1? Afro gets the info, and there you go. Takes down
1 HP.
A 1v1 and a 2v4 to kick us off.
Oh, man, 3v4, throw it out the window. How about a 2v4? We stand a better chance at clutching that one, especially when you got a player like Afro, who wins unbelievable gunfight after unbelievable gunfight. First one onto Simp, and then with 1 HP remaining, wins the gunfight versus Pred. It takes round number 1 from Minnesota. That kid's got some ice, man.
He does indeed. And this is just, I don't know, man. It just feels like after a hard point victory like that,
everything's different.
Number 1, yeah, everything's going right for him. And Afro is a scary player when he's got that momentum, without question. Sniper's already out here for attach. We talk about it so often. You got to have it here on aBeZy as he'll look to put the boomstick to good use. Simp at least stays alive to see another day, but Bance able to put a decent amount of shots. So Røkkr definitely have found a bit of information, but they are hesitant to make their way past that 50-yard line.
Yeah, they know. They don't want to give up that first blood. Just going to take it slow. Try to see how their setup is going to work as attached with the reposition from Hedge towards top. aBeZy finds that first blood onto Simp. Now already in the man advantage is going to be Minnesota Røkkr. Just got to eventually try to cross and get this bomb down.
Back. Just spot a bit of body parts, actually, sprawled throughout the top side of the PD. Does decide to relocate and jumps out. Great timing. Finds Bance. Big question is, can he stay alive? Meanwhile, it's Pred on the other side who's able to drop a few. It's Mack who actually does get a team kill. And okay, another 1v1. It's about to be a headbutt. Cammy cannot grab it this time. It is Mack. Crazy rounds to kick us off. And Jay, first bloods mean nothing anymore.
Yeah, because both the other squads got the other first blood. This time it was attached onto Simp, and Seattle's able to win it. The last round, it was another first blood that came from Simp, but Minnesota were able to win it. So complete flip-flop to start us off in the search and destroy. But Mack, with that vast Nev in hand, finds the timing, takes the player off bomb, gets the unfortunate team kill, but at least finds a second, and then wins a huge one-on-one versus Cammy to tie it up at 1.
All right, well, all about the first bloods. Again, as we said, statistics, you know, we love our stats team. They do an incredible job, but sometimes, God, it just doesn't do the thing. Into round 3 we go. Shots exchange, the whip will crack, and unfortunately for Sib, he does not see a plus 100 at the end of that scope. He's into round 3 we go. Same strategies coming out from Røkkr. They got Afro. Position up close over toward the tennis, as he very well could enter into a scope near you very soon. I like the play. He's going to try to get Sib hunting, and he does. There you go. Røkkr found their pick.
Røkkr first blood. Afro aggressive once again. Through hedge as Bance finds a second. Another 4v2. Just make sure we play our trades. Don't give up anything easy. They still have to plant the bomb on the side of Seattle. As Afro has all of B-bomb covered. They have full coverage of A. Don't want to give up free one-on-ones as accuracy finds the first on the Cammy.
Minnesota, don't do this. Don't do this, Minnesota. Thank you, Afro. Puts accuracy to bed, and now it's Mack in a 1v3. 20 seconds to go. The only positive is I guess he does have the bomb on his back, but that's not going to be anything. That quickly hits the floor, and Røkkr will grab their second. And Jay, that was just great coordination. We really saw it. The observers did a phenomenal job of kind of highlighting. Afro waits to go around the corner until, I forget who it was over at the ACs, kind of shows their POV. Sib gets distracted, and from there, finally a first blood works out.
That's just a perfect defensive setup right there for Minnesota. When you get Simp towards top AC, knowing that no one is aggressive towards B-bomb, then you get Afro, works his way all up through sign. Once he takes that position, you solely put your focus on the top windows and the bottom bathroom hop out to make sure no one pushes through middle alley. You just have one player watching towards street. It's a perfect play call right there from Minnesota. It's now going to lead to an aggressive attacking round. And unfortunately, Cammy doesn't get the first blood this time around. Goes to Pred 4v3.
Yeah, that's a struggle fight if you're Cammy. You just got so many POVs, so many players to look out for and attach. He's about to say the same thing. Misses that shot, has to get out of dodge. Does so, and does so effectively. Does still look to reposition. He's got to be careful, though, because Pred is hot on his heels inside of the office, trying to escape, and he stuns himself. That's never going to be an easy time. Oh, that snipe was decent, but just whistles past the boot there of Pred. 4v2, 20 seconds to go. Can Røkkr hold?
4v2. There's still no one on the bomb, or near it, at least for Seattle. All you have to do is play these kills. Bance and Afro, they find 2. Someone's got to stick it if you are Seattle. It's look like they're going to run out of time. The positionings are not going to be easy to take them down, and that's another 2v4 clutch for the Minnesota Røkkr. All on the SMGs, just knowing that neither one of these players from Seattle are near towards the site. Everyone is trying to hit towards the flank. By the time they get to bomb, there's only 15 seconds left to get that player off. The round's basically yours. Beautiful, beautiful adjustments right there for Minnesota to clutch on up.
Yeah, I said coming into this search destroy that I needed you to point out the mistakes that Surge are clearly making in their online SDs, but I
too slow. Sometimes too slow.
I feel like it's kind of obvious. Just when you have a 4v2, win the round. Okay, that's now 2 situations where that has been the case, and Røkkr will take full advantage of it. Surge, I'm sure it's going to be a little bit of a tilting start as Attach does miss the cross snipe that will allow for Seattle to quickly get that bomb down. However, Pred's not going to be there to see the future of it. Bomb does get planted. We'll see how Røkkr now look to retake.
Oh, and Røkkr, whenever they find first blood on defense, it's 100% on the retakes. As you see, Bance is slowly working his way in towards top PD, but no one is going to be in this position. If you are Minnesota, try to clear out these angles a little bit quicker. This time is starting to tick. Simp finds 1. Mack finds at least 2. Now it's all left up to Attach with the sniper pistol. 20 seconds left.
2 seconds to go. Catches out accuracy. Beautiful shot there from Attach. As Mack now just has to hold. He's going to do so. Attach will not be able to take him down at the end. Surge. Goodness sake, man. Crazy, crazy situations at the end. I thought that Minnesota were in such a wonderful position there at the end.
Yeah.
You've got 2 players in top PD. You got 2 players in top ACs. And Surge, despite being low in numbers, managed to come away with the round.
Yeah, it was just right there, Minnesota. They're getting the information. We got the first blood. Most likely someone's going to be playing a clutch spot in towards top PD. But with no one there, they had no idea how Seattle was setting up around that bomb. It's a perfect setup for Simp to get that first player off the site, and then Mack with the follow-up two-piece to keep Seattle now down 3-2.
The look is getting here for Røkkr. Back on the attack they go, and Fred. Oh my gosh, just get right up in your face. Right up in your face. Wins that first gunfight. Has got a bit of intel on the other. As it is a clean triple to start here for Seattle, and Cammy already out with the white flag. 1v4. Best of luck. He does have some time, but I guess he does have dead silence as well. Yeah, Pred, not a chance. Hat trick for him. Seattle right back in it.
So far, Seattle last 2 rounds have made the adjustments. They did not allow Afro to get pushed up on the defensive side towards Hedge by being super aggressive towards B. And this time they don't give up that free bomb plant towards B with the aggression from Pred. As the stuns come over, you slow those players down crossing towards the site. And you know when you find yourself in that position, especially for a player like Pred, he's going to most likely get that two-piece and get out with his life. Big plays from Seattle. Bring it back. Now 3-3.
I will say, I mean, Pred, looks like statistically, you know, he's at like a 0.99, I think, in search destroy. It's the highest right now for the team, but he's made some big plays. All right, into this round we go, and it's Cammy starting things off with the first blood. So Pred, life gets that much more difficult, and there goes Simp as well. This could be a very quick round unless accuracy can manage to find a pick. As we said, this game's all been around 2v4s. However, a 1v4 would be interesting. One of the faster rounds that we've seen in Minnesota are getting hyped. Bance trying to stay awake.
Another perfect setup right there for Minnesota. The nades come on the cross. You get the hit markers on with 2 of them, get that first blood. And then once you spot no one else crossing towards sign, you know that they're trying to get aggressive in through the embassy building, trying to push out towards street. They're ready for it. Guns are ironed up. They find all 4 kills. Clean round right there for Minnesota. 4-3.
Bance is cracked, Jay. He's not.
He's so locked, man. He's so locked.
We were trying to figure out what's been the difference maker. The guy is just locked. He just enters into this state of, I don't even know, just perfection. Not a blink, not a smile, not a smirk, nothing. Out of Benjamin. 4-3 for Røkkr, as you called it, buddy. And here we go. Afro and Pred. Whoever wants to shoot, just go for it. I won't say a thing. Bomb's about to get planted. Once that happens, Pred's gonna try to push through this door. Great cover fire there for Minnesota, as patience will pay off. Bance, after getting the bomb down, he's able to find one.
Wait a minute.
To begin to line up a few. He drops, and accuracy, he falls as well. Goodness sake, these rounds are fast.
Yeah, Minnesota's just taking it right to him. They said, we're gonna cross towards this bomb. I know you shut us down last time because Pred caught us off guard by being aggressive through orange. But once you get Afro, that other dynamic SMG that's in this game, in that same position, watching that cut, as soon as that bomb goes down, Pred tries to get that player, but Afro's ready for it. First blood goes to him, Bance finds a second, and everyone else starts to drop for Seattle. Minnesota with the perfect game plan on a map that they haven't played in quite some time. Since December 16th is the last time they played Embassy Search and Destroy.
Okay.
And now at game point.
There it is. This is about to be 0-12 in online search destroys. We're about to find out. Surge, it just feels like maybe this is a round that they take. Try to make a sweat for it. We go to around 11. Okay, well, they start things off nicely. Bance is at least out of the fight. Afro is as well. God, Jay, I feel like we can't keep up. God, give me a break here. Attach 1v3, Jay, take it away.
1v3, all left up to Mr. Dylan Price. He finds the time. He finds the first kill off the Simp. Hold on. 25 seconds. He picks up the boom boom.
Boom.
Should be better for these long-range gunfights. He spots Mack. 20 seconds. 1v2.
Access, absolutely not. You think I'm going to try to challenge that? No way. Jose. All right, Seattle. They're still in it, Jay.
They're still in it. Minnesota right there. They tried to hit the switch up. They knew that last time it was super aggression coming in from Seattle, and they got that bomb down for free. They tried to send 3 players through the flank. Then when Seattle opened up those first couple of kills, Pred being the guy to shut down that push on sign. Get that bomb down, you hold down your flanks, you win your gunfights. You don't ego chow attach right there. Good stuff from them to keep themselves alive in this.
Good strategy. Good strategy indeed. Do not ego chow attach. Grenades are out. Could that be the problem? Kick off this round. And yes, it will. Great toss there for Sib. So Røkkr Their objective man is down. Bomb in somewhat of an awkward position, and based off of that, really, you wonder where the pick's going to come in from, and thankfully it's going to drop in there from Cammy. So they'll be able to find that one and attach. He'll just hop right on the plant, Jay.
Yeah, he's just going to get this bomb down because look at the positioning right now from Afro. He's just sitting in towards orange. He's going to allow Simmons to get pushed up, but Mack super aggressive through mid planners, takes down attach. Now in the 3v2, Afro has to be the playmaker.
Oh, but Pred's able to find one. Simp comes down. Of course it does. To another 1v1. Afro versus Pred as he pops dead silence. Pred will catch him sprinting. Down 5-3. Seattle have come crawling back in hopes, in prayers of finally winning an online search and destroy. OT coming up. And boy, do they need this map, Jay, not just for confidence, but also when it comes down to the winner side at Boston Major.
Yeah, now it's 2 round 11s, back-to-back days for Seattle to potentially take their first search and destroy. Great first blood with that nade from Sib to at least give them the numbers advantage. Now going into the round 11, it's going to be Seattle.
Oh, that's not good.
Both of the squads 0-2 in round 11s. This time, no one's going to cross. No one's going to die to these pre-nades. They're going to slow this one down.
Røkkr go for the full investment. They just initiate everybody over at A. They do have 2 players watching that cross, so Mack decides to get into a fight. He's gonna have to be incredibly careful because one of those players very well could be holding a sniper. Great pick coming in from Cammy. Sib's gonna have to sit this one out, and based off of that death, it's gonna be Mack who ends up grabbing the snipe, desperately looking for someone over toward the top side of the ACs. However, there is nobody there yet.
There's nobody there yet because they're just still holding down this cross. No need to panic. They have not taken anything on the map. Now he's going to get spotted. Now this is going to change their setup. What do they decide to do? 2 players are going to wrap back towards back alley. The other 2 are going to push right up middle. This might work right in Pred's hands.
Oh no! Pred fires out a little too early. Trigger discipline not intact there. Bomb goes down. As we said, Seattle low in man count. Mack does get that bomb down.
He's on it.
Quickly hops in the defuse. Afro, perfect shots. The bomb is being defused. Oh no! It happens again. Seattle fought back down from 5-3. Get us to around 11 and still lose another search and destroy. Oh my goodness, another one, Jay. 0-12 in online search destroys now for Surge.
Man, that's so tough, Lando, because they fought tooth and nail to get back into this one. But I think the game plan for that round 11 was just a little too slow. The way that they got back into the game was aggression on aggression, finding that first blood. And you saw the way that Minnesota was set up. They were just playing for the cross. They had no one playing over towards that B site. Yeah. As Cammy found that angle towards top bridge, gets that first blood onto Sib. I just think if you're Seattle Surge, you got to just step up the pace of that one. Go get the bomb down, make the play come to you. And then you control your own fate, but unfortunately it does not happen.
In that final round, Jay, like Mack's getting the bomb down, like he's all by himself. You can tell he goes through the cross. He's trying to be aware of somebody top ACs. I mean, credit to the other 2 players, but it feels like Mack is literally out trying to do everything. And there's nobody around them. Utilize those 2 extra players that you have to at least make things a little easier, right?
Yeah, that's the thing, because keep in mind, they did get first blooded. So only one player is going to cross over towards the bomb and try to get it down. The other player is going to hold the middle alley, and the other guy is going to potentially hold the flank or sit in bottom PD. So Mack was all left out to himself. Once Mack loses that gunfight, you know that both of the rest of the players are from Seattle are all the way in PD. You instantly hop that bomb. You will be able to close out the round. Minnesota just made the adjustments. They got what they wanted in that final round with the slow play from Seattle, and now they're up 2-0 in the series.
Up 2-0 in a big way. They close out that search destroy in round 11, and now things get a little scary. If you're a Seattle Surge fan, no doubt about it. We still got to talk about some seeding and how everything will look potentially when it comes down to that Boston Major. Make sure and stay with us. All of that talk and more is up right after this.
Brock Purdy got injured?
can't stop us.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Howdy, friends, and welcome back. Minnesota Røkkr taking on the Seattle Surge to kick off this lovely Sunday. It is seeding Sunday, basically, when it comes down to the matches that we've got for you today. As I said before we threw it to a commercial break, when it comes down to seeding, Minnesota looks to be in a good spot. As we said, a W today puts them automatically into that top 6 position. Now, another thing, Jay, that we have to talk about is that these results also do affect other teams. You're in a pretty good spot if you're an LA Thieves fan, if Røkkr come away with this series. Why is that?
Oh yeah, if Røkkr come away with this series, if you're LAT, you win and you are in on the winner's bracket for Major 2. So right now you're holding your pom-poms up. You are LAT.
Fair fingers, Brad.
Don't allow anything to happen, because going into this map, Seattle Surge have quite an amount of reps on this. 11 times that they have played at Minnesota. This has been their auto veto for quite some time, and you see why as they go clean 4 dead, clean 5, and Seattle now have them in the bear grip.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this looks exactly like how the records indicate. A lot of reps if you are the Seattle Surge. Been in this spot many times, but I don't know if they've started off a control round on Hotel quite this well. A nice little 5-0 answer. It's Mack who's currently making sure that those spawns come ever closer to the backside of the bedrooms. The Røkkr are going to be here, and right now they're investing in the other 3 players to come away with these kills. Mack starts to move forward. The rest of Seattle Surge begin to press on in, and it's continued success. Jay, they have also still yet to die. Nobody drops in that team fight either. A perfect 10-0 beginning.
This is just a perfect game plan. Seattle consistently puts that towards kitchen. You're forcing them to spawn back plat. Goodness. You're playing your corners. You're winning every single gunfight. Finally, Cammy at least finds one, but he's eventually going to fall. There's nothing to show for it, as Mack at least is able on the pinch to continue to cut a couple of these players off, but this has been a flawless defensive round from Seattle. My God.
Yeah, this one's over, ladies and gentlemen. This one is about to be over. 27-11 in lives. Yeah, I was gonna say, for a moment, Bance thought he found a lane, I think, inside of the restaurant. He makes like 2 feet past that doorway and instantly falls. Yeah, it does not get much better than that if you are Seattle. So we're talking about seeding, we're talking about all of these things. And quickly, I think the heart rates have raised for both fan bases in just a matter of moments, Jay.
Yeah, Seattle, back against the wall, man. You have to come back if you want to have a chance at winner's bracket in Major 2, and that's a good way to get the momentum on your side. Early dominant defensive round 1. Now to going into your attacking round, where Minnesota, they do tend to struggle on it. It all usually just comes down to the sling. Early pressure over towards this B point. 2 players going through the middle of the map as well. They're just trying to win these gunfights toward B, get some early progression, and that's going to be 3 dead right off the rip.
Okay, well, perfection, it continues. Continues. This attacking round here for Seattle. Watch that point begin to fly. They've got 3 players pretty much stacked inside of it, unless Sib wants to continue to watch the pitch, he'll eventually fall. So that's 2 ticks in. Røkkr do eventually collapse, but you are not angry about that start by any means if you are Seattle, considering, well, Røkkr didn't get any ticks on their opening attack. So any segment is a good one, and right now Pred is continuing to piece, already up to 10-2 and right back on that objective he goes, or maybe he's just trying to hit a route. I think it's still up to him.
Nah, we're still slaying. Like right now, you can just tell 10-2 already to start off this control. He's feeling himself. He's in the groove. He's starting to understand these timings. B is gonna get done and dusted. Now Minnesota have a 2-minute hold over towards A if they want to take the round. This is where it's time for Pred to strike, but Afro gets the better of him with the belly flop.
I don't know how in the world Afro just managed to do that with his controller, but wonderful work there out of the young man. Great job from him. However, you definitely need some more kills. You need to get Seattle off of this subjective, and Mack, well, same scoreline that Pred had just a moment ago. The SMGs continue to light it up. Røkkr, they need an answer of some sort, and right now they just need a lifeline. Sib, being the only player inside a restaurant, decides to push on forward, but as we know here on Hotel Jake, the reason why that A side is so favored for the attacking side is because of how close those spawns can be. So Seattle gonna have quite a few members here and really at a rapid pace, but Røkkr, they continue to find those picks. It feels like the guns have finally started to warm up a bit.
Yeah, right there. It was good plays from Minnesota to completely disregard Sib and just focus on the rest of Seattle coming off the spawn. They maintained kitchen control. Afro, cannot win the gunfight out to Pred, but he's always going to give himself an opportunity. That one got really close, but Minnesota so far have cut down a minute of this clock. Still holding strong.
Although it just feels like a matter of time so often on this objective when the defensive teams begin to crumble. Røkkr doing their best to try to prevent it the best way that they can. Get a few members, as we said, with those spawns being blocked. Great work from Minnesota being aware of the map positioning. It is going to cause Seattle to have to rotate all the way through Minnesota's base. So Sib is back here and wait for a few of his teammates to eventually join him. Attach now starting to feel the pressure, starting to feel pressed. Has to run back inside of the restaurant. 25 seconds to go. He knows they have to go for the hit. Bad timing as Mack starts things up nicely. Clock's going to be paused as Afro gets traded.
Oh, Afro at least finds one, makes it a 2v2 in towards the point. Bance unfortunately can't find the kill onto Pred. Now it's all onto Cammy. You have to find this kill or the stack is gonna be in. Seattle have 2 bodies on it. Simp is cutting off through mid carpets, and that's gonna be the round. Seattle just needed one set of kills. Once they found that 2-piece and left the other 2 players to spawn all the way at Spa, the pinch comes in, you take down Attach, you find the kill onto Afro, and then the stack comes in towards the point. Great plays right there from Seattle to take the attacking round. Not too well.
Yeah, it's so often what we talk about in control, right, man? It's like it's strictly just based off of that early team fight, right? Surge, they get those early 2 segments over at that B zone, just makes life that much more easy. They eventually allow for Pred to find the lane, and from there, the rest is history. Seattle felt like they had not really woken up when it came down to that first respawn. They finally make a comeback in the SD, but in control, it feels like they have finally arrived, maybe being aware of what does sit on the line for them. As we said, that winner's bracket position, win and they're in. They have to be a reverse sweep now, but up the mountain they go. And right now, Mack is happy. Expedition, good heavens. Now 6 in a row for Mackenzie. And it feels like Røkkr back in the blender already.
Yeah, I thought Minnesota, they said we're going to change the game plan up. We had no success over towards B. Couldn't even find a damn kill. So we're going to go over towards A, which is the easier point off the rip. But then when you're getting pieced apart by the SMGs on the side of Seattle, 18-7 for Pred, 17-6 for Mack. Now it's Pred's turn to do it in towards the bedroom. And that's another 2 dead, and there's nothing to show for it for Minnesota. 30 seconds left. You have to stop this clock. You have to complete one of these segments.
You can almost like just feel what the arrows are looking like on the minimap. It's just like, what do we do? Like, what do we do in a situation like this? Like, I just want to dolphin dive onto the point. And finally, there is a body on the objective. Hold on. There is a segment that could be going their way. Afro stunned, a little bit dazed. Bance eventually falls. The numbers continue to dwindle inside of the restaurant. Big battles going on across the map. As it's Afro who falls, Attach has to win this 1v1. Able to do so. Time will remain, well, I'm gonna say a bit of a situation, bit of a barrier, if you will. Attach is gonna be on it, and there's only 1 player here to maybe try to contest this late. It's all up to accuracy. He falls, and this should be another minute added onto the clock.
It should be, but it's looking like Seattle are not going to give this one up for free. As Predator's just trying to find the timing into mid carpets, but it's looking like they're not going to be super aggressive in towards Diner. Time is going to be extended by a minute, but Seattle are up by 9 lives. You look at the positioning right now from Mack. Has attached with no dead silence in hand, is playing for this kill. All of his teammates are dropping across the map. At least you take somewhat bedroom control, get those closer spawns, and not push forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's great for Minnesota. Like, you're making some plays here and there, but you just got to stare at the top side of your screen. 8 versus 18 in lives. You've got 2 more good team fights at this, and that is it. But at least Bance able to start things off nicely. Tries to go for the initial challenge onto Mack. Has to stay alive. Lots of Røkkr players in very valuable positions. However, they begin to drop 5 versus 17. Might as well be a 100-point comeback in hardpoint. This is not going to be easy for Minnesota. 30 seconds still to go. And that timer may run out before they even can get there. Wait, however, there's a few. One more player here is going to be Simp. Jay, they found a few kills. They're on the point.
They found an opening. They found the opening. You just can't lose these gunfights. No more respawns for the players on the side of Minnesota. The 2-stack is going to be here. Bance wins the gunfight also on the flank. So all you have to do is hold your irons up, win these kills towards back spa, but they cannot do that as Simp and Pred combine for 2. Pred finds the final, and Seattle Surge clean 3-0 in the control.
Oh, and Phoenix just rapidly comes out from the backside of the barrier. Hype. After a 3-0 win like that in control. I mean, Jay, that's exactly what this team needed, honestly. Like, I know we're talking about, you know, they're down 2-0, you know, whatever it may be. They lose that round 11. They know that they know the records in Search Destroy as well. You needed something, right? You needed a life. You needed some momentum coming into a map, and they absolutely got it right there. A 3-0 bop over the Røkkr, and the score lines, goodness sake, are impressive across the board. But specifically 19 and 10 and a Mack. He at one point went on that 8 spree. Pred was having a phenomenal time on the hotel, Jay. He was bouncing all over the beds. Late checkout for him, 26 and 10. Impressive work there from the Aussie, as Seattle, it all of a sudden feels like now we're right back in this.
Yeah, this is the team that we saw yesterday when they went up against New York. When you allow the young players on the Seattle squad to turn up to a different level, this is what it looks like at the end of the scoreline in a respawn map and mode. Because now we go into another hard point where if you are going to be the Seattle Surge, it's going to be a hotel where you have quite a bit of reps on it. You played it a total of 9 times. Going up against a Minnesota Røkkr squad who's only played it 4 times. So I just think the biggest thing that we have to take away that we learned about in map number 1 is that Minnesota, when they controlled the spawns, when they were the guys that were playing a step ahead, that's when they found a lot of success. And they are the #1 team going into that hotel hardpoint off rotation as well. So if you are Seattle, you gotta win a couple spawns this time around. And with the guns being warmed up as they showed in that last map, they're probably not gonna have a problem with it. I think this was going 5.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, it's
that's against the wall. Like,
it's hard
Seattle need this for winners bracket. They gotta bring it back.
We're looking at just an absolute highlight reel of Seattle Surge. I cannot say anything to subvert that by any means. It absolutely looks like Seattle Surge have got something good going coming into this next hard point. But it is an interesting story. As we said, it's all about seeding here on this wonderful Sunday, the final one, the final day that we have before that Boston Major. Røkkr felt it. It felt like it could have been a 3-0 for them to guarantee that winner's bracket side. Seattle aware of the exact same thing, a win and in situation there for the Seattle boys as they wake up and now have got night number 2 at the hotel still to come back for us on. And Jay, if I remember right, we were talking a lot about the series yesterday, right? Seattle Surge, they upset the New York Subliners, win that in a 3-1. Hotel Hardpoint was also in that map set, and it was a very solid dub coming in from the Surge side as well. I want to say Simp finished off like 29 and 15. It was a crazy stat line.
I'm pretty sure the Des touched on it. Like, going into this map number 4 is statistically the best hard point for 2 players on Seattle, which is Simp, which is like a 1.8, and then Pred, who's like a 2.1 or something like that. Like, yeah. You got to be feeling good if you're Seattle. You get all the momentum after the control. You're going into one of your strongest hard point maps with some of the best players on the map. So as long as you're playing ahead in this game, Seattle Surge, with the way that their guns are shooting, like I said in that last map, have a good chance of being able to force that game number 5. I just think the player that has to shut them down, shut down their game plan, is going to be nothing but Bance. Like we saw what he did in map number 1, 21-12, went on 2 7 sprees. One of them turned out to be an 11. When he's playing at the best, flipping those spawns for his squad, shooting people in the back with ease. Minnesota, it's going to be tough, man. They have the potential to close it out right here and make their statement as one of the tough teams still going into Major 2.
Yeah, it's a tough one. This Bance takes a quick little nap for a moment. We got to highlight it, right? I mean, it's another situation for Røkkr where a big situation comes down to a hard point. How many times have we talked about that with this team this year? How many times have we talked about that when it comes down to the Minnesota Røkkr franchise overcoming HP struggles? It feels like it's almost like a duo ship at this point in the CDL. Minnesota and Hardpoint, they're going to have to win 2 if they want to close things out here. If not, we've got ourselves a good old game 5 on Fortress S&D, which I don't know, record-wise, definitely favors
still feeling
them.
good.
Yeah, you're still feeling pretty good, but tell you what, man, with the seeding on the line, with winners bracket on the line, it's a game 5. It feels like sometimes you cannot guarantee anything. But here we go into Hotel Hardpoint, game number 4. Another opportunity for Minnesota to close it out, and another chance for Seattle Surge to stay alive.
Another chance for Seattle Surge to try to force this game number 5. This is going to be Minnesota off to a better start because they start off on the better side and they're winning a majority of these gunfights. Now you just have to be careful. You want to maintain this left side of the map so you can spawn out towards P2. And with Pred being the cutoff man, he at least finds 2 of those players, release some of this pressure off towards P1. And now you're going to force Minnesota Røkkr to try to hit a route. And it's already going to be Bance that flips the spawns for Minnesota.
And it's great work already here from Benjamin trying to make the plays. Meanwhile, for Seattle Surge, you can still sit somewhat confident knowing that Pred stays alive on the map, goes top shelf, eventually does erase Afro. But as we said, it's about the spawn talk. It's all about those rotations. Seattle Surge basically just walk right through the front door. Into the lobby they go. And from there, Seattle looked to be in a great position as long as this gunfight goes their way. Afro's still alive. 1 player toward the backside. That's player 3 in Bance. He's able to stay up as well. So Seattle, they walk through the front door. Minnesota wakes back up, and now they've got the time.
Yeah, Bance just stayed alive the entire time where his teammates are putting a lot of pressure through Sandy's side. They win their gunfights. They're able to flip this spawns. Now chain a good time off of this P2. Dre's going back and forth with the final 30 seconds to be here. This is the last push coming in from Seattle. They're not winning the gunfights. They're losing them all in the kill feed. Now it's going to be Minnesota with a nice little comfortable lead. You have to just win that rotation and next. Afro, my God, Lando, he doesn't miss.
He does not. It's pretty rare if Afro's in the middle of a gunfight and he at least doesn't hit you with a bullet. Guy is absolutely impressive. And on Hotel Hardpoint, he's got a nasty KD as well, a 1.29 on Hotel Hardpoints, and right now he's sporting a 3. Great work here from Afro as Røkkr, as we said, a team that at times does struggle with their breaks. It's now going to come down to one. Can they continue to cause some issues here for Seattle, or could this be the opportunity for them to get back in the game? Understandably so. We stay on the POV of Afro, able to erase Pred. That's now 3 in a row. Still waiting for a bit of teammate support. However, as soon as he hits the deck, he realizes there's nobody with him. Great hold there for Seattle.
Great hold right there from Seattle, the second best holding team that we have on this map. And it was all on the back of Pred and Simp. Pred with the pinch through middle, Simp with the 2-piece through freezer. But now still pressure from here from Minnesota. They're able to execute the break from the front. Unfortunately, the trophy is too strong from accuracy. Takes down Afro. And now Seattle with a great hold on the P3 hardpoint. Going to be able to take the lead right on back. And it's Mack already influencing the spawns when he's pushed out towards back spa. It's now going to force Minnesota to continuously spawn over towards that jewel shop.
One of those many plays that just don't always pop up on a stat sheet. We so often talk about the Seattle Surge, the slaying duo there of Sib and Pred, but without a doubt, accuracy and Mack, they have got their moments. And they're defining situations throughout a game, and right now we're seeing one. Mack with the early plays. However, he eventually falls. Now the pressure begins to fall into Lamar. He also does get found out. So Røkkr able to wipe away those 2 influential pieces, as now back to the gunfights we go. Right now it's Seattle without really a ton of man count. Preferred positioning, but not the members, not the man count to really do a whole lot with it. Sim eventually hops in. Sim will take down 2. Røkkr with the trades, a 1v1 for the time, and it belongs to Mack again. Some close spawns and a race toward next, but right now Surge look good to grab the final 15.
Yeah, Surge looked great. They were just winning the trade battle right there to eventually find the final 20 to 25 seconds and now grow this lead the way that they have. Now off the rotation, these gunfights are going to be big. This is going to be Minnesota fully set up in towards Diner. Afro finds the first, Afro finds two, and Cammy with the third. You win your gunfights. Now it allows you to get fully set up, trying to get back into this one.
You can see the comms coming in from accuracy, just waiting for the teammates to come off a spawn. How do we want to try to break this? This is a hard point that we oftentimes see at the very end of a game. And a lot of moments where there has been some breaking opportunities. Cammy gets a bit aggressive. He eventually has to pay for it. So Surge still knocking. Røkkr not having to give them a reservation. Good work from Bance. He eventually falls. Back and forth we go, but still it's Minnesota with the time. Another lead change that's about to be inbound. And they've got it. 20 very valuable points still to fight for, and a rotation toward parking to think about. Great job here from Afro. A team kill actually that comes in from Bance. A little odd to say the least, but he at least has got the positioning to help give his teammates spawns for next.
Yeah, that's a full 60 hole for Minnesota, and they win the rotation over towards the next. Bance just sneaking his way through back kitchen, takes down Pred. The one that was trying to influence that pinch. Cammy was also the guy who was here nice and early. Takes down Simp. And now Minnesota with the controlled spawn towards the back. They lose their gunfight. Seattle, they find a break, at least for now.
45 points, a lot. When it comes down to the scoreline, what it could mean for Seattle, what a massive swing it could mean now for Røkkr. The big break, the final hard point of the first set of rotations. Let's step aside and see how Seattle Surge are sounding with a listen in.
One more stop. One's gonna go mid. One's gonna show from the back out there. I bottom bed pinch. I ran up middle beds. I don't see him middle. He's square behind the circle. Behind the circle is mid. Behind the circle is running into our. I can't see him. Behind the circle, there's a circle pointer. They're hitting me at all. One shot at all. I'm sitting in the corner now. One shot. P4. Bance is fucking I'm playing over. Bance and Afro roll. It's 2-0. Okay, I spawn here. I'll pick up left. One was on P4, Lamar. One's square. Carry him. Absolute Cammy.
Square, one shot, Bance.
Cammy went bread.
Right side square. Cammy went bread.
Nice, Mack. Cammy went bread, bro.
Okay.
The guy left's gonna go better. Couches on me again. Right side big door. Okay. I'm shouting. I shot him at Carry him dead. Bance is big door. I think it's time. Couches. Got me Afro. Couches Afro. We're missing Bance. I'm trying to get couches. Couches dead. We're missing Bance. Wrap left. Top side big door. I'll kill cat. Top left cat. Right side big door. Dead. Big door. Absolutely big door. What's couches, I think? Back in wrap. Yeah. Couches, Cammy, one old, okay? Honda me? Couches could go P4, one old.
I got the top dead. I got the guy.
Top cat, no.
Okay, top
left cat, just standing there.
Big door.
Top left cat, man.
I heard you.
On the block of time. Block of time got me Bance. This week, get him twice.
One deep left.
Top left cat. He just dropped in time. I got the guy. Last down, Dylan. Perfect. There's spawn in kitchen. I'm holding this. I'm holding this. You can go. I'm holding back. Okay. His counter just came out.
Time dead.
He's one.
Back square.
Dead.
Back square, Afro.
Somebody has to get time. I will, don't worry.
One more there. Play slow, Mack. Okay. I'll get time.
I got it.
And that Seattle Surge spitting hot fire in the comms. Just none of it led to any time off of Minnesota. They kept the better spawns towards Jacuzzi's side and soaked up a lot of that P1 time, which now gives them a 30-point lead going into this next hard point. You just have to hold strong. You have to win your gunfights. The first two going to Minnesota, but the spawns are still going to be here for Surge.
Yeah, can Røkkr finally break? That's the question to ask. Great cover fire coming in from the ARs right now from Seattle. One player, that's Røkkr in the back. He eventually gets found out, so
they cut them all down.
After to turn around, Seattle do what they need to. Everybody's starting to heat on up, going a bit of a spree, and I think it's like the 9th time that I've said it, Jay, but a lead change now toward the direction of Seattle. A slim advantage at that. There's a few members trying to make some plays on the outskirts as Røkkr ready and prepared for new.
Yeah, Røkkr have to back up towards kitchen because it was full 60 hold from Seattle in the first rotation of hard points. It could not break, so you have to be there early to at least allow yourself to get set up. Afro with the stun finds the two-piece towards bottom bedroom. He just simply cannot be stopped, man. 24 and 15 with that SMG in hand. Minnesota, they win the rotation, but look at the spawn. They're coming in from the back, and Bance, he's read it perfectly.
They have no idea that Bance is here. Great trigger, just
the timing.
Oh, he just came around the corner. Accuracy doesn't eventually spot him. Great plays coming in from Bance. Røkkr, they find the lane through restaurant. Bance continues to win his fights. Seattle a bit scattered, a bit separate, as now they have to make their way through the freezer. Cammy, he's locking him down ice cold as you'd like from Minnesota. A great hold as Bance's play will pay off. Røkkr lead change now their direction. Bance eventually drops a big 1v1. Cammy versus accuracy, and Cam will take it. Good heavens. Back and forth we go as now we rotate toward Bar.
And Minnesota, they have the numbers right here. They win the first gunfight onto Pred. They have better control. Trophy systems are not going to help you when you're trying to throw those tacks out. You have to try to get these kills. If you are Minnesota, you know where they're spawning towards back spa. Just have to open up with one. Bance is going to invest that cruise missile. Attach also finds one. The break might be in now.
Could be. Seattle's going to be aware of the streak. They're going to be aware of the close plays coming in from Afro. The tosses of utility come in as well. Seattle trying true, staying strong. Mack and Pred able to combine for a few. One player over at that desk. Pred's going to be aware of it. So many things, so little time. Røkkr rush on forward. Of all the things that they have tossed, Seattle not able to hold on, and now Minnesota 15 away.
They can win the game here. Minnesota just have to hold strong. Seattle are not going to give this one up for free. You just have to at least trade efficiently, and that's going to be 3. That last player's accuracy. You have to take this player down, and you can close it out right now.
Oh, great plays again coming in from Bance. Cammy's watching the cross. Seattle, they keep lining up, but they've at least guaranteed
rotate now.
Another hard point.
Oh,
big 1v1. Attach is able to take it with 1 HP, and that should be it. Røkkr close it out in 4, and it's off the back of a round 11 search and destroy and 2 hard points versus coming into this series the #1 record hardpoint team in Seattle. What a game and what a result as Røkkr guarantee themselves winners at Major II.
And now if you are Seattle Surge, your S&D woes continue in this series, and now you have to go into a major, starting off in the losers bracket. It's so damn tough, man, because they're one of the best respawn teams that we have in the game. But when you're not winning search and destroys, you're definitely not going to win any championships. As they fall short in that one 6-5, you win the control clean, but Minnesota just had the playmaking today. Winning spawn after spawn, the SMGs made the plays, and Minnesota quiet all the doubters and are going into that major with a nice 3-1 victory over Seattle.
Gotcha. I mean, it's impressive. I mean, as you take a look at the maps and modes, like the Mercado was perfection. The Embassy Search Destroy, there was definitely a few issues on it, but they ended up making a very nice early advantage to kick it off. Hotel Control, we'll forget about that one, but I think the story of this series, my friend, is the fact that Minnesota just won 2 hard points. That's a very good sign. I know Seattle's record is not great, but they're one of the best hard points teams in the game. Minnesota, that was our worry coming into the series, was the hard points. They now win 2. How much, I guess, does that make you feel better about Røkkr going into the Boston Major?
I feel great about Røkkr now, because if they're search and destroy, they're not getting first blooded, they're going to find some success. You're winning hard points, even better. So just can't wait to see what they do at the major.
Without a doubt, it's going to be a blast of a time. Minnesota guarantee winners. Seattle will be in the elimination bracket come Boston time. That's going to do it for myself and Jay as we now toss it over to the desk. Puckett, take it away.
Thank you, Papas. Let's get into this one as we revisit the series. It was a quick one. It could have been 3-0. Instead, it's 3-1 with the hard points going to Minnesota. And as Lando said, you're playing against the Surge that is 17-9 on that game mode. So for me, very impressive Røkkr victory. And you saw this one coming. Let's revisit some of the moments here in game 4. Who are the star players for you today? If you're looking to shine a light on some of the studs that could go off in Boston, who are we looking at?
It's Afro and Bance 100%. We saw Afro have an amazing performance throughout both of the hard points in this series. And then Bance as well, man. Situationally, like he's switching up guns. We saw him pull out an AR in that rotation towards Kitchen Hill. Picks up a big 2-piece in the back. Pred knows where he's at, but he still anticipates that kill and finds it. For the Minnesota Røkkr here, like, this is just a great display of the improvements that they've made, and also for Seattle Surge, this is what happens when Pred and Simp aren't going God mode. Simply put, if these guys don't turn up and go God mode, they are not winning series, and this is just stressful, man, if you're a Surge fan.
stressful indeed. I mean, I will say though, I really liked that first map out of the Minnesota Røkkr, that Mercado that we haven't seen them played yet. And it wasn't because other teams were banning it against them. It was actually more so they usually auto-vetoed it. So to see them come out in the way that they did at the beginning of the series was really impressive by the Minnesota Røkkr. They were out-rotating the Seattle Surge. They were holding incredibly well. And that's what we saw the scoreline of 250 to 121. So I'm hoping to see that more often in their map pools.
And you look across the board here, 6-5. That was a round 11 search. That is going to be one that Seattle is going to be kicking for themselves on.
Yeah.
Not clutch is a great way to describe Surge when it comes to the S&Ds they need to win. Minnesota Røkkr, though, I think you nailed it. That Mercado, they shocked us all with how strong they were looking. And one guy who is looking strong across the board in all game modes is our man Afro. He joins us live right now. Afro, congratulations on that win with the W, the 3-1. You're now locked into a top 6 seed entering Boston. What are your thoughts on entering your second major of the season?
More confident than the first time. I feel like our hard points got a lot better. Our S&D, obviously we're 5-3 up, they went to a 5-5, but it's nice to see that we have ice going into round 11. So yeah, things are looking good.
2.33 in Search and Destroy today. It just looked like you were finding every kill you wanted. What was about that game? Was it the communication? Was it just your confidence? What was working for you?
A bit of both, but honestly, I think our comms today have been on point. Like, if you had to listen for the Mercado, our comms are literally unreal, and I couldn't be more proud.
Afro, congratulations on a really big win heading into Boston. And I have to say, at least for me, statistically wise, this has put you in the conversation for me as one of the best SMGs in this game. And I wanted to ask you what that's been like for you in this game. If you just feel more comfortable, is it your team? Is it the environment? What has made you such a solid and consistent player this year?
Honestly, I think it's the team. I think the team helped me set up just for greatness, and I can't thank them enough. So yeah, that's all the team. That's all the team.
Afro, who's the jack dude in the back giving fist bumps?
That's Dill. He's buff. He's buff. That's Dylan. That's Dylan attached, yeah. Yeah, man.
Afro, I wanted to ask you, it seems like you're on the map, you're making plays. It seems like you have more freedom on the map now in this series as opposed to the last couple. Was that a discussion you guys had, or you just went out there today and you're like, I'm doing what I want?
It wasn't really a discussion. I think, honestly, the last few games I've been kind of off my game. I don't know why. Hardpoint especially, I think my hardpoint's kind of been iffy. But this last week, I've been working hard on hardpoint, so that's one of the reasons why I think today you saw me free on the map.
Yeah.
We don't know where you're going to shake out amongst the top 6. If you end up with a second seed, who do you feel you would match up well against? Like, what teams would you want to draw for an opening round?
I want revenge against LAG. That's what I want. I want revenge against LAG.
I love it. I love calling him out. Afro, best of luck. Can't wait to see you in Boston, my friend.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
That was Afro, and I hope he sticks around because it's time to show his scuff play of the game. iLLeY, let's walk the fans at home through this one. The man, he was crushing it.
This is probably, honestly, this play right here, laying down this game is just so difficult to read. But Afro, I mean, the amount of 1v1 clutches he had and the amount of 2 pieces throughout this series that got them out of sticky situations, I mean, just solidifies what kind of player he is. And it's across all game modes, right? Like in this Search and Destroy, he was the guy on the mission. He was the guy clutching. He was the one in the 1v1s and the 1v2s and solidifying the rounds. So big plays out of Afro, and I'm really excited to see Minnesota Røkkr at Boston.
Yeah, that round 11 where he jumps into orange and guns Mack on the stairs, just like ridiculous. Like, how does he get those kills? The guy surprises me every time.
Clutch plays. That is Minnesota with our first W on the day. And remember, you can support Minnesota. We've got the Call of Duty gear all over the place on CallOfDutyLeague.com. Pick up the brand new hoodie, support your squad, pick up whatever gear you want, and wear it to Boston next week. And of course, if you can't make it out in person, you can still rep your squad in game. The team packs are live. iLLeY, which one are you wearing recently?
Recently I've been wearing this Toronto Ultra, but I think I want to try rocking the Minnesota Røkkr one now. That blue's kind of popping out.
I'm liking it. Bottom left for us here. Before we go to break, here's a quick update on our standings. Shout out to the graphics team today. Toronto Ultra, they're done. They're sitting at the top spot 4-1. And now you can see as the Røkkr lock up a top 6 position right behind the Subliners currently. And we'll find out if anyone's going to be able to rise up and catch them. I don't think so. It's looking good so far. Our next match, though, is a big one for Boston. Can they steal the #1 seed? They could do it with a 3-0, but they got to get past the LA Thieves. That's on the other side of this commercial break.
Same crew, but this time, we take everything.
And Dylan Allen has picked up 3 in a row, looking to take care of the entire squad, and he's done it. Long, here we go. Number 2. Oh my God! Drazah! It's all coming in. They haven't got the first thing yet. Kenny on the flank. Kenny on the flank. Kenny!
Welcome back in, everyone. It is already time for match number 2 on a 3-match day, the final day of qualifiers before we head to Boston for major number 2. And with $200,000 up for grabs, seeding is everything in our winners bracket. This is a big one for the Boston Breach and the LA Thieves, especially considering the Thieves are looking at a spot in the losers bracket or the lower bracket if they don't win here. The team is currently 1-3, looking for their second win. Meanwhile, Boston, if they clutch up here with a 3-0, they could dethrone Ultra for the #1 spot on our leaderboard.
Yeah, pressure definitely more so in the LA Thieves court side of things, but Boston Breach, I mean, heading into their own home major, gonna be wanting to cinch that top first seed as well.
Taking a look here at our scenarios, and here we go. Boston 3-0. They become the #1 seed. But look at LA Thieves. We now know that Seattle has lost.
Yeah.
And if the Thieves win, you're in, right?
Yeah, so all you got to do is get a win. It could go all the way to 5 if you needed to. You just got to get a win, and good for them, though, Puckett. They're 12-3 map count all time against the Boston Breach franchise. So they definitely have that confidence coming into the series.
So LA Thieves definitely the underdog statistically, but 12-3 in map count. As we take a look at the 5 maps for today, we have HyDra Hardpoint, Hotel Search, Fortress Control. Go back to Hotel for a second night on Hardpoint number 2, and we'll close it out on El Silo if needed. But Allie, how far do you see this one going? Who's the favorite in your eyes?
I think I could go pretty far because statistically wise, you would definitely favor the Boston Breach in this with the way LA Thieves have looked in this game. But historically, like Ant brought up, the LA Thieves have not been beaten by Boston, at least not very many times in previous years. So it's tough to call it. I will say that HyDra kind of worries me because even though Boston have shown some good things on that map, LA Thieves have like 3 ARs. So I'm worried about map 1.
We got to get into the game right now. And shout out to D Young. He put 217,000 channel points on LA. He believes in a spot in that winners bracket.
Whoa, he certainly believes. He's putting it all on the line, the house, the kids, and all the channel points. Miles and Chance here to take you through what should be a very fun game. And woo, baby, we've had some upset today already. Chance, how are we feeling, my friend?
Confused, concerned. I mean, like, predictions at this point feel next to like impossible with how things are gonna go. Like Seattle, I don't know how you beat New York in 2 hard points and then just get smashed by Minnesota. Things don't make sense. Vegas are losing hard point or losing searches. Florida are winning hard points. It's topsy-turvy. That makes the major that much more interesting. And hey, this is one of the final matches we have to set the scene. Boston, the opportunity going into their major to take the first seed in LA Thieves after a 1-3 start, after having to play with a substitute in Capsule, who, by the way, played fantastic, but playing with a sub, not a fun thing to have to do. So in spite of that, the opportunity is now here for Thieves to make winners bracket as well. So it's just a fun way to, you know, set up the major.
Oh, we have had a PC crash. It looks like someone's gone down for a mo, so we're going to be getting everyone back into this ASAP. And speaking of getting players back in, Kenny, welcome back to the starting roster. Hopefully he's feeling well. Hopefully he's fighting fit. They'll need it up against this Boston Breach team, who are looking to take absolutely no prisoners, looking to secure #1 seed. Exciting stuff, Chance, because it's been a bit up and down for Boston, all things considered, that they are looking at, you know, potentially #1 spot. I'm not sure if on the kind of gut check that their form is that strong right now. Am I crazy?
I think I agree of like, it's not strong to the point where I'm convinced of anything to put like the highest of expectations. But I mean, certainly on the season, I mean, the Boston record is dead even, but it's like almost the tale of two different like qualifiers, right? Like they started off the year 2-0 and then ended up just bombing out after like that first patch comes through, had a very poor performance in Major 1. And then since then, they've been pretty fire and like sort of back to seeing those matches where like Owakening is looking like one of the best players in the game. Their hard points fantastic, and like even across the board there's no like weaknesses really on the Boston Breach team, at least in terms of game modes. I think the biggest thing for Boston, it's really just like their clutch factor. I think I have a question of, right? I think they're 0-4 in game 5s. I think even for the round 5s in control, they're 0-2 or 0-3. So I think it's like more of an ice situation for these guys, more so than an actual like, you know, poor game plan or poor practice or something like that coming to the events. But I mean, if they clean that up, I do think they're going to be a threat for one of the top teams in the game. And of course, if you're saying that about Boston, you have to say the exact same thing for the world champions in LA Thieves on the other side.
Yeah, they still got the rings from last year, it has to be said. They're a dangerous squad. They still have the ability to sort of turn any moment around. But yeah, for Boston, I think you're right. It's the staying power. It's the closeout factor. It seems to be maybe a composure question when it comes to those clutch moments. You just don't always have it. Moments of utter brilliance, though, in the camp. We've seen Nero do unspeakable things. He's definitely one of those players up there when it comes to someone who's going to make the best of a bad situation. Nero, the man to watch. Awakening, a terrifying 1v1 opponent. Methodz, a fantastic leader. And Vivid, another extremely fast-paced player. Boston Breach, if you're a new fan, if you're an old fan, if you're, you know, one of those, I don't know, I've got no other fan jokes. If you're an air conditioning unit, you know the drill. It's going to be all good for Boston Breach. Going into their own major, of course, next week. A couple of us already flying out. We know Chris Tunn is already there, enjoying the sights and sounds of Fenway Park. He's not too far from that one. But here we go, into HyDra, ladies and gentlemen. Second time's the charm. Let's get into this one already. Should be an absolute bloodbath. Can Boston Breach beat the LA Thieves for the first time in the franchise history? And a 3-0 to get them first seed. Let's get it.
It would be impressive stuff if Boston were able to pull that off, but I gotta say, I'm expecting a bloodbath in the map 1. My hard-hitting analysis for this match is the fact that the fist bumps on both the top and bottom of the screen from both the teams, incredibly well coordinated. That means the vibes are flowing, the chemistry's good, and these guys are ready to play. And if you have good chemistry, you gotta make sure you're concerned about that H2O. No water outs, no sticky stuff, no one's slipping through. Gotta keep things contained. Thieves right now, starting on the preferred side.
2-2 split right now for the Boston Breach players, and they have been picked apart either side. Good stuff there on the opener for our men's in the white. That's going to be the LA Thieves so far. No hardpoint time just yet, but they've driven the map straight down the middle and not letting anyone from Boston get across so far. Kills keep going their way again. Drazah on a 2 spree for now. Vivid and Awakening finally get themselves in there, not only with the feed, but they get themselves into the point 2.
Well, good news for the Thieves, though. At least they keep those close spawns in the back, but they know Awakening is going to be the guy putting pressure on the crosses, and it's going to be the guy, Vivid, putting pressure right on the front. And Vivid might have actually found the opportunity to get through. Him and Awakening are in the back, so Kenny's going to get traded. LA Thieves in that moment let a couple players cross and talk about the important gunfight right now for Envoy. No one in the lobby is getting those back spawns. Not able to secure just yet, but it's Envoy versus number 3, and for the moment, I'm not even sure if Boston are aware that he's here.
Yeah, there it is. That's the turn. Here come the spawns now. Ooh, it's like a para drop now for the LA Thieves. Behind enemy lines. It's going to be an awkward spot to be in for Awakening, but he makes the best of it. Big win there against Envoy. Keeps the backline as safe as he can. You still have to worry about Octane. He's the next man up now. Pinch on the point. This should be a cleanup now for the LA Thieves if they can take care of Awakening. Easier said than done. Get it done in the end. 35 points for Boston Breach. They could evaporate right now with the LA Thieves on the point.
Yeah, big moment right there for the Thieves to keep those spawns and get that hill time, and honestly just making the best of a very bad situation. Things could have started to spiral out of control. Again, you start on the preferred side, you expect to get good use out of it. Instead, it'll be a minimal lead going into new, but Boston will be happy for it. Again, solid stuff from the rip, set up on a rotation and really just wanting to get Nero involved and on the board. 0-5 for the moment, but you know this is a player that once he gets hot, he is not going to slow down.
Not at all. Methodz now watches Røkkr inside. He has let a player slip by. Number 6, Drazah, is going to make his presence known in a moment for now. Okay, Zinni's not going to let too much happen there. As Kenny makes his way forward. That front line getting all the more dangerous right now. Boston, good job. Minimap coverage, all good. Awakening the man to clean up those players in the back rock side of the map. So that means that now all you have to do is look towards the front. And that's where Nero is now, looking to find his first kill. on the map. Not going to have it. LA Thieves, 2 players through the front. The break could be good chance. Not quite over yet. The battle's still raging.
Yeah, Nero not having a lot of success with attack 56 in hand. Gotta say, a couple lives where he just does not get the value, and certainly seems like a player that is at his best when he is flying and frying. But either way, it is a 50-50 standoff. The Thieves don't want to be too aggressive in the moment because they do want Boston to keep these left side spawns, but doesn't mean you want to give up the hill time. Drazah trying to keep these players contained, and so far doing a good job, except so far not so good. Number 2 just completely spawns out on the minimap, and Thieves for the moment haven't read this. Octane not looking to his right, because why would you read that spawn? So this is just a big opportunity for Methodz and Nero to make the play.
This is it. Methodz on the back line now, making the peek forward, and he does get it. Job done. There we go. Nero goes from no kills in a row to 4 kills in a row. Good stuff. Now on his 5th. Brilliant work out of him. Looking to get streaks in just a moment. 50 seconds remaining on the point. Then it's a good rotation for Boston Breach. A wonderfully strong start here on HyDra. Here come the Thieves, though. A couple of them submerged, and they've slipped on through. The ruins are now broken into. There's the streaks invested. Viv is going to get another kill on the point, and you are doing everything you possibly can. Back and forth. Boston with the numbers. They're out on top.
And this is just like in prime position. We talk about how Nero had a slow start. By the way, he's almost caught back up to dead even. And in the meantime, someone who did not start slow and has not slowed down, Vivid. 13 kills already to his name. The only player in the lobby with double digits. And now he gets to rain in score streaks from the sky. Kill streaks, rather. And we'll see if he can actually kill something with the crews. At the very least, gets the intel. That trophy is putting in overtime work. But you see what his teammates are doing. They clean house. It's Methodz that's flying in with the Vaznev of all weapons. He picks up 2. You take that information, you win this rotation, and talk about moment of the game right there for Zinni as well. Gets Boston inside and get that lead bumped up even further.
Here comes Nero, fast and furious. Vivid backing him up with the nades there. Now towards the front line. Clock still ticking in the favor of the Boston Breach. Over 100 points now. 14 and 8 for Vivid. What a run from him. You've got Octane on the pincher on the point. Methodz eyes on. Doesn't quite win the fight. Trades are there. Boston still holding down the point. Kenny towards the front side, trying to make his presence known. Can he knock on that door and find his way in? He does, but he meets Nero. Unwanted visitors. Good day, Kenny. Good day, Envoy. This hard point is Boston's.
Yeah, Nero with the Vaznev. It's different. Again, seeing with that gun in his hands, it just always looks and sings so sweet. And by the way, look at the spawn management for Boston. They knew that they let those back spawns open. They're trying to trap LA Thieves on the left side of the map, and even more so the routes. Nero just swam, or not even swam, just took the route all the way across the map, found the only player from the LA Thieves that was able to get out of the spawn trap. And as soon as you win that gunfight, I mean, for LA Thieves now, you're in about the worst position possible. Wrong side of the map. Nero's got the hot hand. Vivid is still frying you, and you just have such a long way to go. LA Thieves, I mean, 42 seconds. I think they had all of that on P1 and P2. Since then, they have been getting obliterated.
It has been all sink, no swim for the LA Thieves so far. Boston, 20-10 for Vivid. We'll check back on him later, because I can tell you what, he's putting up one hell of a performance as an individual this game. And look at that minimap, all Boston so far. 20 seconds remaining here on P1. Nero's going to get a couple of that, and he'll be looking towards P2 now. Envoy, once again, the route man, looking to find something here to give his team the advantage on the press towards the hard point. But so far, he's been sniffed out. He's been identified. The battle now for Vivid. Take care of him. Oh, we can't. Big moment now for Boston. You've got to get these invaders out of the hard point. Let's go for it. Listen in.
Dead.
I said
Are you guys blocking?
He's top down. Okay, Octane's top down.
I'm gonna trap down. Don't I stunned into it. I stunned into it as well. I seen it, bro.
Deeper looking at her.
Back left field. I don't see him. I touch rocket.
Like dead.
Back
Peel.
Hold that.
Looking Peel.
Don't me. I'm going down. I time, boys.
Another one, 10. Octane's hitting low. I'm pretty sure.
Put yourself in.
Bottom out. I'm gonna check with the left. What gets spawn behind you guys?
Turning now.
I'm going deep left.
I don't see him.
No, he's shit rock.
Top red window.
Okay, Drazah shit rock.
Nothing spawn out, I don't think.
Lower door, I mean.
I'm going rock off. I hear rock off.
He's 10-1. 10 weak. Kenny.
Nice, good job.
Nice.
I'm gonna jump top.
Alright, I'm gonna go out of fight.
What can I
I got naded. I don't know where he is. Push out, probably right cover, probably right cover.
I don't see him out.
Wait outside, time. Josh out or weak. Josh hit pipe, drop that pipe.
One step, one shot, one step. He's top red, one shot in the window.
Yep. Outer center, outer dead. Right now. He's gonna be two box area.
John's Boston are hot in the comms.
Absolutely. If I was on their team, wouldn't know what's going on, wouldn't understand a single thing, but these guys clearly are wheeling and dealing, so everything is getting processed extra fast to the point where they might be in the future. LA Thieves have offered them nothing. No one's picking it up in the slang category. Octane's the only one that it is positive, but Kenny and Envoy double negative. And even for the P2, like we saw Envoy taking the route, LA Thieves made the break and then turned it into literal nothing. Boston more or less just able to do whatever they want so far. They got the right side spawns on a money hill as well, and they get a decent setup. Boston are just running away with this game.
We're watching Vivid just run his way through the LA Thieves as well. This is the vision on the outside of the map. That's going to be the cliffside. The battle's raging, and so far, the LA Thieves not winning a whole lot. Envoy now. Can he find his way forward? No. Nero once again in the feed. Big kills. Kenny going for a quick dip after a couple of kills there in the feed, helping his boys get forward, but this is too little, too late. Boston breach over the 200-point mark, and a watertight setup here on HyDra. Through the front, they're trying to hit. Octane may get two. Can they get closer to the point? You've got a player in here now trying to do something. Vivid on the backline again. Awakening in the feed. Clean sweep. Next 20 are all Boston.
And look at this, by the way. Number 4, Nero, is already popped dead silence and trying to work a flank and try to be annoying and be a thorn in their side. Hey, at least Octane gets the trade, though, and keeps it stabilized. So for the first time in a long time, LA Thieves get a setup around the hill. They have the rotation. There's no cruise missile this time to sort of break him down on the entry. But you can see Boston, they're taking approach. They're working on pinches. They're working on crosses. So not going to be easy for the Thieves to hold on to this one.
It's a tough one. Here we go. Drazah's got the back covered. Oh, he can hear something. He can see it now, and he gets one. No more to be had, though. Spawns on the back left-hand side now as the breach reinforcements. They'll be knocking on the back door now at the point. Big shots out of LaRue. Backed up there by Envoy. Good work here from the LA Thieves. Got to keep doing this now for the next 35 seconds at this point, and keep Boston breach on the left side of the map.
I mean, hey, they're doing a good job. They're reading the spawns and trying to keep them contained, but Dolphin Dives are not. Boston are finding ways out, and the player that Dolphin Dive across your POV, by the way, from Octane was Vivid. He's picked up 2 kills in the meantime, including a 3rd with the nade connect on Methodz, but it's enough for the break and maybe not enough for the game, but Boston have just set themselves up so well. 5 seconds away, and they're going to win this one, and I mean, LA Thieves are getting picked apart along the way on that rotation. It's Boston there first, but it is just desperation time for LA to pretend like they can win this game.
It's 5 seconds now for the win for Boston. They've got themselves in the point. They've mopped them up shoulder to shoulder there, and that is map 1. Boston breach. Take it away on HyDra.
And honestly, with no sweat, and if they were sweating, they could just swim it off as well. But I mean, just straight up a comfortable game, pretty much from start to finish. Again, Boston, I mean, they started on, like, quote, the unpreferred side, but had a pretty solid break on P1. Did decent enough on work on P2, even though Envoy was trying to make, like, a sneaky play towards the back and try to get the spawns for his team. And after that, I mean, I think Nero started off like 0-6, 0-7, something like that. Turned his game around into a solid performance overall, and Awakening and Vivid, absolute monsters on the map the entire time. I mean, Vivid had the most tilt time, had the most kills, had the most damage. You literally could not ask for anything more from him. Even the cruise missile that he was able to earn to get the break. And I mean, Thieves truly had nothing to show for anything from start to finish. The only opportunities they had really to set themselves up for success, not able to capitalize, and when the spawns didn't go their way, they ended up just getting punished for it. So fairly dominant map number 1 win, and for LA Thieves, this is desperation time. You win here, you get a winner's bracket. You need to bounce back.
Yeah, the highlights, and it was a lot of sweet moves out of the Boston breach players. Vivid, crazy performance from him. Big wins across the board. Chance, I mean, HyDra's a tough one, man. I mean, there's a lot of routes to be worried about here. It's not easy to actually hold a setup, and players can come from quite literally under the water and out and about behind you, you name it. Boston, though, man, they ran this from start to finish. The LA Thieves, the most success we saw them have. Yeah, I think you were right. P1, P2. After that, dry as a bone.
that's sort of my thing, right? Because if I'm LA Thieves, I could look back at that map if it's a close loss and look at the moment where like Methodz spawns out on the back sort of randomly on a rotation that's just incredibly difficult to read, and I could just like chalk it up to a moment like that. But I think it was a bad enough game that you're just like, there's too many things you have to go and like rework and fix for. There was too many opportunities you created, specifically on the P2 hill, where you should be able to get a decent bit of time when you put yourself in a good spot. But again, the execution was not there, at least not on HyDra, but maybe not something Boston is unaccustomed to. Again, strong hard point team overall, so happy for the map 1 win. To a hotel, we're gonna go for map 2.
Well, a weakened LA Thieves right now, looking a little bit shaky when it comes to the mode. We'll see how they can look in Search and Destroy now. We got a hotel for our first of what is going to be, I think 3 nights. I think the Fortress in the middle. It could be a day trip, but they're going to come back to hotel after that one. Make sure to get the bags. Puckett called that one out. A nice bit of time there in Amsterdam, all the way across to Al Mazrah. Crazy trip, IMO. That's a long way to go for a single day trip. We'll see how it goes. Chance Search, mate. How we feeling? Which way are we leaning?
Look, even coming into this series just outright, I think if you had polled the fans, no matter which way they predicted this series to go, I don't know how many would be confident in either team that they selected. So statistically, on paper for the hotel S&D, LA Thieves have a clear-cut edge. 3-1 record on the map compared to Boston, who are 0-2. And Boston's record specifically, their stats are abysmal because they got 6-0'd by Vegas on it. But that's just what the stats say. I'm not too much of a believer in that for this series, especially not the way this weekend has gone. So it'll be a fun one because LA Thieves, you're expecting to get the bounce back. It's a map they do enjoy to play, but I would imagine that if Breach are letting it through, it's definitely going to be one that they have talked over. And I mean, even just thematically, Miles, for the Breach, it's S&D was sort of the weirdest thing, where at the start of the year, it was the Outbagger Fortress S&D was the only map that they were having success on. And the way they've come into the Major II qualifiers, it's every single time we see them on a map that's not Outbagger, they're starting to get those wins. So I think they had a very clear weakness coming into this split. And Boston, by all means, it shows in just the standings that they're at now, have clearly identified and worked on those weaknesses. So I think they'll have something cooked up for a hotel.
Hey man, they're putting in a lot of good work, and you would want the exact thing going into their own major next week. Again, if you're going to be there, looking forward to it, fans. For those of you who aren't coming, make sure to tune in right here, twitch.tv/Call of Duty all week long. It's going to be crazy. But now, speaking of crazy, let's get in a hotel. Search and Destroy coming up next. 0-2 thus far for Boston Breach. Let's see if they can keep this miracle run against the LA Thieves going.
And again, just to highlight how bad those stats look for Boston. When you get 6-0'd on one of the 2 times you played it, that is going to nerf your offense and defensive win records just significantly. But maybe one of the shining lights on the side for Drazah, his first bloods have been ridiculous. 0.22, by the way. I mean, he's been like neck and neck with aBeZy, if that's an easy way to just sort of address how efficient Drazah has been. And obviously on this map specifically, Drazah has been on point. So we'll see if LA Thieves can convert. We'll see if Boston's have a means to try and shut him down, and we'll see if Nero has an explanation of how somehow he has dead silence popped at the start of the round. Just kidding.
It's so sneaky. He's so sneaky. He doesn't really. He can't. It's impossible. Unless he's cheated, which is also most likely impossible. Yes. Here comes Envoy right into it. Eats him alive. Devoured. First blood. Vivid's there like, you got him? Yes, sweet. Let's go, bro. Right on me. Less than a minute to play with Drazah. Another corner. Another easy kill for Nero. Sensational.
I mean, hey, at least Drazah shot back. Got to tip the cap on that one to not just give the freebie to Nero. And speaking of freebies, Methodz found himself a corner, ready for the pre-fire and ready for the gunny. Dropping him down in an easy round right there for Boston Breach.
A very easy round, apparently. An easy 2 for Nero. And then Methodz with the oldest trick in the book, which is to hide behind the door. Anyone who's ever played hide and seek in their entire lives, it is an absolute staple. A classic. Zinni there, dipping into the childhood memories to win that round.
I mean, hey, hide and seek world champion. That would be a competition I would love to watch. Don't know how you'd organize it, but Methodz would be at the top of my list for players to compete. But again, that was just an incredibly easy round. LA Thieves, kind of like the HyDra, didn't really offer him anything. Only 2 players actually shot back, and obviously a little bit tricky when players are playing in corners, but certainly not a good look. And Boston, by the way, they do this all the time. They drop the bomb and then go back and pick it up. They do it on aBeZy all the time. There's an idea behind it. I haven't figured it out just yet, though.
Well, we might have to ask them, and we'll get the chance in person next week. Nero out hunting, looking for anyone. He's got his eyes on Octane somewhere, but Drazah, that's the comms. Teammates flushed him out of that foxhole and now pushes him into the den of this demon. Octane, can you catch anything with a snipe? Top bedroom side here. Spidey senses are tingling. And if it tingles anymore, he might have to get it checked out. 3v3.
You see how far Kenny is like sort of wrapped back towards the map because they've been looking for Nero this entire time. Awakening jumped, and that is a lot of noise to be made. But so is popping dead silence, but it looks like Awakening didn't hear it. So there you go. Freebie for Envoy. So man advantage right now for LA. They're still very concerned about Nero, but might be forced to be the guy to make the play.
Oh, he's making just enough noise. Octane can hear him. Here he goes. Door gets bust wide open. Oh, it's a pistol. Doesn't quite work out. Trades on point. 1v2, all down to Methodz. Prime position chance. 30 seconds now for Zin.
He knows both of them are underneath as well. He's heard both of these players. He can hear the Semtex going off. He can see the shadow, and he didn't shoot. And I don't think Kenny spotted him. He can make this play for the 1v2.
Here it goes. Easy peasy lemon squeezy for Zinny there. An incredibly patient and well-disciplined round out of Boston Breach.
I mean, again, just clinical, easy. You know, if Octane wins the gunfight against Nero straight up, I think that round goes a different way. I don't know if Methodz is going to be able to clutch the 1v3 when he doesn't have dead silence, but Nero able to gun Octane in that moment. Admittedly has the better gun for the job, but not the best look either way. But even for the 1v2, just neither player on LA Thieves able to find it, sniff out that play. And I think Methodz just being aggressive in that moment, playing up towards bedroom after getting the bomb plant. Absolute difference maker, and nice little 4-0 start for Zinny.
Nero not too far behind at 4-1. No spree for him, though. Damn, good shots out of Octane. Wins that fight from the back of the old leather armchair. Good ears from Awakening. Shame about the shots. Kenny with a big headshot there takes care of him. Vivid answers back immediately. 2v2 as this round has oscillated back and forth. I'm going to get a little bit of quiet now.
And it looks like B is going to be the call. That's where Kenny's wrapping the bomb towards. And Envoy obviously has the opportunity to pinch Vivid in the site. So a split setup right now for Boston. Which just means as long as you're coordinated on sort of this like 2v1 effort, you at least have to trade out this kill on Vivid.
Here he goes. Unfortunate timing from Kenny there. I hesitate to say the old YY, the classic, but Envoy is in a very good spot here. Quietly to maybe nab this bomb and get back into things, but his shot is shot. Gets the kill. Immediate rebuttal there from Zinny as Breach once again 3-0. Envoy a little bit too late to the party there. Zin in full control of the last two rounds.
That's a painful one as well, because that's a, you know, I mean, you just lost the 1v2 to Methodz earlier. You got picked apart in the first round, and now you're in a 2v2 with an opportunity and just cannot convert. Unfortunate for Kenny, you know, just no dead silence makes a little bit too much noise, so Vivid gets the kill, and it just makes a heads-up play. Gets out of dodge, dives across the restaurant, and even though he falls, Methodz is very quick to be there for the reinforcement, so well played 2 versus 2, and Methodz always there at the end of these rounds, getting the final kills.
He is indeed. Can he get the first in this round? Potentially. Here we go. He does indeed. Manages to get Envoy there. Keeps the spree going. That's full streaks now for Zin. 6-0. Adding to what has already been a brilliant performance here on Hotel.
I actually can't believe Drazah was able to dodge those nades as well. I thought for sure he would have at least been tagged up in towards couches, and gunfight like that coming through. Awakening gets left in a 1 versus 3, and obviously with bomb down, LA Thieves looking poised to secure their first round.
Well, they've got to get through Big Wake first, and that is where it's so easy. Drazah, hold that angle. He's going to come around that corner eventually. 40-ish seconds remaining here on the round. Awakening, can he recover the bomb? Oh, it's in trouble now. There's Octane from up top. Kenny's maneuvering in a position to pinch him as well. Drazah's got the couch side covered. All 3 of you, guns up, ready to take on Awakening. But they know. Demon Joe. Crazier things have happened. You have to show him the respect, but what you don't have to do is worry about that clock, because it is running out.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, these are good reads by Awakening as well, but just simply nothing you can do. LA Thieves played that perfectly. Had the bomb down, play a nice little tight setup, wait for the information, and everybody just playing in a safe spot, watching the crosses, no overchalling gunfights, no overcommitments, and efficiently done. And again, I mean, LA Thieves, when they're putting themselves in good spots in S&D, they can absolutely make plays. They just Had a few difficult first few rounds, but looking to get some momentum in their way. And now I'm back on the attacking rounds. We'll see what they have cooked up.
One's all it takes to break the seal and get things going for a team in Search and Destroy. Is that going to be enough now for the LA Thieves on offense? 2 spree for Drazah. Let's see if you can add to the pile here. Trophy in hand, ready to get going. Into the point we go.
Oh, this is just like a day one strat. Run straight at the A bomb site, get the trophy down, and go for the plan. Don't even need a smoke, but didn't have anybody watching the door, not quick enough, so Awakening is going to slow the push down. But LA Thieves, they are all about speed right now. 2 players pushed up towards bedroom. The bomb does get planted, so as far as 3v3 goes, is a great spot right now for LA.
And it's going to be a bit of a slumber party in bedroom. Everyone is lining up for this one. Here we go. Bring your own pillows, kids.
Oh, my
Vivid,
God.
though. He's swinging. He's swinging. He might get a tag with an 8 as well. He does. Envoy, last man up. Give it to him. Vivid. Absolute perfection there on the top of the ladder. Removes Envoy from the equation. And that's the defuse. That is 4-1 Boston Breach.
There's just so many rounds where LA Thieves just aren't, like, they're not finding spots to shoot their guns. Getting shot in the back, getting caught climbing ladders, like in the 2v1 against Methodz. One guy's on bomb, the other guy's looking the wrong direction, and these aren't always easy reads to make, but this is just, I mean, how many times? It is just unfortunate through and through. LA Thieves just never quite on top of the game, and so many of these gunfights, they're free.
That is the classic Boston Breach and clear. Textbook move, baby. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be here all next week at the Boston Major. Let's get it going. Vivid once again, 3 spree for him. An absolute dominant performance in the hard point and now in the Search and Destroy 4-1. Can we see something out of the LA Thieves? Turn this big old ship around.
Oh, Kenny and Envoy working together, and it's going to be the quick hit, and Envoy doesn't get the first, and Kenny does not get the trades. Vivid just runs him over. The cruise missile has at least the intel on Octane being over towards bedroom, and look at where this bomb is going, by the way. They get the double entry over towards B. They're expecting LA Thieves to wrap back, which is the correct call. Octane does wrap back and looks that direction, and this will be a bomb planted A. Octane does double back, but not in time to actually stop the bomb plan, and not in time to get the kill.
Yeah, Nero, not only a resident saboteur, but he also good manners. He shuts the back door, which leads Drazah into his trap. Last man alive, Octane, and he will be dealt with here handedly. Boston Breach. Is history in the making, Chance? Is this it? The first time they defeat the LA Thieves and first seed at their own major.
Oh my God, they're not okay. Kenny shot back at least for the trade, but again, how many times are we gonna see just like weird or awkward timing for LA Thieves when, like, you know, we were watching Vivid have a standoff with the door, I think, for the first 15 seconds of the round, and apparently the moment he decides to kick it open is the moment that Envoy turns away. So this is just LA Thieves, man. They gotta be going through it right now.
Oh, this is tough. This is tough. 5 spree for Vivid. Might be able to get another one here off the rip. He's been so successful in these first blood engagements. He's opening duels. And this time it'll be Drazah getting it, but can he find one for his team and secure himself the streak here in this map point?
I mean, we called out his first bloods for a reason. He is able to collect, and I think Vivid actually... Oh, dude, is this what the Champ's curse is? Like, is it just going to be bad luck? Like, what are they dealing with? Find a rabbit's foot and, like, I don't know, keep it in your pocket. That is so unlucky.
And we get a live shot of the 100 Thieves Cash App compound right now. Nadeshot is running around with Sage in his hand, just trying to ward off the demons and the bad juju. LA Thieves going through it. It's still a 3v3. Kenny smoked. Oh, yeah. My God. Oh, yeah. God. It's done. The last 2 members on the bomb site. Run away from the light, boys. Run away from the light. Drazah's got the bomb. Less than 30 to go.
And it's just, they're going to get shot in the back. They're going to get shot in the back. They're going to get 2 GG, Boston 2-0 lead right now against the LA Thieves. And, I mean, no reason to get excited. No reason to fist bump. And many reasons, I think, for LA Thieves to have pain in their face. You have Boston playing children's games to beat LA Thieves right now. Methodz playing hide and seek. You got Vivid playing catch. And, I don't know, the other 2 could play freeze tag and wait for the control to start.
That was the last sort of few rounds there. Nothing could go right. Nothing. It was so tough. You have to feel for the LA Thieves. That was a very, very difficult map to play. 6-1, the final score on Greenberg Hotel. My goodness. And well, Chance, where do we go from here?
All I saw was Owakening did 181 damage for 2 kills, and when he was in the 1v3, he was getting tags on Octane up top. So he maybe did 90 to 100 damage to get 2 kills. So that's how easy of a game it was for him. And just a wild game for Boston. I don't know, there's not much to say. I mean, 6-1, a lot of unfortunate rounds, not a lot of luck on LA Thieves side, and that's just, we'll move on with our day.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it, Kerr. We're going to go to a commercial break. When we come back, we're playing Fortress Control. Yeah, baby, that's right. It came out on broadcast. A man of my word. We'll see you after the break. Take a look at these shoes, Call of Duty fans, and welcome back. This is Drazah on Twitter, and he's got some fresh kicks, even though him and the boys are getting absolutely stomped on right now.
I was gonna say shoes look great, but his controller might be broken, so like it depends on what you want to look at.
There we go. Drazah, though, a man.
I apologize.
This is uncalled for, but right now this is an unprecedented level of whooping, right, for the LA Thieves. This is not what you would expect from them, but they are not going to be dismayed whatsoever. Rolling now into Fortress Control. This is the day trip we talked about. They've left the hotel. Zinni, Sweet Jesus. He's dropping a 4 in Search and Destroy.
I mean, look, that's obviously only one map, so statistically not super significant, but that just tells you. I mean, again, it just seemed like a very unfortunate map number 2 for the side of LA Thieves. And the fact that you had that unlucky of a performance in the S&D, and it was only a 0.02 difference between that and the hard point. That's not good. Welcome back, I suppose. I mean, Boston looking great right now. And if Boston gets the 3-0, I think they secure the 1 seed going into their own major. So there are big storylines involved right now. I believe in LA Thieves' ability to like make the comeback. I just don't know if it's on their like side right now, if it's in their cards. Octane, though, starts things off right, picks up a big 3, and you've opened the door, opened the floodgates, and you have map control right now for LA, trying to get back into swing of things, and that is not the nade to start it off.
Oh, this is a big moment. LaRue is cooking. He comes out of the break furious. It is 6-0 for Octane. Wow, second segment of B gone. It's a 2-man stack. Give him number 7. Here it comes. It's Awakening. He's going to square up and try to take the fight. And there it goes. Methodz on the flank. It doesn't matter, though. An additional minute and the B zone secured.
I mean, that is quite literally like the human turret back in action, right? Like, I know his comms have evolved over the years. He's taken sort of a backseat role in setting his teammates up, but I guess this series has been bad enough that he just said, fine, I will do it myself, because that is a godlike start. Already success in this round that you've captured 1 zone, and Octane keeps shooting the way he has. Might be able to win an offense, but big wake there to shut things down.
That's tough scenes. And now you're in the trap. This is it. The noose is tightening around the LA Thieves here in this opening round for them as Boston breach defensively very sound. However, smooth moves. LA Thieves like, all right, just fly left in a Zinni. He's on a 4 spree now. Trying to get their way out of this one. Vivid still. Oh, no. Big win from Envoy. That's an opening. Awakening, yep. Head on a swivel. Turn around. You know the danger's coming from that direction now. Octane, a fast investment. Still plenty of time and plenty of lives. This should help. Just outside the range of the trophy system. Good work, Octane. Space to fly with now. Can they get the kills?
It's perfect too, because he's actually just trying to get out and create a little bit of space for his team. So opportunities are here, but Nero with the TAC 56 just there to shut it down, and Kenny falls next in line. And good attempt so far. I'd say even with the cruise missile, I like the idea. Just so difficult on this map to actually get out. The LA Thieves just trying to set up that big moment again.
Yep, that was a great opening. And now some space to work with Envoy. Oh, he had to be the man right there, but Awakening. The bastion of defense towards the backside of the fortress here. He's going to be the man to keep things safe now for Boston Breach. Magnificent work from both teams here. 10 lives remaining for the LA Thieves here to attack with. Can they get through the backline here on the Vivid? This will give them a lot more options when it comes to hitting that A zone.
Oh, that is beautiful timing, too. Drazah ends up, getting a little bit of help from his teammate on the bait in that moment. And now Nero down low. You can see doesn't know what direction he needs to look. 2 players above him. Pressure on the point potentially. And Drazah's got a dance. He's got the knife. Hit him with the shank and move towards the point. Kenny wins the next one. And LA Thieves can get this done.
They're in 16.5. Here comes the stack. It's 3 members of the LA Thieves. This is a massive turnaround. The first segment long gone. The second's on its way out. Kenny in and out, throwing shoulders. Vivid's now quick contest. Oh, they've wiped him off.
Interesting. 4v4.
Should be it. Final 4 lives. Oh, God. Madness in the opening round here on Fortress. Not quite over yet. There is a slither of hope now for the LA Thieves. Fly, boys, fly. Out into the guns. Done. Finished. What a round.
I mean, there's a lot to break down, I suppose, for that one. For the Boston, the good news is you stop the bleeding, you get the nades to come through, you bully back out over towards P1, and you get a little bit lucky towards the end. This is absolutely the best play, by the way, for Octane to open things up just 6-0, get the cruise, get the B zone locked down. But all things considered, Boston might have got the round win, but that is still a wonderful round, I would say, for the LA Thieves. I think they did get an extra tick on the A point, absolutely captured the B zone. So as far as offensive rounds go, that is pretty strong. But then I'm looking at the kills, and Owakening actually got 12. So Octane started off 6-0, and somehow Owakening has 12.
There's a vicious opener from both teams there. Great round, great start to the control. Different look here. Boston not quite as productive, let's say. They do get themselves over towards A for a second, but they're being pinned down somewhat. Let's see if they can find an opening and get themselves rolling. Here come the kills. Mostly LA Thieves in the feed, but Awakening. Oh, baby, he's getting the spree.
Oh, yeah.
That's a 7. He's in. That's space to work with. Now they're on 8.
Yeah, no, we were calling out the kills for a reason. That is the main Slayer in the lobby. That is a cruise missile secured, and that is not a bullet missed. Oh, snaking on point as well. It is only the nades that are good enough to actually shut him down, because the gunfights is not going to do the trick. But even where Awakening falls, you got pressure in the A zone. You got Nero in the base. Very difficult to weed out, and you got to make sure you kill him when you get the chance. Kenny finally there to shut him down, but in the meantime, that A zone nearly locked up.
That was streaks there to try to soften up these players. A nearly finished. Not quite done, though. Single segment remains. Less than 50 seconds to go here. An Awakening, if you can add to the kill pile, that's one thing. Streaks are done, though. 45 on the clock. Thieves are starting to tighten this defense up. Ooh.
Still though, they're just back to square one, and yeah, Awakening's gonna have to be the guy to break out of this one. And great tags in a couple players, but doesn't have much help. And dude, maybe he just doesn't need it. Awakening, this is like, there's like 2 shades of Awakening. There's average Awakening, where like he does all right, looks all right, drops like a 1.0 or 0.9, and then there's godlike Awakening. And that's the one we're getting so far, and they're trying to get good use out of it. But LA Thieves keep it secure. Drazah gets the big 2-piece, and that is a much more dominant round on defense. LA Thieves overall still with the advantage.
That's crazy stuff. The round, though, complete. LA Thieves, they get on the board, tied up 1-1. When it comes to Awakening, yeah, you're right, Chance. There's a few shades of Awakening. We go back to what the last time we cast Boston Breach, talking about the evolution of this team. But for Awakening, I mean, I think it was Ogre 2 who said that there's Awakening, there's Big Wake, and then there's Gig Awake. We're on the border between Big and Gig Awake right now, as he is absolutely playing his heart and soul out. Here we go into another round.
And don't get me wrong, there's obviously the times where like his teammates are out there dying first and getting players tagged up for him to be the cleanup crew, but there's also times where he just flips the switch and fries. I mean, the dude has 20 kills. He got an absolute tippable so far, but obviously for LA Thieves, maybe not the start they wanted to have with the team kill, but still up pretty solidly on ticks. The only thing you don't want to happen for LA is to get completely shut down right here on defense. You just want to get an extra tick or 2 at minimum. If you can string something together, even better, we'll take it.
We'll see again. Whoa, this is how it starts. Oh, big win out, Methodz. That's up close and personal with a Vaznev. Another. Octane checks the wrong corner. Pressure still there. No one from the LA Thieves able to get out. Clean sweep now. Safe side of the map for Boston. Back to their setup on the defensive positions. Kenny, though, trying to keep the pressure alive, and it's tags from Awakening as he is steamrolling his way through the LA Thieves right now. 23 and 8. It's a 3 spree. Methodz has opened a bit of an opening there. His presence will be missed. Vivid trying to make his way forward, and he loses the fight against Envoy. Kenny and Envoy now. Forward they go. Can Awakening slow him down further? Oh, we're on 8.
Okay, and Envoy picking up a massive 2 kills as well, just through the middle of the map, or at least top maps to get out. And now Drazah's picking up a couple kills on the point. So again, if you're LA Thieves, you just want an extra tick or 2 at minimum. Well, they've got the first, so already a decent bit of success. You got Envoy being annoying, toying with the B zone, and Envoy in the minimap just got great timing. So now LA Thieves have pressure all over the map.
Oh my word, back and forth. Vivid's, he's still so close on the outside of that A zone, trying to keep these players back. Envoy is still alive behind enemy lines. Here he goes. Catches Awake sleeping. 20 seconds. He can get himself over towards B. His teammates now trying to clear out those defensive spots on the other side of the map. Methodz now 1v1. Big win from Envoy. Staying alive. They've got themselves onto A. The clock has stopped. Lucky number 13. Will it be lucky for the LA Thieves? Big win again.
If you take down Wake, it feels like a guarantee, and there you go. A zone secured, extra minute to the clock, and honestly, still a decent bit of pressure on the map. Kenny's gonna fall, but Drazah's still a little bit aggressive. He is up top, and he can be a constant thorn in their side. You always got to be worried about him, and maybe didn't want to worry for too long. They take him down, but Envoy, again, just always living inside of Boston's existence. up in their face and making the big plays, but still down on lives, and maybe Envoy can even up the odds.
Oh, it's just unfortunate. He had 10 bullets left in the mag. He might have been able to do a bit more there, but his teammates now trying to make their way in towards the B zone, and without the sort of scalpel-like precision of Envoy, the LA Thieves are not able to get themselves onto B. Here comes the wind-up punch, though. They're looking for as many spots as they can, but what, Kenny wins the fight upstairs in top fortress. Now you got a bit of time. Can you get yourselves going? Last 4 lives for the LA Thieves.
And look, you have map pressure as well, so you can take your time, play it like a retake on the B bomb site. So not an easy thing to do, and if that is the first blood of the engagement, going to be a little bit more difficult after the fact, and the father-son duo can't quite get it done. Drazah is going to fall, and it looks like Boston able to hold on, but all things considered, as far as like the tick battle goes, as far as trying to get the defense for the final round, LA Thieves have put themselves in a beautiful spot. I think honestly they might have already done enough just to force Boston's hand. I think Boston are gonna have to win a round on offense.
It's so tight as well. I mean, all of these rounds are savage compared to what we've seen most of the time here on Fortress Control. Both teams so adept in offense and defense. Let's see what happens. It's a match point now for Boston Breach. Can the LA Thieves pull something out and get that reverse sweep going? They're going to need it. And for Boston, a win here, first seed going into the major.
Oh yeah, clean start right there from Octane and Drazah though. I know last time they overlapped and actually got a team kill at the start of the round. This time, perfect. Drazah able to pick up 3. Octane gets the 4th, and already the instant setup across the map right now for LA Thieves. All the pressure in the world, and again, Boston is going to be hand forced, going to have to win a round on offense, and this one is looking like it's going to be very difficult. Admittedly, Nero does get out, and admittedly, Nero making good reads, causing all sorts of problems, and how does he do it?
Hey, I don't know. I couldn't tell you, brother. Nades in, pushing these players back onto the A zone we go. First segment on its way out, Nero. Seemingly single-handedly fighting his way forward. Methodz has got him covered here. Middle of the map's not that much safer. Awakening, though, he is posted up. Not letting those players from the LA Thieves get into the soft spots. As now the second segment gone, the third on its way out as well.
I mean, that goes from the perfect opening break on defense for the Thieves to Nero just ripping their heart out. I think his Vaznev might just kill faster. I don't know what it is, but this POV, even when you're watching it from other players' perspective, looks ridiculous. But massive moment right here, Awakening the last man standing, just trying to keep a little bit of pressure on the map for his teammates. And I think he was able to do exactly that, so you can get out past P1, you can try to keep the action up, and you can continue to gun these players down. I'm not kidding when I say Nero just kills quicker.
He's a dangerous, dangerous man. Thieves. Some nice signs of life there in the fights. Well, big win from Envoy. Big win. Vivid now up close, though. Managed to get himself on a B for a second. Waiting for the squad. There's no point in him dying on the point they're alone. He can battle around for this map control, try to set his teammates up for another big hit. Back over towards Awake. 29 and 17. Keeping these points safe and sound, but Envoy pushing the front line forward. The trap, though, in that mid-map, it's all Boston.
You can see now slowing the brakes, or pumping the brakes rather, just a little bit to slow the pace down. Octane in a cheeky corner, Vivid back up top. It's going to maybe take an extra team wipe or 2 for Boston to make moves. And again, they'll be happy that they at least have the map pressure, but the actual gunfights around the site, LA Thieves have been pretty secure on defense. And with 40 seconds left on the clock, technically this could end one of 2 ways, but Boston are going to have to stop the clock if they want to think about the lives, and if they want to think about the lives, they need to start winning gunfights as well, because LA Thieves, that is a clean moment for them, winning every single gunfight, keeping things secure.
That's a great look at the LA Thieves. A late game resurgence here, sorely needed. Just over 20 seconds to go. 8 lives left for Boston Breach. Can the LA Thieves keep it tight, keep it together, force another round? Kenny from downstairs. As Octane gets his eyes plucked out, that gives a bit of space to fight now forward. The B zone is knocking. Drazah, the only man up to hold back the tide. Here come Boston. Tags are in, can't take care of weight. The flank covered as well. Vivid now over to Octane. He managed to pull his tag forward as well. Drazah with the kills. No lives left. Boston. Nero last man. That's the round. We go to a final.
Ooh, and maybe a little bit of a nail biter towards the end, but LA Thieves still on point on defense. They had the one bad moment where Nero just goes and rips through him and picks up 3, but stabilizing after the fact and didn't even need the spawn trap. And here's the look at it, by the way.
Brother.
Oh, he was one shot. I didn't realize he was one shot in the middle of the map. That makes so much more sense, because I swear I thought that guy was going to win the gunfight, and Nero just obliterated him.
That's the Nero we talk about. Yeah. One of the most explosive players in the Call of Duty League. You give him an inch, and he will take a continent. Over to the LA Thieves now, though. This is it. Do or die. You lose this, first time you've lost to Boston Breach in the franchise history. Thieves, they got a little bit of a better record when it comes to these control round 5s. However, this is a completely different look in Boston. Let's see what happens. And so far, good starts out of Drazah.
Yeah, I actually forgot about that. The sort of one detractor from Boston Breach, while the record looks decent across the board for every game mode, it is these clutch moments, and a round 5 for Control is exactly that, and they're not in the best spot. Just the fact that they're on offense, and more so that they are much more stuck in their spawn than they were before. I don't know if Nero or Awakening have a little bit of magic left in the pockets, but Kenny right there to shut him down, and this is, what, 28-23 on lives? Best looking round we've seen on defense so far.
Really good. Out of the LA Thieves. How long can they keep it going for? Well, they need 45 seconds worth of good time, but will they get a little too eager? 2 players have managed to sleep on out. Drazah might have eyes on them. And maybe too late. Oh no, good timing, good shots. Oh, beautiful 2 from Drazah. That's massive.
Oh yeah, he's challenging for sure. Next player in line. Vivid's gonna fall clean shots as well for every single one of them. And I don't know, Boston have had great looks on every single round, but this one just not enough in the tank. 17 seconds to go. There's still plenty of pressure on the map, and Drazah on the 4 spree looking to finish the game with the cherry on top. That is obliteration in the round 5, and that is LA Thieves bouncing back after that S&D. Miles, we might have a series on our hands.
Just maybe, baby. That is it. LA Thieves managed to stay alive here on Control. The stats don't lie. Sometimes they lie, well, not lie, but they don't exactly paint the greatest story. But right there, Boston still unable to find the magic in the round 5 of Control. The LA Thieves buy themselves a lifeline here in the series, 2-1. As we go back to the hotel, take care of some business in Hardpoint, get our bags and check out.
And I do tip the resolve from the LA Thieves as well, because obviously, you know, a pretty tough first hard point. Things just weren't going your way, and well, if things weren't going your way for map 1, you have to crank that up to 1,000 for the map 2. How many rounds got ended of you just getting shot in the back? The number 2 piece even on that Control of players on LA Thieves just getting shot in the back, or for the S&D, excuse me. It was just unfortunate. It was unlucky through and through, but they stabilized, they bounced back, and even literally from the jump of round number 1, LA Thieves stringing together a little bit of success on offense, and typical performance as well. 34 kills from Envoy, absolutely destructive in the damage category. And maybe the most important stat on the map, Envoy 17 kills on offense. And I know Awakening had 16, and it seems like he was right next to him. Envoy only had 2 rounds to get that done compared to the 3 for Awakening. So 17 on offense is utterly ridiculous. Envoy put on a show and at least bought his team away to a map 4.
He really did do everything for the squad there, trying to make those plays happen. Kudos again to the LA Thieves staying alive here. Let's see how far they can go. Boy, we really saw it all in that Fortress Control chance. A lot of fun both ways. Usually very, very defensively heavy, but those defensive rounds, God, they were exciting as well. Boston, not out of the woods just yet. They've built themselves a fantastic lead here in the series. It's 2-1. Can they keep up the pace on this next hard point also? That's the big question again, because if you get to that final map, that final search and destroy, again, it's the closing power of Boston. You end these series as early as possible. The deeper you go, the worse it gets.
And I know this is a very particular thing to sort of call out and point out, but that knife kill from Drazah, by the way, I think we'll start to see a few more of those instead of going for like a drop shot reach out with the Vaznev up close. So just like if you're tagged up and you know the guy's going to come through a doorway, just hit him with a knife and it'll be a little bit quicker. And obviously very particular situations, but I think Drazah in that moment just showing a good head for the game. So LA Thieves doing some of the little things right, and again, if they could just get a little bit more luck on their side, I think maybe we have a slightly different series on our hands, because otherwise, again, Boston have been looking dominant. They've been looking scary, and I know without the 3-0, the first seed, no longer on the horizon, but still looking to end their split with a 4-1 record, and I mean, potentially be one of the favorites going into the major.
We'll see if the rest of this series reads out blah, or if we get a blah blah. Okay. If that, you know what I'm saying though, because there's a B and there's an, you know what I'm saying. Come on, chat. Come on, chat. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Hotel Hardpoint coming up next. aBeZy, search and destroy if we have to go the full distance. Now this could be a blah if we do get the LA Thieves winning this one, or a blah la 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 Sorry, I've confused myself now. Kenny loves it though, so is Drazah. They're having a good laugh at that joke. Appreciate you boys. Thank you very much for having my back here. Hotel hardpoint though chance. This is going to be an incredibly important one for Boston Breach. I think this is when the nerves are starting to sink in. You absolutely smoked them on HyDra. The search and destroy was outstanding, and that was a very, very closely contested battle on Fortress. Do they have enough in the tank to blow them out again in a hardpoint?
Blowout might be a bit too far because I think LA Thieves, the guns warm, they got a little bit of the sort of the vibes flowing again. And obviously, if Envoy just dropped 34 kills and led the lobby in damage, I have high expectations for his potential on this map. So I think it'll be a close one. And obviously, for the record for LA Thieves, maybe not the best overall when it comes to the record. But the fact that you're not the best, well, that's actually, I didn't realize that. You have one team that's fantastic at rotations, the other team that's fantastic at breaking. That's an interesting little dynamic we'll have going into this map.
Look, you could not ask for a more bizarre dynamic between both teams. Watch for Boston to roll to those hard points first. Watch for the LA Thieves to break them just as easily. What a matchup this could be. Here we go.
If nothing else, I think that would almost be the opposite. If LA Thieves can just focus up on some of these rotations, specifically P2 and P3, if Boston are that poor at actually breaking the hills, more opportunities, I'd say, for LA Thieves, at least, you know, statistically in that regard. And nice little start. Octane shutting down Owakening, keeping control of the map, and you see all the pressure for LA Thieves on the right side of the map. It's Drazah and Vivid right now in a little standoff, but Vivid has the jump, and I think Vivid already thinking about that rotation.
Yeah, these little sort of sorties in the first hard point. It might not amount to too much, but you're looking towards the battle, towards the right-hand side of the map. That's where Envoy is. Wins it against Vivid. Over you go. Awakening guns up, ready for this. Drazah now. He's trying to provide that support, provide the backup. Kenny fills the space immediately. Kills there for Boston Breach. Great work. P1, solid time. Final seconds theirs. And if Drazah can stay alive here, this would be something. But he is surrounded.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that was a player a little bit too fast. Vivid, light speed, able to get towards the back, but Vivid also completely by himself in the back and does get taken down. So there's that first important rotation coming through. LA Thieves able to get it, and if you Boston 10th in the actual breaks on this map, massive opportunity right here for Thieves to try to run the show, but Methodz through the wall, having a nice little start.
No problemo. Big one out of Envoy once again. Nero on the other side of the lobby finds his kills. 35 seconds remaining here on P2. And LA Thieves, they're the players in there, soaking up that time and the damage by the looks of things. Staying alive, though, that's the important part. Keeping the time theirs. Awakening, though, one player at a time. Here comes Methodz into the TAC 56 of Octane. Holding it down, and that's bad time.
That is incredibly unfortunate timing. But, I mean, the good news is, I don't know exactly if you would count that as a break for Boston. I know they get it eventually, but it's only for the scrap time, and that is turned into a moment for the rotation. Methodz, though, is in the back, and LA Thieves not heads up just yet, completely unaware. Now they're starting to turn around, so I think they're trying to count players, see if anybody got through, and looking at the back door now, they figured it out.
Kitchen. What a hard point this is. Nero looking to find something there. Drazah, nice shots there with attack up close and personal. Awakening and Methodz into the feed, into the point. They're going to fly. Here comes a red-hot Vivid. Cooked, though, by Envoy. 3 spree from him. Still one player on the back line. Here comes the pinch. Octane, though. Woohoo! Looking good. Subtane finds 2. LA Thieves hold.
I mean, this is perfect. Again, 2 for 2 right now on the rotational battle. Boston not the best of the breaks, and the last one probably doesn't count because it was only for the scrap time. And I mean, 25 seconds left. Now it's best case scenario. You're just fighting for scrap time for Boston. They're going to give it one more go, but you just see in the feed, LA Thieves getting all of the kills. Envoy's gone on a 5 spree, so he is not slowed down at all from the control. There's the cruise. Here's another rotation, by the way, where LA Thieves might just run them over is Envoy. Setting his teammates up, making things easy for them. I mean, maybe the close spawn comes through, but LA Thieves now surrounding the new hardpoint.
Not quite in there yet, though. There we go. Envoy's in. Clearing out trophies, bottom bed, top bed, you name it. They're all over the shop. And Envoy is chilling. Kenny now on the flank, though. Into the point he goes. Stacking things up. Octane's trying to clear out the bedroom side. Shots are in. Finds himself a few more. Whoa!
Okay.
It's a 6 spree for LaRue.
Yeah, and you can see in the player cam how he felt about that one. A very calm, oh my God, did I just do that? Well, yes, he did, and he hasn't been stopped. Maybe the battle isn't between LA and Boston. Maybe it's Envoy versus Octane for who can get the most kills, and right now Envoy has retaken the lead.
That's another to the pile But both of these players, rotation's already going down as well. Look at that mini-map, 5 and 6. They're making their way across the map over to the restaurant now. Pre-drinks at the bar are done. Now over towards the dinner table. 1:30 and climbing. And man alive, the LA Thieves, they are looking hot in game. Let's go for a quick listen in, see how they sound.
One is either couches or iBeZy. I can't tell. Couches. And other guy made lobby. Okay, caution lobby. Caution lobby.
I'm pitching to white. I spawned down.
Spawning behind you guys.
I'll take caution.
What's shot, miss that.
They're both one shot in.
There's one behind you. Yo, freeze them.
One shot freeze on you. I spawned in.
I have one now. I'm shooting one with you.
I have freeze. I hear you. I have my caution.
I have freeze.
Caution left corner. Caution left corner.
Hold like this.
Very good.
Double cat. I hear you. I have secret. Secret dead.
I push
Freeze it in.
I push them. Nobody does.
Another one.
Nice. Another one, I think. Could be freezer or left. Caution, left, right side. It's a huge shot. Nice. One could be one.
I
have one.
Let's get top.
One was one. I have one.
You have another streak. We streak through.
I'll go right. I'll go right.
Break through kitchen, I guess.
Yeah. Okay.
We get in kitchen first?
Yes.
I'm getting kitchen first.
Yeah. I'm going freezer.
Try together. Triple try together.
I'm about to jump in.
Nothing back door?
It's all.
Back door.
I'm trying to back door.
I cannot kill this guy. I'm dead doing it. He's backdoor right corner.
I got naded.
Backdoor right corner is in it.
Okay. I don't know.
Might be underneath the wall.
Just live. I'll streak. I'm in kitchen.
We can streak.
He's pushing kitchen. Hang on. I'm getting closer front.
Yeah.
Right door kitchen. I'm streaking right now. Right door kitchen.
I saw it open for you.
One back door kitchen. Couch is 2 on time.
He's in couch. Couch is high door.
I'm naded. I'm
knocked out fast. Yeah, spawning behind us.
I don't see him. I don't know where I died from on time.
Bottom hit.
World-class comms from the LA Thieves on the approach now to the hard point. It's Awakening in the feed with a couple chances, but man alive, Boston, they are falling apart here. Big win, though, on the last chance there for Nero. They hold the point.
And, you know, the comms were absolutely fantastic. I think that might have been one of the only moments where they dropped the ball a little bit, not using the streak early, not having a lot of success on the break of this hill. But other than this one specific hill, LA Thieves have been absolutely lights out. Boston just right now clawing for any opportunity to get back in this game. So not the best first set of rotations. You're down by about 80. There is potential for a comeback, but a long way to go.
Man, it's a long way to go. 81-point lead now for the LA Thieves. Looking to see that change now in a P1. First set of hard points complete, now over towards the second. And it has been a devastatingly strong performance from the LA Thieves. Kills go their way. Octane, Drazah. It's 19-7 for Sam LaRue right now as he is having a fantastic time in Greenberg.
And this is just feeling like, well, no opportunity for a comeback. Maybe until there, but I mean, LA Thieves trying to be on point on the rotation. Kenny's already sort of making moves over towards New. He's actually tucked himself into jewelry, so we never actually got the back spawns, but so much time to work with on these gunfights. And you see in the feed, LA Thieves picking up a couple. I mean, Vivid's in the back, but Kenny's going to be grouping up with his teammates to approach this one. If LA Thieves get this break on this hill or win this rotation, should be good for the game.
Oh, yeah, it's the big wins there. Methods to pick up the pieces. Massive work out of Vivid there to keep Boston Breach with a foothold here towards P2. Hard points theirs. Over towards the spot. That's where Drazah is. Tags are in. That nade so close to the face of Vivid. The reach out. Big win. Stays alive. Keeps this side of the map safe as his teammates now soaking that time.
Okay, and there's a team kill as well for LA Thieves. That's going to slow the push down quite a bit. So Boston, a little bit more secure. Method's going to be in his home. That is a head glitch. He does not need to leave anytime soon. And be able to pick up 2 and maybe 4 in a row in that location. And this is a 4-man wipe right there for Boston. But I was going to say the bigger problem, but actually they can win this rotation as well. It's Vivid by himself. If I'm Boston, send everybody else. Help them out. If you're trying to make the comeback, you don't want Vivid to have to fight 4.
He has to fight 4. Here comes the first. Wins it. Nades are out now. Here comes the reinforcements. The rest of Boston Breach flying through the stock room. Octane on the back window. Not going to be an easy thing to hit. The Deady's there, so you might not be able to hear these players, but you know they're coming. A perfect 60 on P2, and here comes the hit. And it's Demon Joe. It's Awakening. Finding the backline wide open. Method's now trying to get involved as well. Can Breach get in here? Slowly but surely. Don't let the reinforcements now for the LA Thieves. Get in there. 2 down. 2 to go. Breach. It is not over yet.
Yeah, they timed up the pinch, but still players for LA being annoying inside. Methodz has to get a couple in. Him and Awakening trying to hold it down. It's Octane by himself, but Methodz needs a gun for the job. Has a knife, is looking around, but dude, you just gotta go. Bait for your teammates something. He does, and gets Boston inside. So you still have him home. You don't flambe anybody, but you still get the kills. And Boston, 20 seconds left on this hill. It was an 80-point lead at one point. They're going to chop it down to about 15 or 20 unless Envoy can win this gunfight.
Here we go. It's a big snake off. Oh, my goodness. You never expect the flat belly snake there in the storeroom. Envoy just lane prone, gets it. Boston with a couple more seconds. An important 7. Over to bar we go. Back and forth in this crazy hard point.
Oh, and Vivid found the entry as well. He took down Octane, so he's going to be out of the picture for the moment. You got Methodz calling in the cruise, but his teammates have won all the gunfights. You know they're going to be trapped in the back. The cruise does nothing, but the teammates still win most of the gunfights. LA Thieves, at least for the moment, they're out of the hill.
Seemingly an infinite number of streaks right now for the Boston Breach players. No one really out and about here. Kenny might get caught. That will help somewhat. There we go. Doesn't land, but the kills are there for the rest of the team. Methodz under the point. 4 spree for him. Over 200 points now for Boston. With 30 remaining here. Chance this ain't over yet.
I don't know how this is happening. That is 2 cruise missiles on a hill that is indoors. Neither one of them get kills. I saw 3 in the feed for LA Thieves. And somehow, at the end of all that, Methodz is the one in the point. Now Vivid looking for a couple trades as well for the final bit of scrap. Boston did enough at least to force it to new. I don't know how this comeback has been orchestrated, but I do know Boston are here in the restaurant, set up, ready to go.
They are singing. Ready to roll here in the restaurant. They can win it here. It is not going to be easy. They've got to hold it all. Here come the Thieves. First man in. Zinni takes care of one. Over to Envoy. Gets himself another. They managed to clean up. Big work out of the LA Thieves. That could be it. Boston have still got a chance to fight their way in. Can Nero get this done? The rest of the squad is on the outside, but Octane, the human turret, lines them up, guns them down, and forces us to a map 5.
Ooh. A stressful one indeed, but I guess they got it done. And even for Boston on that restaurant hill, I don't know how, but it felt like they just let LA Thieves sort of like just walk into the hill, not put a lot of pressure in the moment and let them get a little bit too close. But that being said, I mean, that was an impressive comeback either way. So maybe for Boston, not the worst look going into the game 5, but neither team in this moment is going to be comfortable on the 5th and final map. Another strong performance out of Envoy, certainly more so in the first half compared to the second, but 31 and 21, absolute class these past 2 maps. Led the lobby in damage as well. And if we're calling out the important ones, 15 kills on the objective. So him and Octane absolutely holding things down.
Yeah, crazy work indeed. 31-21, Dylan Hannon, Envoy. What a brilliant run from him. And look at this. It is a blah-la. How will it close out? I can't help it. I can't help it. It's one more to go in this series. iLLeY, search and destroy as this coast-to-coast showdown and this sort of strangely exciting rivalry between these 2 teams. Boston have yet to defeat the LA Thieves in the franchise history. If they win this, they get first seed. If the LA Thieves win it, they manage to secure winners bracket. We'll find out what happens after the break. Here we go, game 5. We're not going to waste any time whatsoever. Chat, we're going straight into this one. LA Thieves, Boston Breach. A lot on the line. Can Boston Breach finally break the curse and win a series against the LA Thieves and secure first seed at their upcoming major? Or will the LA Thieves do what the Thieves do and beat Boston?
Well, I mean, obviously, Envoy, standout player. First 2 maps, not too great. Second 2 maps, absolutely fried. I will say, the standout things for me for the map 5 is the fact that Boston Breach 0-5, or yeah, there you go, 0-4 on the map 5s. I might have gotten a little bit ahead of myself, but it's just the ice. Like, they're a very solid S&D team, just not in game 5s at all. The record has suffered in these moments, and for LA Thieves on this map, they have a 1-5 record overall, so they have been not successful at all in getting wins, but they have the best first blood percentage in the league on this map, so they create opportunities. They just can't convert, so neither of these teams really in a good spot.
Bomb down an A. May have a man down, but with the bomb planted, you're going to force the hands now of the Thieves in, and great timing from Envoy. He's cleaned out the entirety of the A bomb site. Vivid now having to make his way in from the outside. Owakening has the back doors, but Envoy, a dangerous man on the inside of aLLeY. He's spotted the nade out. Will he be able to make the reads here and get things going? Vivid, big win once again. Dylan Hannon on the bomb. That's the defuse. Awakening, though, is still alive and kicking out here somewhere. Into the fight, though. Octane, what a snap. That's the round.
Shuts him down, and big plays from Envoy. Again, past couple maps, he has been on a different level, and that round he delivers as well. One of those interesting moments, I think if Vivid doesn't throw that Semtex, his position isn't known, and maybe Boston have a slightly better chance of making something happen, but obviously Boston very concerned about the bomb being defused, so they were forced to do something. But either way, retake on point, kills going their way. I think the first blood is well to follow. Quick and easy round right there for LA Thieves.
It was quick. Maybe too quick. We won't be seeing too many dead silence or trophy systems into round number 2. But we'll see what happens here. LA Thieves now on offense towards the defensive side of the map. That's going to be Boston Breach. And a big fan out. You can see Awakening deep right there. He's got tags in. He is in trouble now. Thieves will start to apply some pressure here. And again, he's so close to that dead silence. Not that's going to make too much of a difference here. Bomb still making its way in towards mid.
Yeah, and you see there, well, if they're wrapping it back, that means instead of dealing with Awakening, they're trying to find someone else. And I was going to say Nero was in prime position, but he gets dropped, and LA Thieves jump on it immediately. I mean, that A site wide open, bomb's going to get planted, and I think Drazah spotted Methodz in the back. He's creeping up for the chow, and Drazah had it the whole way, but Vivid does get a kill in the meantime, so it is a 2 versus 2.
And he didn't see the tiniest of shoulders. Vivid Awakening now versus Drazah and Envoy. 30 seconds, the bomb goes boom. Boston's going to take care of these defenders and hit the defuse. And it's a pinch now. Drazah on the perfect flank. Envoy just trying to hold them in place with a little bit of damage. What a snap onto Vivid. Envoy proving to be simply too hot to handle. Awakening making a lot of noise, whether it's the doors or his feet. And the gunfight is won by Drazah. LA Thieves again.
Oh, man. I mean, it's almost like they see Envoy just his name tag and get a little bit scared, because I feel like he should have been cleaned up in that moment, but clean shots out of him. Again, the hand has been hot. He's been very crispy, so he delivers. Quick sip of the water, getting ready to go for the next round. LA Thieves, again, very unfortunate first 2 maps. Since then, they have been on fire. And for this team, this is winner's bracket. They get the win. They make it to the top side of the bracket for the major. There's a lot of pressure on this team right now.
Yeah, it's huge, man. 2-2 split. Boston. 2 hitting towards B, 2 flying towards A. Heavy hail of gunfire has forced Vivid to literally just hit the deck. He is in so much trouble now. He might be able to regen, but again, there's not a lot of directions he can change here. Thieves don't have to guess too much. Run, Vivid! And he's out.
And all that pressure towards the field as well. Vivid draw enough attention that, I mean, the A bomb site was effectively given up for free. So Thieves are going to trust their retake in this moment. You got Kenny with dead silence working a flank, Awakening playing even deeper corner as well. And the stuns don't connect. Boston knows someone's back here. And I was going to say, you don't read that, but Awakening turns. Everything falls, and the round just crumbles. And Methodz can't even win the gunfight. Drazah guns him down, and talk about a team. His story from the map too. Everything just fell into their lap.
Oh my word. That was a round, ladies and gents. I mean, this gunfight was tough indeed.
Oh dear.
Yeah, my goodness. Even with that heavy, high lumens LED ceiling light blinding Drazah, he could not miss. A big win. And the Thieves are starting to run away with it.
And I'm just thinking about that 0-4 record in the game 5s, just like that. I mean, even they were 0-2 on the round 5s for control. And admittedly, if you get offense on aBeZy, it's just going to be like that. But this is, I mean, it's the theme for the Boston team.
It's not the theme they want. A well-rounded squad otherwise, but they've yet to find the success here in the game 5s. Here we go, Vivid. Nades up. That's going to land. No, doesn't get any damage in, but again, lots of information passed over. Here comes Boston. The 3-man hit towards the backside of B. In they go. Fast plant. LA Thieves. Can they get out of the site, or are they going to take the battle on the inside? Drazah, guns up. Here we go. Nero first into the feed. Awakening trades abound. Drazah gets a 4 spree. You're running out of numbers. It's going to be streaks there from Envoy just before he dies. Oh man, it is all down to Awakening. What have you got, big man? Try to find the kills. It's a 2v1. It's still doable.
I don't know about that. I feel like we're watching Drazah's perspective, and Drazah is just in it to win it. Yep, hits him with the beat down as well. Drazah over by that site was different. The shoulders were clean. The stuns were perfect. The comms were there. Even got the support from Octane down range, and I mean, it seemed like in that moment Awakening might have had to jump, but I'm telling you, Drazah moving a little bit too quick right now. And that was a round where he was just able to do whatever he wants. They just ran straight at that site, got the bomb down effectively for free, and just made the big plays happen. And that is just the tales of two different halves of this series. Boston started out could do no wrong. Now they have nothing seemingly in the tank.
Sadly, the longer the series goes, the more dire the scene for Boston, but it's not over yet. Crazier things have happened. The stats are not on their side, but maybe the COD gods are. Slow hit towards A.
Oh, he can hear everything.
So can we. The thunderous hooves of Methodz there as he stampedes his way towards the top side of the map. Nero on the back, though. He's dead, finished. He's going to have to pump the brakes.
I mean, this is just a wild perspective on the minimap. Envoy, I think, is reading it. Well, you're going to read that if you open up the door. Still wins the gunfight, though.
Excuse me?
And Boston are winning it all. Drazah gets traded out, and Boston finally, they were able to just turn the map on its head and get enough players in position. They now have the man advantage, and they should be able to get this bomb down. It's Octane and Kenny for the clutch.
It might be time, though, that wins it here for the LA Thieves. The patience paying off. Oh, God. Octane wins a big one first. Trade on the second. Maybe not. Nero. We'll get it. 2v1. Awakening and Nero. Can they keep this together, or can Kenny do something absurd? He may have made the read onto B, and he sees the ankle of Awakening.
That's a big foot.
Now it's extinct. Kenny, 1v1.
And he has so much time. Obviously, he knows Nero was just on site. You're expecting Nero's got a vast nev. Right now, Kenny just waiting for him to rotate off, and if he never sees any rotation, you're just expecting him to be near that bomb.
Will nerves get the best of Nero? Or will Kenny? No, he doesn't.
Teams.
There it is. The seal is broken. A single round now goes the way of Boston Breach. Is this enough to turn the tide?
Well, that's at least maybe some wind in your sails for Boston. Good plays from Nero in that moment. Gets great use out of the dead silence for the positioning early on. Wins a gunfight. I don't think he had any right to against Envoy early on, so nice little bounce back there. And even for Kenny, just has the position around the bomb site, has the right gun for the job, has the angle through the window, and Nero does play it perfectly. So Boston, for the first time in a long time, maybe a small sign of life, but keep in mind Envoy does have that cruise missile. And that was full speed ahead, but hey, there's Nero raining from above. That's a way to start the round.
What a delightful start. He's on a spree, baby. Drazah now heavily pressured. Wow, so close to being taken care of there. Methodz, he lands a peach onto Kenny as well. So now Drazah 1v4. Methodz with the reads. Guns are up. Here comes the remainder of Boston. And this round is done. One round at a time. Boston Breach.
And nothing to break down there. The only trophy in sight for LA Thieves is maybe the World Champ trophy they have in the background, because it was not near where those grenades were landing. So that is about as easy as a round is ever going to get on iLLeY, at least for S&D. And there's the peach from up top. Again, nothing crazy about it. I mean, that is textbook. That is something that a lot of teams will do on most of their rounds if they're ready for it. And I think the only people not ready right there was the Thieves, who don't want to let the game slip away. Again, a 4-0 lead. It's only 2 in a row for Boston, but talk about the cruise missile Envoy was able to get. Well, Nero's got a toy as well.
Cammy extremely handy here on the silo. A lot of open space to work with as long as you keep that B-bomb sight. Your target. Let's see how it goes. Drazah might have just been off way more than he can chew indeed. Nero, 7 spree for him. Nice first blood.
That was an interesting sign. I think, yeah, Methodz actually died up top, so I think Drazah was looking for that kill if he needed it, but Nero's looking for every kill because that is now 8 in a row.
Wait a minute.
Nero could do no wrong. You know he's going to gun Envoy. Honestly, that's the battle right there, but Envoy gets spotted, and Nero has already done his job and then some. Bought his teammates enough time to get the bomb down. Watch the crosses as well, and Nero right now, Mr. Do-It-All.
Nero. Another round. Boston breach. 11-4 for Nero. It is far from over. But oh boy, are we seeing something here?
Oh, he's starting to get a little bit of bounce in the cam as well. This man is feeling it in the moment. That is 9 kills in a row over these past 3 rounds. I know some of those have literally fallen into his lap with the grenades, but the gunning and the positioning there as well. I mean, he's out killing his entire team combined right now. Nero trying to put on a show.
Can he nab another and make it a 10 spree? And on the other side of that wall. I love this timing. Number 10.
Oh my
God. Is he feeling it or is he feeling it? Streak might land. Awakening's in trouble. Oh, doesn't get dropped. He was on the inside of the building. 3v3 though, still just over a minute.
I mean, look, if you're LA Thieves though, you got Nero killed with that cruise. I know the cruise didn't get it done, but you take out the most important man, you're feeling a lot better about your chances.
It really was all might there, man. It was all good now. Will Nero. Oh dear. Big win out of Envoy. Plant now from Drazah. You got numbers for the LA Thieves. Post-plant position now. Octane's just trying to soften up that door, make sure no one comes through it, but that's exactly where Boston Breach are making their way into the site from. Here comes the attack. Nades in. It's going to soften up Octane. Methodz hit Deddy. He's on the flank now. Can he win that battle on the inside of the sort of Røkkr room as they get closer and closer to the bomb site?
They're trying to get together too. It's like the double flank coming through. Methodz is going to be up top, 1 player down low, but you got to win all the individual gunfights. Last 2 players on site.
Last 2 on site. 15 seconds. You got to get a go now. In Awakening flies onto the site, finds 1 kill. 1v1. Time ticking. Is it enough? I don't think so. Oh, good God. What a great round. LA Thieves stay alive on the site. Match point.
And this is just, I mean, playmakers on both sides. Drazah, who has been a menace on this map, playing around the bomb timer perfectly, just able to play the safety net, and I mean, barely getting away with that round. Even for the 2v3 right there, Awakening Methodz, mainly Awakening, put in some serious work to try to open that up, and a hell of an attempt, but we already saw as soon as Nero goes down for that first blood, these chances go up dramatically.
Yep. 3 spree from Drazah on that round. What a magnificent bit of work. The hero for the LA Thieves right now. Match point. A single round is all they need.
Yeah, for what it's worth, Drazah doesn't have a trophy. Nero might feel obligated just to call in the cruise just because you're sitting on it. You don't want to lose the game and not use it. And if Drazah's out in the open, how fast can he run? Does he have on the PF Flyers? And I think he should be good to go, but you do get a little bit of intel.
Streak's taken care of now. Nero, the top side of the map covered. Here comes the rebuttal. Drazah's like, all right, brother, I got one as well. Awakening caught out and about. He was the first squirter, and unfortunately misses it. Hits the top ceiling side of the warehouse, so it won't get inside. It won't cause damage. Methodz peeks forward. Drazah wins it. 2v4. Nero now flying into the fight. Doesn't check the corner. It's all on Vivid. It's all on Vivid. 1v3. Can he defend the bomb? 1v2. 1v1.
Oh my God.
Yo! Oh my God, Boston, what a round!
Oh my God, the kills, dude, shades of the map too, where the kills just fall into his lap. Octane gives him a freebie. Kenny at least tries to shoot back, but Vivid just with the hard read and knows he's on the bomb, but that is just attack in the right moment, keeping the dream alive.
I just laid an egg, and we're not even done yet. Here we go. What an unbelievable contest this is.
The least safe lead in S&D, by the way, 5-3. Never safe.
Never safe. Vivid. Straight into the sight. Streaks are all gone. We've finished those. 13-6 from Nero. 11-5 Drazah. What a matchup this is.
I think Nero's probably the point of concern for LA Thieves because, again, they are basically just turtled in their base, maybe waiting for someone to just hit a lane and make a commitment, but stagnation everywhere on the map. Vivid's got a friend on the other side of that door.
Trophy's going to help so much, though. Here comes the opening tags. Anything gets thrown this way is going to get eaten by the trophy system. Don't worry about it. And I do believe Thieves might know that, and they're backing on out. Here comes the hit towards B. Not a whole lot of presence there for Breach.
Well, it's Awakening as well. It's going to be watching this cross potentially. Well, that stun actually might connect. Yeah, that's going to hit Kenny. And look how fast Nero's going to wrap back. And Methodz is jumping on the flank as well. So Boston reading this the whole way through. Nero finds it, obliterates him. And now you got the 4 versus 2 where Nero cannot be stopped. Number 16, this man, he wants the record.
Did he get the ace? No, he can't. What an unbelievable run, though. Now Octane, the 1v3. Round 11. This is it. This is history in the making for Boston Breach.
This is winner's bracket for LA Thieves. History for Boston for beating the Thieves and trying to make up for the 0-4 record they have in the Game 5s. So much more pressure on the Thieves, but honestly, pressure on both of these teams right now. And Nero, I mean, he's got to be that man to watch.
The pressure is on. Here we go. Into round 11, and it looks to be a very aggressive hit on towards the A-bomb site for both teams. Here we go. Stun checks, blast that door open. Frag grenade, well cooked. Trophy is there. Unfortunate timing. Does get a bit of damage, though. Tension is in the air. Tension in both facilities. Tension across Twitch. Here we go.
It is a slow rounds. A lot of gunfire being exchanged, but no bloods just yet. A lot of dead silences just got popped, by the way. Nero's making plays. Nero's got the bomb, and he's the guy that's trying to get into your spawn. And by the way, 1 kill away from tying the record this year.
What a godlike performance from Nero. If he can lay this bomb. Kenny's made his way towards that hillside. Top of the mountain. The timing of this may be costly. Thieves haven't moved just yet. Kenny towards the deepest recesses of iLLeY he goes. 30 on the clock.
Oh, kills aside, he's going to get the bomb down, so he's already done his job. You get Methodz in position. LA Thieves trying to flank. Drazah does get the first blood. So Awakening's going to have to worry about the flank. Everything else is going to be right around this site.
Kenny's going to slowly creep round. He might be able to catch something out. Methodz caught, unaware. 2v4. Numbers dwindling. Awakening, the last man left alive. Onto the defuse, they go immediately. Can they catch out Big Wake? Can he stop this one happening? Onto the bomb, he can fly. Damage dealt. Who got it? LA Thieves have done it. They got the defuse. They landed it. Oh my God. They are the LA Thieves. They are the blade of Mikla, and they, against Boston Breach, have never known defeat.
I mean, they might not know defeat, but what they do know is stress, because that is a look from Octane of just knowing how close that was on that final map to ending up in loser's bracket. But hey, that honestly might be one series to just talk about implications as the year goes on. The difference between starting in winners versus losers for LA, that might go such a long way, but we'll see how history ends up writing himself as we progress. But to winners bracket they go. In the Game 5s, Boston will continue to suffer. And that's in spite of the fact that Nero just put on a ridiculous performance. I mean, an interesting setup by Boston. And by interesting, I mean not a good one, because they got absolutely broken down in that final round. And LA, man, I mean, for the way this series started, a map 1 that was not fun for them on HyDra, a map 2 where it just felt like it was going to be a 3-0 and absolutely chalked. They fought back, and I mean, a ridiculous fight as well. I don't know how they just got it done. I thought this year was over after map 2. I'm not going to lie, but that is just, I mean, world class. You know, in the control, like Octane flipped the switch for the moment, like at the start of it, goes on like the 6th breed, does a little fine, I'll do it myself. And, you know, Envoy starts to take over. You set up Drazah for the map 5. That series had it all.
That was an absolute banger. Wow, Boston still need a little bit of work in this game 5s. Either way, though, a high seed going into their own major. LA Thieves, congratulations on that winners bracket. Chance and I need a break. Desk, how you doing?
Alice, before you go, quick question. How do you feel about that nade shot sage dance? Feels like the sage is burning clean out there in LA.
It smells fantastic. I can smell it from here, Chris.
All the bad juju is gone. LA Thieves are into the winners bracket. Great cast, gentlemen. Awesome to see this one go the distance. That is Miles and Chance. Show them some love. Next time you'll see them is going to be in Boston. But we're going to see this team now in the winners bracket as LA Thieves dig deep. Down 0-2. They complete the 3 games. The reverse sweep is in, but it took them all the way to that round 11, Nameless.
Yeah, just an incredible search and destroy. You know, they started off playing so well, right? They set it up on their first offense. They go over towards B, hit the rat back towards A, which allows them to get some great B pushes on later on because Boston doesn't really know what they're going to hit them with. And then when we get to that round 11, LA Thieves is such a slow
Hold that
round.
thought. I want to show the people, Nameless, because it's our scuff play of the game. Let's take a look at that round 11 and what happened here. Walk us through it, Ali and Nameless. I want to start with you, Ant. What were you seeing?
Yeah, so I was a bit worried because, like, Nero had been making plays throughout this comeback, getting in and behind them, but this is a very slow, methodical offense on the side of the Boston Breach. They slowly get up towards B, and actually, like, LA Thieves had rat back towards A to commit to it, but they trapped themselves around that bomb site, and what happens is this is basically where they made the mistake. Vivid was the guy on the island. He was sitting bottom near ammo trying to make a play. He had dead silence, but they locate him. LA Thieves find him. They know they're
saying Nero plant the bomb, Nero plant the bomb, Nero plant the bomb. We were looking at the mini-map, but of course the players, they don't have that same information. Do you feel like that was the right call for Boston in the final moments? Was there something they could have changed leading up to that to shut out the Thieves?
I think it should have just been more confidence towards the play. Like, once they realized, like, they weren't able to get into that B site, they should have realized, like, in that previous round, the LA Thieves is doing an absolute mirror of what Boston Breach did to them. They're forcing them to make that B push, but the difference was is Boston had the opportunity to just get the bomb down. And I understand it's like you don't know if there's a player in sight. You don't know if there's a player on the mountain. But once you kind of have that go-ahead, that's why I was saying that. I was like, you just plant the bomb, like, just commit to the play because that puts yourself in a more favorable situation. You're running the clock down more. So unfortunate for Boston Breach, but it's good to see LA Thieves S&D improving.
Boston fans, don't cry. You got a top 3 seed. You're going in with the 3rd seed into your home major, but this team is now going to be a threat in the winners bracket. And right now, we have Kenny joining us live. First time back in the building. Kenny, great to have you back in the starting lineup. And first of all, I just wanted to ask you, what was going on? How did Capsidal come into this lineup? What were you dealing with? And are you back to 100%?
So basically for about a week or so, I had vertigo. So I was super dizzy, super lightheaded every day. And I went to the doctor and the doctor told me that fast movements wasn't something I should be around. So practicing didn't seem ideal. So the team went and got Cap. I think Cap played amazing. Watching was definitely stressful, super emotional for me, but overall, I'm glad to be back. Didn't have the best first series, but good that we won.
You know what? You're going to have a chance to do it on land, though, next week. And I know a lot of people are excited to see you back on the stage. Can you tell us, though, what was going on with the team? Octane, was he just really angry in that game 3? What happened here? How did you guys switch modes? Because Ant was calling it. He's like, this is a totally different team in the second half. It feels like the maps are fitting you guys a little bit better.
Well, going into this with the practice we had today, I mean, we were playing amazing, and then we just felt like we weren't playing like ourselves the first 2 maps. I felt like we were not playing with no confidence, but like not playing our game. And so we kind of just went into the 3rd map like, yo, play our game, like focus up on our kills. And I mean, it showed. I think, like you said, we look like a different team than the last 3.
Kenny, happy to see you back and hope you are feeling a lot better now. And I have to ask you, what was it like kind of having to sit back and watch your team? Obviously, you said it was stressful, but did you learn anything from that experience? And how much practice did you even get heading into today?
So watching is definitely different than playing. And then, like I said, watching just shows like a lot of the tendencies we have. So I kind of came back, was like, yo, we do this a lot, we don't do this type of thing. Like I said before, it was super emotional because I just wanted to play. But yeah, overall, just came back with some different mindsets and stuff that I thought looked better from like an outside looking in type of view.
Kenny, I want to ask you about your hard point. So that game 4, absolutely phenomenal. That's what I expect from LA Thieves when it comes to HP. But the last month or 2, it hasn't been that great for you guys in that game mode. And typically, you guys are nasty there. So what are you guys working on or adjusting to in this title going forward for hard point?
I think it's kind of similar to last year. Is like just executing in our matches because our scrims look good. Like on hardpoint, we look good most of the time, at least. But I think ideally it's just like slaying. I feel like that's like our biggest thing. We don't really have issues with teamwork, just more so just like outslaying other teams. And I think a lot of people look for us to outslay. And obviously it's not us shooting our guns. It's kind of just like how we go around playing the game and not getting caught off guard a lot and respawns and moving too much.
Kenny, what I've always loved about you is your respect for the other folks in the league and, of course, giving props where they're due. Boston fans got to be feeling a little bit let down by the end of that series. But who was the toughest player for you personally to go up against today?
I mean, I think Nero started making plays in the last S&D, so I would probably have to ideally say him. He was challenging everything, taking his timings, getting some great timings. So I had to tip my cap to him. But yeah, I mean, I would just have to say Nero for sure.
Good man. Kenny, great to see you, man. Welcome back, and we'll see you next week in Boston.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers. That is Kenny, a legend right there. Great to see him healthy once again. And as we take a look at the end result here, how it impacts our standings, don't get it twisted. I promised you, Boston, you're still third place. Why, though? Because either Atlanta FaZe or OpTic Texas is going to be able to climb and challenge for the top spot, while the other is going to drop into that 4th-5 area.
So now, with a Boston loss, OpTic can actually get the 1st seed. So now there's a lot more on the line, right? So it'll get interesting here.
It's getting spicy, and we are starting to figure out our bracket. Remember, if you want to watch all of the winners bracket live, you got to be in one place. Where do they got to go, Allie?
Got to be in Boston, and make sure you dress warmly. It will be hitting the negatives at some point during our event, so bring your coats, bring your Under Armours, and be ready for the cold.
And of course, we've got the watch parties. If you can't make it in person, or hey, maybe you just want to open it up on your cell phone, check out these beautiful faces. So many awesome content creators from around the community, all going to be streaming the action live. I know I'll be tuning in with Slacked. I'll be checking out what J-God has to say about competitive Call of Duty. And of course, everyone's showing love to Scump in the flank. When is Nadeshot going to start the watch parties? Because I want to go out to LA and hang with that guy.
I mean, maybe soon. I think we might see him jump on a Scump watch party soon, too. So.
We're going to have a great day when we come back. We've got one more series to go before it's major time, and it's a big one. OpTic Texas takes on Atlanta FaZe. Who is going to challenge Toronto for the #1 seed? The winner. We'll find out after this.
racks, 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown at getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
Up on channel points. I see over 6 million already in, and we haven't even started talking about the teams. Welcome back to headquarters. Chris Bucket alongside aLLeY, Nameless, and we have one more qualifier match to go before we head to Major number 2, and it's a big one. OpTic Texas taking on Atlanta FaZe. And what's on the line here, Nameless? We were during the break, we're going over all the numbers, all of the scenarios with our stats team. This one has some huge implications.
Yeah, loser drops down to 6th. You can see it here on the graphic, and then the winner is guaranteed top 2. OpTic, if they win it, they are first seed because they will win that tiebreaker against the Toronto Ultra because they did beat them earlier this week. So there's a lot on the line for OpTic Texas here. Roster change and a potential win over FaZe for first seed is massive.
And then on the other side, a loser of this is getting the 6th seed, which means Minnesota Røkkr is going to be bumping up, I assume, and we'll see a lot of shakeups there in our leaderboard. But let's talk maps and modes for this series because the match is almost ready to go. aLLeY, I know you've been crunching the numbers. Embassy, Hotel, Fortress. We got some mirror maps here today.
That back 5 Fortress is pretty interesting, so that's usually Atlanta FaZe's auto veto. So I'm wondering if they figured out anything new when it comes to that series. But honestly, I think this layout is pretty good for both sides of these things. Atlanta on Embassy is 4-4, OpTic Texas 1-3, but with the new looks from iLLeY and Dashy, I don't think they'll have too much of a struggle.
And one word, who wins?
I got OpTic Texas,
no
man.
Way.
OpTic, where you going? She's phasing up. Chat, where are you going? Put your channel points on the line because the game is ready. Let's hand it over to the dad squad. We got Lando with Study once again.
Let's do it, Chris. Let's do it, Jay. Let's do it, everybody. Let's close out Major 2 the best way possible. Jay, we've got a banger. We've got a headline series, OpTic versus FaZe, a classic Call of Duty matchup. However, it's the first time that these teams have faced off against each other. These organization names have faced off without Scump under the OpTic brand, a big one from every sense of the word. And as we said, also when it comes down to seeding.
Yeah, this is a big match, man. Obviously, OpTic Texas, they fall short to Vegas yesterday, losing 2 hard points, actually losing all 3 respawns. That one caught me off guard. And on the opposite side, Atlanta FaZe, they went up against LAG. They fall short, down 2-0 early on in the series, even down 5-2 in the game 5. They were still able to complete the reverse sweep, man. I just cannot wait to get into this one because this is going to be a banger from start to finish, Lando.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It's going to be a phenomenal way for all of us to close out our Major 2 qualifiers in preparation for the Boston Major next weekend. As we said, a historical rivalry between 2 of these COD brands last season. It was OpTic Texas who dominated this rivalry in Vanguard 5-1. We'll see how MW2 treats us as we fly in for Embassy Game 1. And as we jump in, Jay, talk to me about why this hardpoint is so important, specifically for which side of the screen.
I think it's very important for OpTic Texas because that map number 2 in Embassy Search and Destroy, that's Atlanta FaZe's best Search and Destroy map, undefeated on that one. So this is where you have to catch Atlanta FaZe lacking because on a map like this, they are dead last in rotations. But for OpTic Texas' sake, they are 11th in rotation. So it's going to be a fight for those spawns throughout this entire game.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I think the biggest indicator, the biggest thing that we took away as 3 do end up falling in favor of OpTic Texas, Jay, was in that series versus Las Vegas Legion. Both of those hard points were losses. And oftentimes you were talking to me saying, hey, yeah, it just came down to rotations. It came down to the opposition and Vegas Legion just being one step ahead of the game. We'll see if OpTic can adjust now as Shotzzy starts things off with 2.
OpTic already off to a better start. They only give up 18 seconds at P1. They maintain the better side of the spawns for that P2, but Cellium rips Shotzzy apart towards back kitchen. Still in control of the better side, so OpTic Texas are going to be able to take the lead, but with Huke losing that gunfight on towards street, Atlanta FaZe are able to put pressure on that side of the map, and potentially the break is about to come in.
Yeah, Dashy a little slow to adapt. 3 members quickly behind him. Now it's time for iLLeY to try and adapt, try to take down the forces of Atlanta that comes screaming just right on into the hard point. Atlanta will keep that lead in for now. Only player that's really going to be an opportunity to challenge this is Huke. So if you're OpTic, it's a matter of, do we want to try to push for the final 15, or do we then to go for the full-on rotation? It appears that they are going straight for the HP. Not going to work out in their favor. Atlanta awarded the scrap, and OpTic Texas, well, they'll still net the next rotation.
And now they find themselves going into the P3, where statistically this has been a very difficult hill for OpTic Texas to find some success on. They win the rotation, so they're here early, but it's all about these gunfights to initially start in favor of Atlanta FaZe. Now the pressure's coming right along towards the bridge. They do win the first gunfight, but you have to at least stall time for your teammates to get into play. Not that much time, though, because Slasher finds 2, but it's Dashy finds 3 to relieve that pressure. OpTic, they hold on.
That was a great little moment there for Slasher, but as you said, man, Dashy just there to cut all 3 of them down. As Simp eager to go for the trade. How often do we talk about his opportunity and really his presence around the map as he eventually does get found out? That is Dashy continuing to clean house toward the top side of the AC. The guy's actually sprinting off the top of a building with a knife out. Incredibly confident. But as we do begin to end out the final 15 over at ACs, it will be Atlanta winning the scrap points, it appears. The Dashy streak is definitely something to highlight, Jay. Now he's a 14-6.
Yeah, Dashy. He's not missing so far in this opening hardpoint. Already has that cruise missile to work with, but now it's on these gunfights for the rotation. You saw the way that aBeZy was just able to finesse his way around, find 2 kills, winning initial fights to get control of this hill early on. But that's going to be 2 going back and forth for both squads. Atlanta FaZe hill holding strong.
Oh, but looked like for a moment, iLLeY actually turns around, starts shooting at his good old buddy in Shotzzy. The Zeo trio maybe a little bit caught up inside of the office as things begin to settle, the dust begins to settle, the smoke begins to dissipate. Atlanta now with the time at their backside. Simp again called upon to try to deal with the early and aggressive fights coming in from the OpTic boys. Now it's going to be Huke's turn, rushing in and blind.
Oh, wow.
Once more, OpTic cannot find a pick, and Simp is starting to heat up, Jay.
And you gotta start to rotate if you are OpTic. Couldn't find the break over towards that P4. That's because that's one of the money hills for Atlanta FaZe on this map. They are second overall in hold percentage, but the hill that they specifically struggle on is going to be this P5, where OpTic Texas should be set up early on. You have Cellium with the SMG in hand, trying to put the pressure on through the backside of Kitchen, trying to flip these spawns. You have to hold your guns up and win these gunfights. If you are early, you're in a key spot.
Oh, well, that'll help out. That will absolutely help out. Thank you very much, Slasher. Greatly appreciated. He has worn green previously, but this time, it is OpTic Texas seeing the benefits by Cellium's downfall. However, 2 quickly spawn just right behind P5. We'll see if OpTic Texas can deal with a level of aggression. aBeZy and Simp quickly drop. Slasher, who did have that unfortunate team kill a little bit earlier, now reunites with Cellium toward the stairwell. But it is all sunny skies so far here for OpTic Texas through halfway into this HP. They have been flawless. The first time that Atlanta can even see inside of the kitchen. However, they find all 4.
They find the break. Now this remaining 20 seconds can potentially be theirs, but none other than Dashy finding that initial kill, starting off the trade battle. It's going to be a 2-on-2 in towards point, but it's Cellium able to come out on top until Shotzzy wins the 1-on-1 for the final 5 seconds. OpTic Texas, they get a little bit closer back into this game with a great kitchen hold. But now you have to do better this time around in the second rotations. Don't allow Atlanta FaZe to get a chunk of time off of this P1. As long as you're trying to maintain these spawns for OpTic Texas going into P2, just can't give up all this time.
Oh my goodness, Dashy is absolutely trying. Now at 21 and 10, and we're just now into the second set of rotations. What a interesting situation, Jay, that Dashy now finds himself in. What a wild ride these last few weeks have been. Gets called back to the team, now sits in a headline series versus Atlanta FaZe. He's just days away from going to a major that he did not think he was even going to be at. And right now he's frying versus one of the CDL's best. Eventually does hit the deck as both teams continue to battle for those spawns. 10 seconds remaining as now it's Huke's turn to go on a spree.
Yeah, and OpTic Texas, they're spawning over towards tennis side, so they're going to push right up back alley. They know that they want this side of the map, so it's easier to rotate over towards P3. As trades are abound, going back and forth. Simp wins that huge 1-on-1 onto iLLeY, secures the street connection. And now all you have to do is put your focus on towards back kitchen. Big kill coming in from Dashy, cannot win it, and Atlanta FaZe holds strong.
Shotzzy's going to try to make a sizable dent. This is where things start to get a little bit worrisome, and understandably so. Dashy Fiery in the comms, quickly wants to lock in that cruise missile, but Shotzzy, I think given that information, is able to find two. The heads coming clean off there from Atlanta FaZe as OpTic Texas break.
OpTic Texas, they find the break. Closer to that 200, to that 100 point mark. Now it's all about this rotation over towards AC. They did have success early on, but it was on the back of Dashy getting a three-piece.
Wow.
Huke snaking around, winning the gunfight versus aBeZy. Final 15 is going to be theirs. There's only one player here from Atlanta. He's going to drop, and that's going to be OpTic Texas with a perfect rotation to get fully set up for P3.
Oh, but these kills coming up are going to be huge. Dashy
Oh, no.
and Shotzzy will back-to-back. The nade will take down Bruce, and now it's all going to be on to the Ant-Man. Shotzzy tries to go low, eventually does get found out. It looked like for a moment it could have been a chain of hard points back-to-back, and that absolutely would put OpTic Texas in the driver's seat. However, Atlanta able to reply, able to respond. A lot of reps here on aBeZy hardpoint, but this has been a battle from the start. As we continue to headbutt inside of top ACs, this time it's Simp who comes away with the fight. Few members close there for OpTic as they'll have the close spawns. Now they look to be in a good spot to grab the final 25.
Yeah, this is some much needed time too, because Atlanta FaZe set themselves up going against the next hill. They take down Huke, which is the closest player to picking up that remaining 25 seconds. So it looked like to be a great break from OpTic Texas. Have no time to show for it. Atlanta FaZe, they're keeping them off. They're winning the rotations to new, and this might be where Atlanta FaZe start to pull away.
Jay, that was perfect. You could not have played it better. If you're Atlanta FaZe, I mean, for a moment, it looked like they might have spread themselves a little bit thin, but the spawns that were close ended up being there. Now here comes the initial attack from OpTic Texas. It's going to have to be a break, especially if they want to have a bit of a foothold into this game. Atlanta continue to reign true, continue to be solid, stacking them up and knocking them down. Once more, coming away with a crucial double. Now at 22 and 19 into the hallway of hesitation as iLLeY quickly drops. There goes Huke. It is collapse after collapse. The perfect pinch again there from FaZe.
Perfect pinch right there for FaZe. Great hold so far on this P4. Let's step aside and hear the comms are sounding with Atlanta.
Nice. One's going bathrooms. Let's go bathrooms.
Like that. I'm trying to say they're gonna be orange on you.
I'm trying to go top here. He's already in the back.
Oh, fuck. Back where?
Andrew's back tennis. Back tennis.
Like that. Yo, I'm play test.
He's gonna go top bridge. He's gonna go top bridge.
They shot me in cafe. Shotzy's in the back cast too. One time done. That's gas.
Another one. Get orange
I'll
this
see
time.
gas.
Two near new. That's in cafe.
I'm gonna try and block. Where's colors?
I'm spawning.
Top mail or something.
I got office. I'm spawning walls.
He's flanking.
Right there.
We're flanking.
Back door. One shot.
Nading him.
I think he's front cross. Front cross.
Nice.
Hold my left.
Nice.
They're all P2 right now. Crossing God roll.
I'm spawning orange.
Nice. Another crossing. Chow your front.
Dead.
Nice. One's in the back.
Alright, orange on me now.
Spawning sign.
Sign. Dead. They're gonna spawn now.
Spawning halls now.
Spawning halls.
Yep.
Oh, spawn back alley.
Back P2. One spawn back P2. Spawn DP2.
I have your front door now, MC. I think he's got. One's going front. One's going front. One's side.
All the way dead. Oh, dead.
Nice. One's orange.
Top wall is dead.
Nice. I'm trying to go for top bridge. Yo, they're spawning P2.
Yeah, they're spawning P2, I think.
I can hold on the left.
And we heard aBeZy yesterday in his interview at the end. He said, when we're playing loose, we're going to be the best team in the game. And you can just tell the way that Cellium is running around the map with the SMG in hand. He's looser than ever, baby. 236 to 146. Atlanta FaZe 14 seconds away from closing out map 1.
Get this guy in a Vazda more often. Holy cow, OpTic in a world of pain already. As we're within 15 between Atlanta FaZe, Colin, Gabe, as they begin to group up and try to go for their final descent here into P1. Huke and Dashy trying to lock things down. They're able to do so, at least for the moment, but that scoreline, it just is not getting any prettier, Jay. OpTic, they've got to focus up, be ready for P2. They've also got to make sure that they cannot allow for Atlanta to win off of P1. They've done just enough, and they've got that rotation. As we like to say, Jay, perfect HP from here on out. It's got to start now.
OpTic Texas do exactly what they need to do. Don't allow Atlanta FaZe to win off of that P1. You win the rotation over towards the next, and now you're fully set up. Just hopefully you got a trophy in place to not get taken down by Cellium's streak. No one's going to drop, but the break does come in from Atlanta FaZe. 10 seconds till map 1 is over.
Yeah, Shotzzy just trying to find an angle, trying to find a bit of an entry. Does a nice job of taking down aBeZy. So that'll be 3 down. Popping dead silence to try to locate where the 4th one happens to be. He's looking for Cellium, lingering out toward the backside of the parking lot. MC issuing out those callouts. Any pick is huge right now for Atlanta. You cannot afford to fall. Play it like it's S&D. OpTic, you got to give it all you got because the opposing team is within 10 points of locking up this hard point. aBeZy Strike Slasher does too. There goes everybody from OpTic Texas, and that will be game 1 in the books. Atlanta FaZe start things off hot.
Atlanta FaZe started off very, very hot in this opening hard point. They just won a majority of their rotations. I think the biggest turning point in the game was the second rotation of hard points where they kept OpTic Texas off of that 30-second scrap at P3. They did a great job of just hitting their tags, getting a crossfire set up. Didn't allow OpTic Texas to get any time off of that while they were winning rotation over towards the next. That P4 was the money hill for Atlanta FaZe. They found a majority of their time there, and then when they rotated over towards Kitchen, I said that was the hill that they needed to work on. When you allow Cellium to pull out an SMG and go on a 9 spree with that gun in hand, makes it a lot more easy. Atlanta FaZe playing nice and loose in map number 1. 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, man. I mean, I tell you what, dude, like that, that's what we saw from Cellium with the Vazdev in hand. It just felt like that is where Atlanta FaZe started to take over in this series. And I mean, I tell you what, man, the one hard point that you said was a little bit of a worrisome one for Atlanta FaZe was the P5. I don't know what the overall score will say, but it was very well controlled from Atlanta FaZe of both times that we ended up seeing it. It feels like for Atlanta, I mean, I don't know, man. We're oddly enough kind of questioning them in terms of like where's their consistency going to be at when it comes down to facing off against top teams. Hardpoint so far throughout Major II Qualifiers hasn't been amazing, but you would not know that Hardpoint has not been their strongest game mode after watching a Hardpoint like that one.
Yeah, and especially even the rest of the hardpoints that they have played throughout stage 2. Like, they lose the same exact map versus LAG by 17 points. Like, they win one rotation, they have the potential to close that one out. That's now going to put their stage 2 record in hardpoint now at 3-4. So definitely the improvements have been shown in that mode. But now going into that Embassy Search and Destroy, I said OpTic needed to take map number 1, and the reason why is because Atlanta FaZe, they have yet to lose Embassy S&D. 5-0. They have 4 players who are over a 1.4 KD. 1.4, Orlando. 4 players. And aBeZy's a 1.7.
That sounds like a bunch of Celliums on the same team.
That's unreal.
It's just one of them. It's actually just 1 out of the 4. No, that's why. That's the reason why. I know we didn't have a ton of time to kind of break down the maps and modes coming into it, but that was the reason why you said, hey, for OpTic Texas, it feels like this map 1 is essential, given the fact that for Atlanta, the S&D, or rather the hardpoint struggles have been there from time to time on Embassy. The P5s are rotating, all of that. Okay, now that's out the window. Kind of worst case scenario if you're OpTic Texas, but without a doubt, buddy, is the fact that, you know, records aside, OpTic have looked fantastic with this new lineup, right? Since the re-addition of Dashy, they've looked flawless overall throughout their search to destroy. So while the records may not be amazing, this team's at least been on top of their game when it comes down to this mode specifically.
Oh yeah, this mode specifically has been what's been carrying them throughout stage 2. They're 5-1 overall in this stage. They've had some grueler of a series. 3-2 versus Seattle. They beat Toronto 3-2. Like, it was just all over the place, but their hard point's been up in the end. The S&D has been their backbone, and I think the biggest play that I want to focus on, especially in a map like Embassy, is going to be iLLeY. We know how impactful he is with that sniper in hand. When he's sniping, they're winning 55% of the rounds. When he is not, 45% of the rounds. But iLLeY's the only guy from OpTic Texas who is sitting comfortable over that 1.0 KD on this map, a 1.32. So if I'm OpTic, if I'm iLLeY, that's the guy that I'm looking at to really bring themselves back into this.
Yeah, and I think when you talk about the other side for Atlanta FaZe, I know you highlighted it, man. Like, what, 4 players over like a 1.4 or whatever it is. But if there's one guy that you're highlighting on the opposite side coming into this Embassy Search Destroy, taking a look at that list of 4, who is it going to be?
Oh, it's aBeZy, bro. I told you, 1.78 KD.
Yeah, okay.
Whatever he does on the map, he's doing it with nothing but confidence. And you can just tell, based off that map number 1, they're playing loose. So the aggression is going to be there for Atlanta FaZe. OpTic just have to be ready for it.
Yeah, they absolutely have to. You got to be prepared for the aggressiveness that aBeZy will display consistently. And here are the numbers to prove it. 1.78 KD. You see the first bloods per round first. The opening duel win percentage is absolutely disgusting as well. OpTic are going to have their hands full. But as we said, they do have themselves an iLLeY. They've got themselves one of the best snipers in the game. We'll see how he can do from those long-range duels to even some of those up-close pistol fights, as they'll need anything and everything out of the Enderman to try and close out this Embassy Search and Destroy, get themselves back in the series. But to game 2 we go. We're staying on Embassy. It's Atlanta starting things off on attack, and to no surprise, it is iLLeY with that scope out.
iLLeY with that scope, just moving down the street. But aBeZy jumps right out of the window, finds that first blood. The trade comes in from Huke, makes it a 3v3, and also that bomb is now going to be down outside of Orange.
Yeah, that is the most important part of that entire opening engagement, is where the bomb ends up finding itself. Cellium, oh, if he peeks a little bit further, he could have spotted Huke, but I think that he's gonna get here with little to no adversity. iLLeY able to find one onto Cellium. I think that sniper bullet went through the fro, so only just a few hit markers. Meanwhile, it's a nade that takes down Dashy. OpTic Texas low in numbers.
So now in the 3v2, bomb is gonna get planted over towards B. Can iLLeY find the timing with the sniper pistol in hand, as he's gonna be able to pick up that tack. Now you have one player in Huke who's slowly trying to work up the flank, just trying to get any information of how they're playing this setup. iLLeY might have his first engagement, makes it a 2v2.
Oh, we can get around the corner. Oh my gosh, he gets around the corner. Also has got dead silence. Meanwhile, Huke's gonna win this fight, not able to do so. And it's gonna have to be a full-on 1v2 here for iLLeY. Ultimately a 1v3. 15 seconds left. Well, he does find one onto Slasher. He'll hop right on the back. Defuse. He'll hop right on the defuse. MC's gonna go for the instant challenge. Oh, he dolphin dives. Did he get here in time? Did he get here in time?
I think he got it. I think iLLeY must have just got it. No, he didn't.
Oh, no, he didn't.
Oh, my.
He had to be so close. Oh, my word. I thought that he got the defuse shot. I thought the bar was fully progressed.
Yeah, I looked at Cellium's face, and it looked like he was just like, ah, man, we let that one go. But he clutches it.
Oh, let's see it again.
The milliseconds it is from completing this defuse. Spin a Rooney for Tuski. Oh, my.
That looks filled up to me. I don't know.
Oh, that's a tough one, but Atlanta FaZe, they take the first attacking round. Now they have to hold strong on defense, where OpTic Texas, they're 10th overall in attacking, and it showed right there. First blood going in favor of Atlanta.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say we are learning quickly when it comes down to those early nades. This is an Atlanta FaZe team who definitely love themselves a bit of embassy. That's without a doubt. Well, right through the door we go, and that is perfect work. They're out of the tiny tears, the quick bait and switch, sends Shotzzy to the Shadow Realm, and now instantly it is iLLeY and Dashy 2v4. Now make it 2v3.
Dashy finds one. Bomb's still going to be down towards these lower steps. iLLeY is going to be stuck in hand with that sniper pistol, but the pistol is beaming. Takes down Simp, makes it a 2v2. Now you have a lot of stuff to work with, but aBeZy at least finds the immediate trade. Dashy left in the 1v2, bomb down.
And he quickly gets found out as well. Really great elements of teamwork from either side there, Jay. I mean, I thought that iLLeY and Dashy had something good going, but aBeZy, when he is alive, he is instantly going to go for those chows all day long. Cuts down iLLeY, and from that point forward, Dashy left in a very awkward spot. Basically a no man's land when it comes down to the backside of the parking lot. Cellium, another kill added toward him, another feather in the cap, and another round for Atlanta as they find themselves quickly up 2-0.
And that's 2 first blood so far in this search and destroy for Atlanta FaZe. They're the #1 first blood team on this map. And so far it is showing. Now back on the attack. Slow it down. Except if your name is aBeZy, super aggressive towards sign. Gets the information that at least one player is going to be playing in towards orange. But now he gives that opening for his teammate to get this bomb down.
Oh, and again, aBeZy.
The teamwork.
aBeZy and Simp, the trades work out for them. Shotzzy and Huke both are down, and iLLeY not able to hit the shot. You see him recline back in frustration, knowing what that pick would have meant. Could be a 2v2, but now it's all on to Dashy again. The bomb has been planted, and he is still yet to earn that dead silence. Gonna have to work for it. 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, Cellium's the guy that's just throwing shoulders towards top embassy. Just giving the call out to Slasher when he can time this flank. So you're already watching the cross. He knows he has to at least cross the go take down Cellium. He gets all that information. Cellium's just going to watch his back, hold a nice little spot. And this round is basically done and dusted. Atlanta FaZe 3-0.
Oh my goodness. You see Cellium, just a little smirk. Like, yeah, I heard you the entire time there, Dashy. Whether you were on the tennis court, whether you were coming up the stairs, once you decided to go ahead and file my paperwork for me in the office, I knew where you were at all times. As we said, Atlanta up 3-0, and Cellium is still yet to die. Jay, this is quickly starting to become quite scary if you're an OpTic Texas fan, staring at the 1-0 loss when it comes down to the series, and now the 0-3 start here in Search Destroy. The mode that, as we said, has been the bread and butter for this new OpTic lineup.
Yeah, it's starting to get out of hand. We need to stop the bleeding right now, and this is a big round to do so. As the trophy is going to come in. Oh, you're able to get across, but the nade does get a couple hit markers. aBeZy with another first blood, already at a man advantage, and now you're basically forcing OpTic to get trapped in towards the back of PD.
Oh, but Dashy's at least able to help lead the way, lead the charge for the backside alley, as he's able to come away with one and also stay alive. That very well could be the gunfight that keeps OpTic Texas afloat here in this S&D. As they slowly but surely begin to make their way into that A site. Dashy again with the clearance. Dashy as well with a bit of info. He and iLLeY trying to take down Cellium from the top side. Cell, annoying as ever, staying up, getting the info. Oh, as well. He can do no wrong, and Dashy gets pieced apart. MC. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I don't know what OpTic's play call right there was. You find yourself in a 3v2. Someone at least has to hold a deep angle to not allow Cellium to just jump right on top of Kitchen, get a kill, and then jump down towards Milk and find a second. I just think if you spread a little bit more, you're able to find this kill onto Cellium, but he just dances around, finds 2 kills, allows his teammate to pick up the last, and would look like to be an OpTic round. Atlanta FaZe clutch up in the 3v2. Flawless search and destroy so far, especially from Cellium.
Yeah, and this is a map that I think, hindsight obviously, but we're thinking like maybe we probably shouldn't have tried to test Atlanta FaZe on Embassy Search and Destroy. Food for thought, but Cellium again with another pick through 4 rounds. I guess technically 5 if you're including this one. Already up to 7-0. And right now, Dashy, I think it's fair to say, Jay, he's just trying to find a pick. He's trying to get the team going. They need something.
They need something. You need to win a gunfight, but you allow Simp to break right through the middle of the map. Slasher finds Dashy, even though Shotzzy does take down 1v2. And he has half of that dead silence to work with, so eventually he's going to get cut out, and the sound cues are going to come in.
It's Cellium just toward the left. Of course, it's MC again. OpTic Texas, granted, it was a 1v3 for a moment for Shotzzy, but still, nonetheless, no matter where they go, no matter where they find themselves, it's at the bitter end of a Cellium gunfight. 8-0.
And that was Shotzzy at least finding the first blood, but the trade was there immediately for Atlanta FaZe to force it into a 3v3. They didn't even have to invest a cruise missile. You're just confident. You're playing loose. Simp wins that gunfight towards mid, eventually opens up Dashy to turn his left. Slasher takes him down. And Shotzzy just doesn't have enough time on the clock to clutch up the round. 1 round away from Atlanta FaZe, 6-0 in this S&D.
And maybe a flawless search and destroy here for Cellium. The one for the record books for sure. As aBeZy, thank you for another first blood. Thankfully, iLLeY's at least able to find him before the fights do end for the moment. Down in man count, Atlanta FaZe. Can they make it 6-0, or is this the time where OpTic Texas finally wakes up? Simp's got the info. He's also got dead silence, so iLLeY never knew he was there. 25 seconds to go.
And now if you're Simp, you at least have to play for this guy top PD, but that allows Huke to strike, takes down Cellium. So Simp left in the 1v2, reads the play, and Huke closes out the round. OpTic Texas with the aggression, with the first blood that goes. At least the trade goes effectively for both squads. You get that bomb down. You allow Huke to finesse around through back alley. He eventually closes down the round. OpTic finally get one on the board.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem, man. Is that, like, you know, if we were looking at this round and you weren't, if you weren't to tell me like where we were at in the search destroy, like, okay, great, that's a good round for OpTic Texas. Like, you could tell Atlanta FaZe was on the go button, and then you're like, oh, well, look at the score, and it's just a matter of like, okay, well, better late than never, I guess. Gonna need to see more of that, but again, a 5-0 would be a 5-1 comeback. Never gonna be an easy time, as you think, for Atlanta. Just a matter of when you want to strike. aBeZy there for the quick double. Dashy's at least able to have an answer, but aBeZy once more. Problematic. Dead silence popped. It's all down to iLLeY and Dashy.
iLLeY and Dashy 1v2. Bomb's gonna get planted for Atlanta FaZe. You have PD control, but no one is watching over the middle map. Dashy can potentially find the timing and find this kill onto aBeZy. Lines up the shots, makes it a 2v2.
iLLeY also with a few tags. They're on to Slasher, but still live to see another day. Save the duel for a later part of this round. 30 seconds to go. OpTic, they gotta get a move on. And the problem is that Atlanta FaZe can pretty much stay somewhat stationary. Dashy, the guardian angel, not able to watch over there for his fallen comrade. iLLeY hits the deck, and Slasher cleans up the last one. Atlanta FaZe, another display of dominance. Close out that embassy search and destroy 6 rounds to 1, and emphatically are up 2-0 now in this series, Jay.
Yeah, and that's why you don't play Atlanta FaZe on Embassy Search and Destroy, because they just make it look so damn easy. They have played a total of 46 rounds. They have only lost 10. That means they have won 36 other rounds on Embassy Search and Destroy. As you see the stats pop up, 5 first bloods for aBeZy, and he ends the game 9-6. Cellium had a cruise missile. He didn't even need to use it. This is why you needed to win that map number 1 if you were OpTic Texas. But now you find yourself down 2-0 versus Atlanta FaZe. They're feeling good. And now they're going into a hotel control, which is their most played control map. So tall task ahead for OpTic Texas to still try to get that 1 seed.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Jay, but this is also a control, I want to say, the very map and mode that they lost yesterday versus Las Vegas Legion, correct?
Yep. They lost it all the way into round number 5. Just couldn't clutch up on the defense.
Yeah, not a good sign when it comes down to this series. Is this one quickly going to be over, or does OpTic Texas have some life? I don't know what it is about the Major II Qualifiers, but from time to time, at least as of late, some teams just a little late to wake on up. We'll see if OpTic Texas are that very same roster, or if they will be cleaned up in a 3-0 sweep. Make sure to stay with us as Hotel Control is up right after the break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Howdy, friends, and welcome back to the final matchup here of our Major II Qualifiers going down between OpTic Texas and the Atlanta FaZe. Before we jump into this game number 3, we got to take a look at the Scuff play of the game. And Jay, I mean, pick any play that you'd like. It's just straight up Cellium so far throughout our first 2.
Yeah, Cellium said, I'm the man around these streets. I don't know about y'all. Doesn't matter what gun I got in hand. Even with the SMG, I'm still gonna put on a damn clinic. So he finds himself in towards kitchen, picks up like an 8 or 9 spree.
The Vaznev looks good on him, we gotta say.
It does, man, it does. It looks good on a lot of players. We saw Subtane, we saw Sub Clayster. Like, a lot of these man AR players pulling out the sub having a lot of success. And then you gotta transition over to the search and destroy. He was flawless to at least 4 rounds. Like, just making it look easy with that Tax 56 in hand, lining up first blood after first blood, always putting himself in the powerful positions to close out these rounds. Mr. Cellium is having himself one hell of a series. I don't even know what his numbers are, but they gotta be absurd.
I'm gonna go ahead and ask our stats guy Tim to just try to feed me what that is. It's gotta be like a 5 or something. Something absurd. But as we jump in here to hotel control, potentially the final map already of the Major II Qualifiers leading into that Boston Major. Jay, feed me the numbers. Talk to me a bit about this. I mean, try to make it sound a little bit better here for OpTic Texas.
Alrighty.
Is there anything you can give me here?
Here we go. Atlanta FaZe and played this map a total of 9 times over a record of 6 and 3. 3 and 4 for the side of OpTic Texas. They fall short yesterday to Vegas Legion, but the biggest thing that stands out for me is how dominant Atlanta FaZe are on this map. Second on attacking rounds, second on defending rounds. And then for OpTic Texas, we talk about hotel control. It's all about these attacking rounds. They are 11th on that side. So big, tall task ahead for OpTic Texas. It all starts with this early pressure on towards A. First tick is about to come in.
Yeah, that doesn't make me feel better about OpTic Texas.
I tried.
I mean, at least you're an honest weatherman. I'll give you that much. But hey, you know what does make me feel better is the way they've started off this first round here on Hotel. A great early team fight that seems to be going their way for the moment, as they are 2/3 of the way through that opening segment over at A. Dashy, well, he doesn't clean up his food. Thankfully, Shotzzy is there to go ahead and spin a few plates. A lot of things to handle, a lot of different avenues, points of emphasis, things to try to check. As he does fall, it at least allows for OpTic Texas to grab that extra minute. 3 more segments to go and 2 minutes to do it in.
Yeah, 2 minutes is a lot of time to work with for OpTic. As you see the setup from Atlanta FaZe, look at how far Slasher is pushed out back bedroom. But with his teammates dropping, now you have to get back into the play. Dashy finds 2. They put in the pressure on for the pinch at Spa. These next wave of kills are going to spawn. The players from Atlanta FaZe out. If you are OpTic, you have to win them. But Cellium and Simp, they start off the trades. Huke at least finds 1, but now you have to slow down.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem, right? Huke does his job, but the other teammates end up falling. So what looked to be a good pinch established there from OpTic Texas begins to look a little bit wavered. However, a few begin to fall in their hands. Shotzzy now on 2 in a row. It's all been in preparation. It's all been in the lead to try to get over toward this B zone.
Hold on.
Shotzzy, another crucial kill, trying to lead the way. Dashy cuts 1 down onto aBeZy. Only player that's going to be here is Simp. Trying to lock things down right now from Atlanta FaZe. Tried and true. Dodge of the nade, dodge of the utility, as now iLLeY makes his way inside of B.
Yeah, you just got to get on this point. If you are OpTic Texas, you found a majority of the kills, but since no one was on it, you allowed Atlanta to get back into the play. But that's going to be 3 dead. Last player up is going to be aBeZy. That player watching across at least, cutting them down with that TAC 56. They should allow Dashy to get crossed off. You have to break from middle and from the backside if you are Atlanta. They're sending 3 players through bed.
Yeah, this looks to be a great situation quickly for OpTic. Atlanta needs to find these picks, but Dashy continues to beam. That's 2 ticks down. Simp will fall. Last player close is going to be Cellium. Tries to jump on in, but OpTic Texas start this round 1 off the way that they needed to. We said coming into it, it was going to be an uphill battle. They've recently struggled in attacking moments here on Hotel, but they dig deep and they find themselves up 1-0 quickly.
That was good work from OpTic. Close out that 8-point, extend time by a minute. And then the way that they were able to chain a couple kills together, I think it was Dashy finds that initial 2-piece towards back spa, and then once he drops, he comes off spawn and kills both players in towards bedroom. They take bedroom control. You saw Atlanta FaZe spawning all the way at Jules. They had to find a couple kills. They could not, and Atlanta FaZe fall short in the first round.
Really see how the Titans on Hotel look to play their very first attack. And this is a map that they are very much comfortable with, Jay. As you said, coming into it, a lot of reps here on Hotel. In fact, 9 of their last 11 controls have been on Hotel. So the record still solid. They know what to do. They know the game plan. And really, that's to allow for the quick A capture. It's to allow for aBeZy to fly out and start to fry. And it is good work early on from Atlanta FaZe, trying to reply back with an attacking round of their own. A solid start.
Oh, and Simp is still finessing all the way at that B point as well. He's able to just spawn kill a couple players, just relieving some of that pressure. So you have one player from OpTic still trying to contest this. Huke is able to take him down, but Huke cannot win the second one onto Cellium. Now it's aBeZy's turn, who's in the back of OpTic's base. What can he do towards back spa? Winning really insane gunfights to start you off.
Yeah, it's to do what he's paid to do, which is just to absolutely fry. Great work there from aBeZy. Cellium doesn't check the bottom shelf, so it's really only going to be aBeZy past that 50-yard line, and really he's in pretty much red zone territory at this point. OpTic aware of his position, and really, I think it's fair to say, you almost just want to hope that he just somehow manages to kill himself with a nade. Like, you just almost pray that he doesn't stay alive. He's able to do so. A few of the FaZe members finds their pick as well. Jumping into B, it's the stack.
Yeah, the stack is going to come in. They set up beautifully around that play. aBeZy at least finds the first play, trying to attack through mid couches. He finds 2. That's going to be 3 dead in the feed. Last player up is going to be Huke. At least takes down 1, but the second tick is already here. Here comes a third. And would look like a dominant attacking round from OpTic Texas is followed up by a dominant attacking round from Atlanta FaZe. It was just a perfect setup. You saw the way that aBeZy was playing towards the back. He was just playing his life, knowing that his teammates have full bedroom control. All it takes is for them to find that initial 2 kills and then play the trades from there on out. As they get all the kills, they spawn them all the way across the map. The stack comes in, and Atlanta FaZe 1-1.
And Jay, it's just another moment, right, where it's a control, a big moment for Atlanta FaZe. They need to reply, and aBeZy's there to deliver. You and I had the cast of which Atlanta FaZe faced off against the LA Guerrillas. It was an LSCLO control. aBeZy put up one of the wild that we've seen in a very long time on a control, so definitely not out of character by any stretch to see him have another big moment. However, OpTic Texas quickly in right on into their second attack, and so far it has been flawless attacks for both teams. The man of the hour, aBeZy, continuing to cause some problems. Up top, he wins those all day.
Oh, right there was OpTic Texas trying to switch up their strategy, trying to push over towards that B point instead of going for the easier one over towards A. But now you at least have one player on that side of the map. It's going to be Huke, but aBeZy still cutting you off left and right. Also has a cruise missile to work with. And with his teammates now spawning out, it's time to hit that pitch towards bedroom because these players are going to hop on B.
You got 2 members really established toward either zone right now for OpTic. A healthy push. But again, you've got aBeZy still at your backside. You got Simp still causing all kinds of problems from the front. And it appears that they will just go ahead and collect themselves, go straight on into that A zone, and allow for aBeZy to have all the fun that he wants toward the top side. He's still yet to die. 16-7, and he's still hunting. He still wants to try to be aggressive. In toward the restaurant. Literally all 4 members of OpTic Texas are here and doesn't care. He's hungry for engagements, Jay. He's starving.
He does not care.
Oh, darn.
But Shotzzy's a guy who could shut him down. Big kill to take down aBeZy. Now the pressure's going to come in towards the back. Simp at least finds the first with a nade, finds the second onto iLLeY.
Wow.
So that's the first push from OpTic Texas, already shut down. Now you have to try to wrap back and get control of bedroom, and there's multiple players here for Atlanta FaZe ready for the push. 20-16 in lives remaining.
aBeZy, up close. iLLeY finds a second. OpTic. Able to get a little bit of something going, but right into the gun engagement. iLLeY's able to take that one. So trying to find the lane. Player 4 and Huke looks to make his way, get those spawns toward the top side for Atlanta. These 2 mid-round fights are actually huge. It's going to be a trade ultimately. And technically that does favor Atlanta FaZe for the moment. However, OpTic with bodies begin to stack inside of B, finding a few stragglers. The one player who could cause some problems right now is Simp.
Oh, and Simp finds that 1 kill. Now you just have to play your life as aBeZy finds a second through the middle of the map. Now you know the last 2 players from OpTic Texas are going to be pushed out. One's on the point. First segment is already going to be done. But you take care of him, and now all you have to do is just maintain bedroom side, and that's what the Tiny Terrors are going to do. Play your corners down there.
And Huke, man, he's got all 4 players of Atlanta FaZe surrounding him. However, All of them begin to fall. Perfect work from OpTic Texas specifically, coming in from iLLeY, as that's going to be the stack, and that could be 3 for 3 in rounds. Anything you can do, I can do. Also, 3 for 3 in attacks. OpTic Texas now up 2-1.
It's just a great job right there from OpTic to slowly work out their bedroom, to find those 2 kills that was necessary. Once they do that, they play for a couple more kills before the stack comes in, and then you see the spawns from Atlanta FaZe all the way across the map. OpTic Texas, 11th on the attacking side, and so far that's 2 attacking rounds on this control. Great job from them, now up 2-1.
What have you seen so far, Jay? I mean, I know that we talk about on Hotel, the offensive side is very much favored. What are both sides doing perfectly right now, you'd say?
It's the patience right now from OpTic Texas. They know that when they have to play for their kills, the kills are more impactful than it will be when you stack that point. You get those kills, you spawn them across the map, it makes your job a lot easier. You're not going to get contested as soon as you think you are. So OpTic is just taking their time, winning their gunfights, playing their trades, and that's why they've been finding a lot of success.
See if they can keep it up. Atlanta just ran straight on into that B objective, and I want to say they got that second pick. It's definitely close. They're on Huke's screen. We'll see if he tries to go for the decap. Meanwhile, positioning very much valuable. Does not want to give up his life in a spot like this. Very, very close. As OpTic 1 round away from getting themselves right back in this series. A control win here versus one of the best teams in the game at it would be huge. And I think lately Control hasn't necessarily been the strongest mode for them. Off the loss versus Las Vegas Legion on Hotel Control yesterday. Trying to fine-tune things up until that Boston Major. Great work again from iLLeY. B cleared out. Atlanta FaZe said, no problem. We're already at A anyway.
Yeah, we're just going to close at this 8 point. Extend time by a minute. Give us a little bit more to work with. There's now 1 minute and 54 left on the clock. Atlanta FaZe are down by 1 life. And I'm pretty sure, Orlando, if Atlanta FaZe complete both segments, it all comes down to kills.
Yeah.
And if I'm doing the math right, OpTic Texas are leading in this lane. Do they want to slow down in their kills just in case it does go to that round number 5 to get attacking again?
That is a great question. We'll see. Based off the fights, based off those arrows, how things look. Atlanta continuing to be aggressive. You can kind of see with those arrows, you've got aBeZy and Slasher pretty much behind enemy lines. 1 lines up there for Dashy. So you've got 3 members now here for Atlanta. 2 members from OpTic Texas still happen to be sitting to the top side of bedroom. You got to eradicate them. You got to get them out of this position if Atlanta expects to get that B zone capture. 1 more to deal with. Shotzzy able to stay alive, and in Shotzzy doing so, it then sets up Dashy for a double. Perfect work out of OpTic Texas. I don't know if it was an intentional bait and switch or not, but Shotzzy's Dolphin Dive sets up for a full team wipe.
And now OpTic Texas have control of the bedroom. You just have to hold strong for another minute. And this map is going to be yours. Shotzzy, no dead silence, but the cruise missile is going to get called in. It's going to give all the information of where these guys are playing, but Atlanta FaZe are not winning the gunfights. They lose both the gunfights towards bedroom, so OpTic do a great job of maintaining that side of the map. 19-11 in lives remaining. Atlanta FaZe, they got to go.
And another team fight of which OpTic Texas comes out on top. Lives beginning to be a problem. 18-9, 35 seconds to go. OpTic Texas starting to feel a bit of momentum going their direction. However, Simp still exists. Simp still lives. And that is a very worrisome thing to think about. Jumping onto that objective. 1 more segment to go. Bodies begin to fly. Bodies begin to fall. Dashy here, but he drops 2. It's 2 members on it from Atlanta FaZe. Shotzzy has to dive in. However, he cannot in Atlanta FaZe. My word, another attack replied. And now we've got ourselves a round 5.
Oh, we got ourselves a round 5. All attacks for both of these squads. But it's all going to come down to the slaying. I don't know if OpTic did enough to at least earn themselves that attacking round. This is going to be up in the air, man. This is going to be up in the air. Whoever gets attacking round is definitely going to have the favorable sides going into this round number 5.
I was going to say, if we already didn't know that Hotel was offensive favored, we absolutely do now after what we've seen throughout our first 4 rounds. So it definitely does work out in your favor. If you can be on the attacking side, be out in the slang, and there you go. OpTic Texas, arguably, and I'd say not even arguably at this point, get the side that they want. You see those round 5 records. However, you're going to toss those aside. Short-term memory. Stay focused. Stay ready. OpTic Texas. What can they do as they jump into their attack? And Shotzzy's hitting some beams from across the map.
Oh, Shotzzy at least finds that kill. Finds a second onto Simp. Now all of OpTic Texas can get the easy job done out the way by completing this A's point. As the landed FaZe is still going to put pressure on Cellium, trying to put aggressive through the middle of the map. He unfortunately cannot line up the shots. Gets Shotzzy to 6 HP.
My gosh.
But the movement right there from Shotzzy almost finds that kill. First segment is already in net A.
It can work early right here from Texas, right? Just to try to get numbers on your side. However, Cellium still hanging out. And he'll have to back up, wait for a few of his teammates to come off of spawn. He'll go and reunite here with the SMGs of Atlanta. Is now they'll look to repossess the restaurant, looking to grab ownership themselves. Are going to hop on just to contest for the final moments of that A capture. Second point still yet to be there. Meanwhile, OpTic Texas has decided to rotate over toward B. Only player that's going to be here is Slasher, causing some problems. Cuts down Huke, cuts down iLLeY. Big work there from the Litigoat, silencing things over at B. However, Jay, there has been progress made at both zones for OpTic.
There has been progress, but now you have to take care of aBeZy. You do just that, so now you have bedroom control. Now your next line of defense is all about Cellium. Works his way through bottom lights, at least finds the first, puts a couple shots into Dashy. Second tick is already going to be in. You have to go if you are Cellium if you don't want to give this one up, but it's looking like OpTic Texas are going to be able to close this one out. A huge one-on-one. Slasher is the only player pushed up this far, close towards this A point. Shotzzy unfortunately drops though to Simp. Now it's going to allow Atlanta FaZe to start the tunnel through, try to get control of that kitchen side.
And as we know, Jay, when it comes down to this A zone, the reason why Hotel is favored in the first place is because of those close spawns that you get. Especially when you're over at that A zone for the offense. OpTic, without a doubt, in their bag. 4v2, now making a 4v1. Cellium, the only man to try to spoil the party, pops dead silence, trying to stay alive. His teammates continue to get taken down. That time is halted, and that zone progress continues to fly. As aBeZy also happens to be here, he gets red. Cellium waiting for his opportunity, waiting for his time to strike as he drops 2, and OpTic Texas stay alive in round 5. As we go for a full attacking frenzy here in this game number 3, 5 for 5 in attacks. That works out for OpTic Texas as they stay alive in this series.
What a performance from OpTic in that control. The 11th attacking team on that map, and they come out and win 3. So you can just tell. They lose this map yesterday to Vegas. They make the adjustments. They play it a little bit more patient because they know all they need is a 2-piece for the play to fall into their hands. Every single time Atlanta FaZe were trying to get set up properly, it was OpTic Texas winning the trade battles and keeping the kills stagnant. Great job from them to now extend this series a little longer, and now I'm smiling for OpTic Texas because these next 2 maps are definitely favored on their side. They finally came to life. They shut down the Tiny Terrorists, and they stay alive in this series, now down 2-1.
Yeah, that's got to do a lot, man. I mean, it's got to do a lot considering the way that our first 2 maps have gone. I mean, after that Embassy Search Destroy, you and I were looking at each other and we're like, okay, man, well, this could just be a quick series. Like, we're going into a control, OpTic off of a loss, another map where Atlanta has, I mean, a world of experience on. They've now played it, well, I guess after this one, 10 times already so far throughout the season. But from the first round, we got to see what this was going to all be about. OpTic came out with a different, really, level of fire. You saw, I mean, multiple players go off, have their moments, and it just felt like a very poised and focused OpTic Texas team when it came down to those 3 attacking victories.
It definitely did, man, because it's all about the patience on the attacking rounds. All you want to do is find that initial 2 kills. Once you find the 2 kills, depending where you are on the map, if you're pushing out towards B, you get both of the players for a guy that was hitting the flank all the way around spa. Once you do that, you know that those 2 players are now going to spawn out towards Jules. Right. Once that happens, you're making the game easier, that you're putting your sole focus on behind you. So the players that are going to be playing ratty in towards bedroom, you take care of those guys, and you will be able to close out some of these points. Their communication just had to be on point because they were keeping track of who was alive, who was dropping, who was coming off spawn, who they were looking for, and every time that they were leading in the kills, they always found success when they had to trade. Perfect job from OpTic Texas. When they get the kills, you stack the point. And now they stay alive. Now force game 4.
And they give themselves a chance, right?
Yeah,
Still trying to attain that first seed, as we said, coming into this series with the results that have happened prior and earlier on throughout this day. OpTic Texas, if they do take down the Atlanta FaZe, they will hold the #1 seed heading into our Boston Major, which again, Jay, it's wild to even think that that's a possibility, right? I think you and I had talked about it. We had a few different talent meetings, and we were saying, you know what? This is before the Scump retirement. Like, OpTic Texas could play very well given their schedule and still finish like 2 and 3.
Yeah.
The fact that this team is potentially on the break of finishing 4 and 1, maybe trying to come back in this series versus Atlanta FaZe. We'll see if that happens or not. But the fact that they have the opportunity to finish 4 and 1, given all of the craziness, right? The transfer of coaches, Scump retiring, Dashy in and out of the lineup, Huke's return. It's wild to see them here right now.
It definitely is, man, because when you're coming in off the roster change, it's usually a honeymoon stage. So you got that in that series versus Seattle, but then to beat Toronto the way that they did by winning all 3 respawns, that was beautiful work out of them. And now you fall short, obviously, to Vegas. That was just an unfortunate series. You weren't rotating in hard points. You didn't win a single respawn. That's not OpTic on their best day. But still, they have the opportunity to be the #1 seed with all the drama that happened with this OpTic roster at the beginning of stage 2. All they have to do is win one of their best hard points, where they're sitting at 5 and 1 overall on this map, compared to Atlanta FaZe, who are 3 and 2. You see the stats right there from Cellium. Overall 1.45. He had a 9 KD in Search and Destroy. Like, damn, that guy's stiff.
It's almost like for OpTic Texas, like, yeah, you know what? If you want to try to beat us on this hotel hard point, go ahead, because I still got you in the S&D. Cellium, a little smirk as he fades off screen. To try to get the job done here in 4, but as you stated it, buddy, a big moment here for OpTic Texas. We said coming into it, it's going to be the biggest series for the new generation of OpTic that they have seen yet. Is right into this game 4 versus Atlanta FaZe. Back to the hotel we go. It's our second night. We'll see who's checking out first. Huke. Okay, not the greatest start, champ. Get ready to say something good about it.
And not the greatest start right there. Simp just catches him slipping. Finds that first kill, but at least OpTic are doing a great job starting off on the better side, getting as much time as they possibly can off of this P1. Trades are bound, going back and forth. Dashy just being the turret, holding down the middle of the map. Great shots onto Slasher, a little bit of team shots coming in from iLLeY. But so far, this has been great time from OpTic, and they were able to flip those spawns over to P2, where Atlanta FaZe, that's the hill they struggle with on this map.
Yeah, well, that's something absolutely that I could say that's great about Huke in this moment. He instantly goes off of that death, doesn't try to get back in the fight. No, he plays directly for spawns. Granted, Atlanta FaZe are going to know that he's here, but the reason why they know is because of where they spawned up, given his positioning. So a big moment in this game. Somebody who was 0-1 in engagements, but is absolutely having an impact on where all of these other 7 arrows happen to be. OpTic currently with that time. And as Huke has finally earned that dead silence, he's going to have to put it to good use. Able to at least find one, but Atlanta FaZe, strong and aggressive, quickly make their way to the backside of the building. Slasher goes low, cuts away 2. Dashy, now the sole man trying to stay alive. He at least cuts away 1. OpTic still with close spawns for now.
OpTic still with the close spawns, but Simp finds 3 to relieve some of that pressure. So now, trades are going back and forth. There's only 20 seconds remaining on this P2. OpTic do a great job of just not allowing Atlanta FaZe to get a majority of the good time off of this one. Now off the rotation, aBeZy wins the first fight onto iLLeY, wins the second onto Dashy, and that's going to be Atlanta FaZe winning the rotation over towards Kitchen.
And this is what we talk about so often, Jay, with this team. I mean, even since the very formation of Atlanta FaZe has all been about the rotations. They do a good job off the start, but OpTic are here in spades. It's the SMG duo as Shotzzy has awoken 8 and 3 as he eventually hits the dust. He has left his teammates with more than enough map positioning to run on in. Atlanta looked great. aBeZy found 2 to start, but OpTic are here and they are starting to fry. Now it's on to Huke as he eventually drops a few of these poke away kills, still favoring Atlanta. 30 seconds still to fight for, and they reclaim what was previously theirs.
Big time right there from Atlanta to find that break, because it looked like OpTic Texas were going to start to give themselves a nice little comfortable lead going into this P4. aBeZy finds 2 off the rotation, but it's still iLLeY with the big one-on-one versus Simp to secure the spawns for OpTic Texas. You're all the way pushed out towards bedroom. Now you have iLLeY who's watching that overextension through Jules. Big gunfights to not flip these spawns. He has to win here, but unfortunately cannot win the first one onto aBeZy. What?
How in the world did Shotzzy just win that fight? I mean, it doesn't end up actually affecting the spawns too much, but that guy had to be one shot and then some. Shotzzy now at 10 and 5. As we'll definitely have to take a look at a replay of that one. It's a full-on headbutt toward the bar. Classic COD events. He goes straight to the bar. After some matchups, why not in the middle of one? Atlanta early on in this duel. We're going to see Cellium walking away with an early double. iLLeY trying to have a bit of a presence toward that side as he's able to cut away one. Eventually does get dropped. Still a very, very big fight going down, that of which Atlanta has favorable spawns for, and they've got favorable man count for as well.
Yeah, the remaining time on this P4 is all going to go in favor of Atlanta FaZe. Now push them up by almost 50 points. Off the rotation, though, it's going to be OpTic Texas. You need a response right here. You need to win a couple gunfights. aBeZy finds one onto Shotzzy. They're not setting up for the pinches. OpTic Texas still had the spawn towards the back end. But Atlanta FaZe, they're just playing it patient. You see it on the mini-map. Cellium's just waiting for his teammates to get close enough before they try to break in.
It's a nice little dance move that we're seeing there from Dashy. He's getting down between the pews here at the restaurant. Now he's gonna have to put that gun up, put it to good use. Huke falls. Now it's on to Dashy. Quick 1v1. Him versus Slasher, and Dashy is able to take it. However, Atlanta, with those close spawns, Jay, they knock right back on the door. Atlanta here, it has been constant team fight and utter chaos so far here on Hotel Hardpoint. Let's step away for a moment and go for a listen with Atlanta FaZe.
OpTic.
Still doubles. I have a glide to break this, just in case. Respawning.
Take a shit.
Yeah, I got a spawn. Okay. Main, watch out. It could be back there, Kyler. Watch out main, and we're still making a catch. Yeah, one guy's back. One guy's on mid. I caught catch. Sounds like couches or some shit. Yeah, 2 seconds. 2 seconds, watch in the back.
Yo, one side.
Yo, another one in the back. In catch. I'm looking back there, catch. Hold up. It could be side or catch.
I don't see him.
Do we have me time?
I'm new.
Okay. Yo, one guy's going up mid. I have all catch. Røkkr. I have all catch. I'm playing a little bad.
I hear him zig. I needed it.
Could be low.
Or low.
I have low. They're gonna try to work low. What's the kitchen right now? Where's he going?
I'm outside there. Back catch her, Tyler. Yo, on me.
You sit on.
I'm sitting. I Sunday burn.
Top left. Nice.
I'm outside bottom bed. I'm outside there. Yeah, top bed.
Top bed now. Top bed aBeZy. He's in the charge. Big door. Top bed. On the big door.
Watch out.
On him. Right corner, absolute.
You're more weak dead than the guy. Last guy. Good shit.
What is down here? He's in the
take his time. Yo, there's one back kitchen.
Yo, try and stay down on that shit. Yeah, stay down. Literally stay down. Yo, someone should pick up right.
I'm going right.
One guy. Couches. We're good. I'm gonna go right. You guys good. Left open. Yeah, bricks now.
Close on me, Dad.
I spawn here. Yo, they're getting through left. One guy with couches. One guy spawn me. When do you guys pick up a people?
He's in the middle of time, Dad.
That's not Atlanta FaZe. That's OpTic Texas. You know, the red and the green, it switch around from time to time. But no, in general, good listener there with OpTic Texas overall. The only problem is that they still find themselves down when it comes down to the score. However, they do have that streak that Shotzzy earned just a moment prior. Back into the spawns we go. Back into the new hard points that we go. Second side is up and flowing. Both teams looking for P2. Both teams looking for control. And right now it's OpTic Texas who technically have it. Slasher, though, could be the thorn in their side.
Yeah, Slash is the guy that already makes his way in through single, finds that kill with the Vaznev in hand, picks out the TAC 56 and finds a second. Now the last flare up is Huke. He's able to win that huge one-on-one versus Cellium. So the final 20 seconds is going to go in favor of OpTic Texas. Now we're going into a P2 where Atlanta FaZe, they do struggle. Even when they're set up, they only have a 28% hold rate. And it needs to be different now if they want to take a comfortable lead in this one.
Can have to be a break. Shotzzy could be the man to do it. However, he's a little bit low when it comes down to teammates. Huke as well ends up dropping. Shotzzy still in the back line. He's able to come away with 2. How in the world does he come away with 2? They line up for a moment as Dashy's able to find the third. aBeZy, the sole man alive as he's being sought after, stunned and dazed. aBeZy has to back on up as OpTic Texas break exactly when they have to and are about to have a lead change.
OpTic are about to take the lead. They find the break on the P2, and there it is. OpTic now in control of this hard point. All they have to do is hold strong for the remaining 25, and they can give themselves a comfortable lead. And when Shotzzy is finding kills the way that he has, almost finds the third onto Cellium, but Atlanta FaZe, they get the break with about 20 seconds remaining. So the lead's going to go right back in their favor. Now it's all about this rotation. We saw OpTic Texas. They didn't win it the first time around. They got it off the break. But now they're going to be fully set up. But 2 players are going to spawn out. So Atlanta FaZe have the numbers.
Atlanta FaZe a current 3 versus 2. Huke and Shotzzy have got to go big. The SMGs have got to make the play. Oh, Huke tells him to kill. Oh, Huke for all 3. One more knocking on the kitchen is going to be Simp. Oh, but comes away with 2 of his own. Oh, my word. Everybody is firing today. Where has Simp gone? And how is he alive? Another 1v1. Dashy's able to take away 1. On the 5 spree as Atlanta eventually do get sniffed out toward the backside of the spawn. But we've got multiple players on heaters right now as it's another chaotic fight. Everybody using the pots, the pans, everything they can to stay alive. But Shotzzy once more, as the dust settles, is alive after a team fight. 10 seconds still to fight for it. Kitchen, but now to the bar we go. Atlanta with Scrap, and now it's Atlanta versus OpTic. Another headbutt over toward New.
We're going to the new hard point. OpTic do have the preferred side, but they're not winning a key gunfights. Slasher finds 2. Every single player from OpTic spawning out towards back spa. They find the kill. Huke the nuke once again making another play. Just try to finesse as long as you can. These trades have been abound the entire time in this hard point, but that's going to be 3 dead for Atlanta FaZe. They got on from the front, 192 to 202.
This has just been absolutely chaotic, my friend, throughout the entirety of this hard point.
Oh.
Just constant engagements everywhere you look, but it's another break. OpTic, this is great time for them, Jake, considering the small lead that they have. That grows it exponentially, as they're going to be at a very healthy scoreline as we rotate toward next. And that is going to be in a favorable position for Atlanta FaZe. OpTic get the late break. That time belongs to them. And as per usual, when it comes down to Hotel J, a restaurant is where this game could be decided.
Restaurant is where it's going to be.
Oh!
aBeZy unfortunately gets taken down by the crews. Now you can put pressure on through Shandy's side. iLLeY finds a second kill. Now you have the advantage in the trades. You just have to put on the aggression. Slasher at least lines up the first. They try to flood in through Jules. Trades are abound. They're going back and forth. Simp finds 2. Atlanta FaZe still holding on.
And Dashy's able to poke away at 1. Simp and Atlanta FaZe, they know they're hiding over toward the carpet side. Simp again, continuing to go, as that's going to be 3. That's going to be 3. Simp eventually wipes away another. And OpTic, now we're going to have to watch that lead begin to fall. A quick lead change that now favors Atlanta FaZe. That tick is going to be incredibly close. It's going to have to be a contest for a moment. Shotzzy jumps in. Dashy is able to take away 2, as now he's inside of the hard point. Cellium will be awarded the scrap, but Atlanta cannot win there.
Oh, it's going to be all about this rotation. Who can win the fights? It was iLLeY who got a good spawn towards back kitchen. He was there first. But it's going to be all of OpTic spawning in towards the back. They need 20 seconds to force game 5. They're finding all the kills. All you have to do is hold on to one more push.
But here comes the streak. Here comes the streak. Can this break open the setup? Here from OpTic Texas.
That's 3 down.
Shotzzy falls. That's 3 down. Oh, Simp's winning the fights on the other side of the map. OpTic spawning out. Cellium away.
Gotta go.
A few more points. A few more points. Atlanta, they just need a body. They just need a body, but everybody falls. OpTic jumps in, Jay.
They get in. They get in. OpTic need 5 seconds. Cellium has to go.
Cellium, he's got a dolphin dive slasher here. Here come the fights. And OpTic Texas take it. And a photo finish at the end. Oh my God. Let's watch it again. What a crazy and chaotic hardpoint that ends out in just the most minute of details, Jay.
OpTic, they had the spawns towards back kitchen. iLLeY finds 2. Shotzzy finds the 3rd. That's going to be 3 down. And then the only player close enough is going to be Cellium. All of Atlanta FaZe are spawning out towards spa, towards double deaths. They're just sprinting. They're going. They're trying to go. But OpTic had more bodies in that position. to clutch up 250 to 248 in that hard point to now force a game 5. And look at the performance from Dashy, Batman, Mr. Bruce, 41 and 23, 39 traded kills, 4,100 damage. He was like, we not going out like this. We not doing that. We are going game 5. And on the back of him, they get it done.
Oh my word. 41 and 23 is an absurd stat line. I mean, Jay, I love to be able to like break down every single hard point when it comes down to that, but literally, man, it just came down to just who had the final spawn and ultimately who just wins another team fight. There was like 90,000 team fights throughout that hotel hardpoint. OpTic Texas comes out on top, and the biggest one, as they have woken up, it is fair to say, my friend, they have been narrow games, but they have been W's their direction nonetheless. As OpTic Texas have woken up, and my word, we've got ourselves a game 5. And on top of it too, Dashy just earned the kill record, by the way.
41 kills is now the kill record in hardpoint. Big Bruce, he said, nah, we're going to a game 5, man. What a series this has been. I cannot wait for that Fortress S&D.
Oh, it's going to be wild. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be chaotic. All the things that we love. Hope you guys have enjoyed the broadcast so far. Our final match of the Major II Qualifiers is ending itself out in style. We talked about the Titans. We talked about 2 of these teams that have got a lot of history with one another, and it's going the distance. A fun one indeed. Make sure and stay with us as the Fortress Search Destroy is up right after the break. Oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I am absolutely lightheaded after what was an unreal closeout to that map 4 hardpoint. Atlanta FaZe started things off 2-0. OpTic Texas come roaring back. As now we quickly find ourselves in a game number 5. Lando and Study here on the cast. And Jay, this could not be a better way to close out our Major II qualifiers, the last match before the Boston Major next weekend. It cannot be better than OpTic versus FaZe going the distance.
This is OpTic. If they win, #1 seed at Boston Major. If they lose, they fall all the way down to that 6th position. So here we go, Lando. Game 5. OpTic starting off on the attack. This is a good map for them. A little bit better, more played on the side of OpTic Texas. They are first in overall first bloods. And his shots early as Shotzzy finds that first kill onto aBeZy.
That's a great start. It's a great start there for OpTic. As Shotzzy's able to answer early, like you said, but Slasher able to poke away at 1 as well. iLLeY out for the map. So he'll be sitting in that screen, trying to give some comms over to the squad mates, maybe hyping up a Huke. As he finds a big one toward bottom cannons. Bomb about to be attained. At least you'd like to imagine the AR is still up here for Atlanta FaZe, and that means that they are holding cross after cross, Jay.
Yeah, they're just waiting. They're waiting to see what OpTic are going to try to do. Waiting to see if they have 45 seconds to retake over towards this A-bomb, but OpTic, they're just waiting for a player to make a mistake on the side of Atlanta. Shotzzy finds his 2nd on the round. All left up to Cellium. 1v3, bomb getting planted.
But arguably, the one player in the CDL that you do not want to see in a situation like this is Cellium. Last year's MVP, a 1v3 on the cards. Could spoil the party early. Could get the momentum in his favor. Cuts down Shotzzy. A snap and a half. 30 seconds still to go, and he's got dead silence.
He's got dead silence. Now into 1v2, he's going to wrap his way all the way back towards double arches, just trying to find an angle of how they're trying to play this setup, but a lot of time is being wasted. You have to get yourself towards this bomb site. Please get the information from there. Neither player from OpTic Texas are peeking. They are just waiting, and they're going to be able to spot him on this bomb. This is OpTic Texas all the way.
Patience. It's going to work out here for OpTic. Cellium just with absolute snaps. Cuts away 2 out of the 3. Goes for the dolphin dive. It's a highlight for Cellium. As I said, the one guy you don't want to see in a 1v3. The positive for OpTic is that at least they had that bomb planted. Round 1 goes to them, but the highlight absolutely belongs to MC.
Cellium with the belly flop with the pistol. You saw Dashy. He had that sniper in hand. He was just peeking through closed arches, making sure he wasn't on that site. At least Cellium does a great job of finding 3 early kills. He potentially earned himself towards that cruiser. So, but now this is where Atlanta FaZe have to show adjustments. They are the worst attacking team on this map, and also worst post-plant team. It's looking like a lot of pressure going over towards B early on.
Oh, but somehow Shotzzy has quickly found himself in the backside of Atlanta's base. The problem is that, well, he's only got iLLeY to work with, so this job is great, but it's really picking up for where the other players have fallen off. Shotzzy again will now bring this quickly to a 2v2, and Atlanta, they've had their sights on this B bomb all game long, but Shotzzy is here again. That's gonna be 3. Does he have the ace? You bet he does. Shotzzy, an incredible round, cuts away all 4 and has given OpTic Texas the 2-0.
And that's why he is leading this OpTic squad on this match, specifically in KD 1.27, the best for OpTic Texas. When you're making plays like that, just dancing around the map, aBeZy found the initial 2. That's a 4v2 right there, all on the hands of Shotzzy. Gets the ace. OpTic up 2-0.
Tell you what, man, we talked about how many matchups these teams have seen. It's their 76th OpTic versus FaZe battles in COD history. It feels a lot like the Major 1 championship, right? When Atlanta went up early, OpTic Texas came back with the reverse sweep. It was an incredible performance to search, destroy, and Shotzzy went off. However, quickly into it, Shotzzy again tosses out the nade. And quickly on, it is OpTic Texas with numbers. Cellium has to back on up, and he's gonna have to rely on aBeZy to find a pick here.
Yeah, aBeZy has to try to find an opening. Dead silence is about to run out. He might find the timing, but can't win the gunfight.
Oh, my.
Dashy with the TAC 56 in hand. With the performance he had at that map 4, you know it's difficult for that young man to lose gunfights. Wins the one up close and personal. aBeZy finds the last one onto Cellium. And OpTic so far flawless in this game 5.
Oh my goodness. And they've got to feel all the confidence in the world right now, Jay. They've got to feel all the confidence in the world, considering where they started, how dominant those first 2 games were. It's a narrow hotel control victory. And now 30 minutes later, look at where they sit. Look at where they sit. Shotzzy is unkillable right now. Another first blood. In another situation where Atlanta FaZe has to hit the pause button.
They have to hit the pause button. But that's going to be Huke who finds that kill. A nice little corner in towards the bomb. Takes down 1. The trade that's coming from Slasher. Great shots from iLLeY. All left up to Slasher. So far, he finds 2 in a round. 1v2.
What a moment this could be for Slasher, the new addition. Oh, he just checked the timing. Wrong side. The wrong side. And of course, it's Shotzzy again. Now make it 4-0 for OpTic Texas. It is Shotzzy to start. And it's Shotzzy to end. Incredible work as he sits at 9-2 through 4 rounds.
He's just doing whatever he wants, man. The Ant-Man is flying. No hesitation whenever he's jumping his way in towards top art. Doesn't matter if it's through single window or through double window. He's getting up there with nothing but confidence flowing through his veins. Finds multiple first bloods. That's so far 3 out of the 4 rounds where OpTic have found first blood. And now they're going back on the attack. They're looking like they're going to set up a nade spot. Look at this teamwork already.
Okay. Those are some great nades. Bit of information. Try to catch a few players out on those stairs. Atlanta FaZe do halt for the moment, but hey, we all know what the objective is. We know what the task is at hand. When it comes in a fortress search destroy, it's about getting that bomb down. And 99, I would say, times out of 100, you're going toward that A site. OpTic Texas not going to try to go crazy despite being up 4-0. Keeping things standard. We've yet to lose anybody so far in round 5, Jay.
Yeah, they're just waiting to see if Atlanta FaZe are going to be the aggressors once again. But when they get all that information, a lot of time dwindled off that clock. Now it's forcing Atlanta FaZe to get the 4v4 retake. 40 seconds. Looking like a lot of pressure is going to come through both arches. They're able to get at least on towards the site.
And the problem for Atlanta FaZe is they can't have all 4 players jump on in. They know that Shotzzy's going to be sitting here. Cellium, regardless, jumps on forward. Shotzzy tries to go for the challenge late. However, he falls. iLLeY gets erased, and it's all on to Huke. Would be a 1v4. His position is known. Cellium's on the defuse. Surely he can't get here in time. Does his best. Puts in a few bullets through the doorway. But Atlanta finally able to answer.
That's good stuff right there from Atlanta FaZe. To take what OpTic was giving them. Take control of the site. You find the first kill on to Dashy. You read the player. And Shotzzy trying to go for that flank, make it a 4v2, and then everyone else is just playing around the bomb. Huke does find 2, but with those doors closed, he had no angle. Check over towards that defuse. As Atlanta FaZe finally get 1 on the board, and I don't want to be, you know, counting my chickens a little too early, Lando, but Atlanta FaZe were down 5-2 in their game 5 yesterday and brought it all the way back. Also, we're down 4-0.
Oh, that is exactly right, my friend. Shotzzy and Simp just get a quick little peek at each other. As that dead silence was rocked early, and that nade is going to hurt a lot. In fact, it's going to cost Shotzzy his life. aBeZy with an influx of information cuts down Huke as well. And one of the more convincing rounds that we've seen so far throughout this game comes with the perfect timing attached to it. Dashy, 1v4. Just a beam there onto Simp. He is absolutely firing, but bomb goes down at B. And this is going to be a tall task now for Bruce.
Yeah, we know how difficult it is, at least on hard point on this map, to pick in the P3. But how about in search and destroy in a 1v3 where they're just ready, holding every single angle? Bruce is trying to check out towards stables. But Atlanta FaZe aren't going to give anything up. Eventually, the peak is going to come in, and he's going to get picked apart. Atlanta FaZe now 2 rounds in a row, and you can already see the adjustments. aBeZy said, I'm sick and tired of challenging Shotzzy and Art with that SMG in hand. I'm going to whip out the TAC 56 and challenge it from a different angle. He gets the first blood. They get the bomb down towards B, and then he closes out the round with the final. Atlanta FaZe, 2 rounds in a row now.
You can see the wheels are starting to turn from Atlanta FaZe. aBeZy going through the strategies, starting to thumb through the pages. Which one do we want to do here on Fortress Search Destroy? Now coming into this next one, how do they continue to bring this one back? Things have started to slow down for the moment. That impact that we started to feel, the presence starting to be depleted little by little, but it's the swing round. 5-2 versus 4-3 is a world of difference. Here in a good old Call of Duty Search Destroy Atlanta FaZe. Desperate need to come away with it as utilities exchanged early, and there is quite a few Atlanta FaZe players right here in this position. Slasher actually gets caught in the doorway. Regardless, it's aBeZy who starts things off hot. Cellium as well. Cuts away one. Oh, but Dashy answers back with 2 of his own, and it's all going to be on to Bruce. A 1v2 versus the Tiny Terrors.
1v2 versus the Tiny Terrors. He doesn't check his left corner towards rails. He's not able to spot aBeZy, but gets all the sound cues. He's working his way all the way through bottom maps. He does not have that bomb in hand. Simp and aBeZy have the advantage. They're just wrapping the map together. They're trying to play for the trade. They're also holding bomb down. So a tall task ahead for Dashy. It all starts with that initial gunfight onto Simp.
He's been beaming. Oh, all series long. Simp, just a few pixels. He's got to be perfect. He's trying to single out both of them. Good work from Atlanta. And just like that, Jay, a snap of a finger. I mean, for God's sake, we do have Thanos in the game. What was 4-0 now has quickly turned to 4-3.
Yeah, that round could have got scary right there for Atlanta, because once Slasher got stunned, called out in that corner, outside of closed arches, you saw how OpTic were putting a lot of focus on him. Shotzzy was trying to fly out, but then you got aBeZy, the Guardian Angel, to take care of him, and then to put the aggression on towards the site. If you're Atlanta FaZe, you would have lost that round and had to go back to Cellium on that ego chow, but they clutch up 3 in a row.
Into round 8 we go. We saw for a moment through that X-ray, iLLeY does have that sniper out. And we saw the statistics coming into it. Oh, how good the sniper can be, but Shotzzy, he absolutely, his shoulder was exposed there. Another first blood granted for Atlanta FaZe in another moment where Shotzy's not going to be involved in the game plan.
Oh, Shotzy's not involved in the game plan, but at least Dashy finds one onto aBeZy. Now it's onto Huke, the guy that was being the aggressor in Through cannot find the kill onto Simp. A nade also does hit onto iLLeY, so you have to be careful, but we know how impactful he can be with this sniper. Can't line up the gunfight, and Slasher finds the final 2. Does not rush plant that bomb. Plays it patient as they line up for him. 4 rounds to start us off in this one for OpTic Texas, followed by 4 rounds from Atlanta FaZe, all at 4 apiece. Whole lot of 4s, Lando.
Lots of 4s, man. Oh my goodness. My hands right now sit on my forehead. This is just absolute madness that we've seen so far throughout this series. I mean, just the directions, the swings that we've seen. It looked like it was all Atlanta, then it's all OpTic. OpTic to start, Atlanta in these last 4. Who knows how it's gonna go? And quickly into this round, we are granted another first blood for Atlanta, and Jay, it's another first blood, another first death for Shotzzy. However, iLLeY, he tries to jump out. It's aggression, of which now it's gonna be onto Huke. He finds himself behind enemy lines. A few begin to light up. But they lined up perfectly there for Dashy. It did not look like a strat that was going to work out, but aggression will finally be the tool that allows for OpTic to end out the streak, as now they go up 5-4. Holy cow.
That was just ego chow after ego chow, but the play comes in, the call comes in from Huke that both players are towards cannons as Dashy lines them both up. With that TAC 56 in hand, OpTic Texas, the aggressors, take that round. Now we're at game point.
Yeah, I want to say Shotzzy was at 9-2. Now he's at 9-7. Whatever the stat line was, the production has slowed down, and that is the reason why we see Atlanta with that 4 next to their name. And maybe given what has been a lot of these early engagements, things will start to slow down, Shotzzy included. Could it be iLLeY with that pick? Some shots exchanged, understandably so. Trophy tossed. Now it's time for OpTic Texas to potentially get to work. They're looking for the jump spots.
They're looking for the jump spots. aBeZy's able to spot Shotzzy, so you cannot make your way through there. As iLLeY picks up the information, one player crosses over towards the bomb, but look at Shotzzy, sneaks his way in through bottom art. He finds the first blood.
And you can almost tell aBeZy frustrated, quickly jumps on out, goes for the challenge, gets Shotzzy out of sight, out of mind. Oh, and iLLeY takes down Slasher, who is mid-play it. Huke is there for the other. It's all on to Simp. Now a 1v3. He goes down, and it's OpTic Texas who come away with the Game 5 thriller and will hold that #1 seed going into the Boston Major. Frustration shown for one side and elation shown on the other. What a series.
What a fight, Lando. What a fight between two of the top dogs that we have in the CDL. I thought once OpTic Texas spawned into those first two embassies, it was going to be all over. But if you would have told me OpTic Texas, the 11th worst team on hotel control, were able to win 3 attacking rounds to force game 4, and then win a nail biter of a hard point, 250 to 248, get all the way to a game 5, go up 4-0, tie it up at 4, and then bring it the last 2 rounds to go back to them. OpTic Texas complete the reverse sweep. They secure that #1 seed. And you saw the energy for the boys in green, yelling, everyone's feeling great. That is a match that you wanted going into the major.
It's a match that I wanted coming into the major as well, my friend. Holy cow. What a matchup. That is the way to close out our Major II qualifiers. I mean, the storylines were there, right? We talked about it. We knew that the #1 seed was on the line.
Yeah.
But there was a lot more on the line, right? When it comes down to this OpTic Texas team, you and I both had chatted about it coming into this series, discussing all the things that OpTic has gone through with the multiple team changes, the coaching changes, all of that stuff. It was the biggest battle for the new generation of OpTic Texas, but they get it done today. How do you feel about OpTic Texas moving into the major now, man?
Hey, #1 seed, bro. They're winning their Search and Destroy. Just don't play Atlanta FaZe on Embassy. Just got to clean a couple things in their hard point, and they're definitely one of those teams to be beaten.
Without a doubt, my friend. Without a doubt. Great way to close out our qualifiers. That's going to do it for myself and Jay. Puckett, Dex, take it away, guys. What a wild, wild series that was.
After game 2, I went on Twitter. I was like, there's no way we actually see another game 5, right? FaZe is up 2-0. You should close this out in either game 3 or 4. No. Another reverse sweep, as this may have been the most exciting week of Call of Duty we have seen yet. And chat, can you do me a favor? Can we show some love to the 8 players that just showcased their skills and also the casters? I don't know how you get better than that in Boston.
Dude, that was an amazing series. Like, we were watching that game 5, I'm like, not only does this feel like a championship series, it feels like a championship search and destroy. Like, the adjustments that were being made throughout that, these guys came to play, and that's why we say these guys are true contenders going into this major.
That search and destroy, of course, was a 4-0 start for OpTic before FaZe mounted that comeback. What kind of happened towards the end of that game, though, aLLeY? How did it become so tight?
It's because it's Atlanta FaZe and their in-game adjustments. We saw it in them on that LCL as well. Is once Atlanta FaZe gets an even inkling of what you're doing, an even inkling of that game plan, they very quickly, in the middle of the game, will adjust their play style to put themselves back in contention. Unfortunately, though, they weren't able to close it out, but shout out to OpTic Texas for staying composed.
Brucey's 41 kills. The new hardpoint record was too long for our scuff play of the game, but this ace was pretty damn sweet from Shotzzy. Let's relive it one more time as OpTic mounts the comeback. The man showed off his skill early on with the SMG, picking up all 4 kills. He's everywhere on the map, your name was.
Dude, listen, man, like, this guy is annoying. I was screaming during this game. I'm like, listen, if I ever had to play against OpTic Texas, I would be getting rid of Fortress S&D immediately. I would never want to play this map against him because of how he's able to navigate up and around art. But yeah, like aLLeY was saying, though, FaZe made some great adjustments throughout the map. aBeZy pulling out the TAC 56 one time to pick up the kill on the Shotzzy. Like, that's just interesting to see. But yeah, OpTic, man, Fortress is a different breed.
A lot of people already talking. Is this going to be a preview of what we see at the Boston Grand Final? Maybe, maybe not, because the seeds, they've been moving up and down all day long. As we reflect on this series, though, we, of course, have to give FaZe their flowers because they were looking super strong at the start of this matchup. What should we know about this squad moving into Boston's second major?
They're clearly refining their hardpoint. They were seriously struggling in this game mode since the start of the season. It was mainly off the fact that they were struggling to rotate. They were the worst in the league, but they were #1 in breaking, so they're able to keep it close. That first hardpoint, though, 250 to 189, very masterclass out of the Atlanta FaZe camp, and I'm hoping to see that when we head into Boston Major as well.
We're going to be working on our standings here to get everything updated. It's just going through the admins one more time before we post it, but I have the unofficial math. OpTic, first seed. Did LA Thieves get that A seed? Because that would be an OpTic versus LA Thieves, a first-round match.
Here we go. Let's see what we got.
Here we go.
It's official. Let's bring it full screen for you. OpTic, the #1 seed. They have the tiebreaker win over Toronto Ultra. Ultra, the #2 seed. So if you know how brackets work, our top 8 are in the winner's bracket. The bottom 4 are going to be playing in that elimination bracket. But look at this. OpTic versus Thieves. You've got Ultra versus Guerrillas. Breach is going to be taking on FaZe and Subliners, Røkkr, all in the opening round of action here, aLLeY.
I mean, it's battles across the board. You can sit here and be like, Boston Breach versus Atlanta FaZe is a really tough round one, but LA Thieves gets better on land. So LA Thieves versus OpTic Texas is a tough round one. I mean, across the board, they're in the winners for a reason.
And Mutineers are going to find themselves in that lower bracket, getting knocked down by LA Thieves. Take your screenshots now and get your predictions to us early on Twitter. I want to see who you have moving on to that winners final. I can't call it looking at this sheet.
No, this is difficult.
I mean, every team, like, look, we have so many contenders going into this event. I mean, you got FaZe, Ultra, OpTic, New York. I mean, even Breach have looked really good in their last couple series. So, I mean, yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure.
It's going to be a blast. And remember, it's all going down next Thursday. So mark your calendars. If you live across on the West Coast, start driving right now. We need to see you at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway. Scan that QR code. Get your tickets today because this one is sure to be a banger. I love the state of Call of Duty we've got right now. The league has nothing but stacked teams. Everyone's still in the running for a championship. The question for me, though, is who are the fans going to choose as our scuff team of the major? Because we're going to pick out our 8 favorites from the qualifiers. You guys will choose the final 4. If you had to pick one player from the match today, aLLeY, who gets your vote?
Dashy, for sure. 41, breaking the kill records. Got to go to that guy.
And you're nodding your head. You agree with this
Absolutely.
one? Or you got someone else for
Absolutely.
me?
And just the story, right, as well.
Yeah.
Like, Dashy was not on the team, gets picked back up, and he sees in the moment. Now they're the #1 seed headed into the major. That's wonderful.
Thank you all for tuning in. We had a fantastic time here in this studio, and we can't wait to see you all on land. It kicks off on Thursday. CallOfDutyLeague.com, Twitch.tv/Call of Duty. We'll see you there.
Flames of power burn inside of me. Past a million degrees. They say I should follow to be free, but I don't aim to follow, I'm the lead. I am the one you want to start this with, cause when I do there will be nothing I can part in this. I set the flames to get bitter like an arsonist, and if I walk up and tell them I had no part in it, and you can get down and lay down. Even calling you evil and leaving nothing to say now. Say you want this one, so I promise I'm not gonna play around. It ain't gonna be fun when I swing, this ain't no playground. No, this ain't no playground. Oh, you said you wanted to win, well, this the right fight. Pray for when the darkness comes, turn on your nightlight. Well, you should have thought you were done, cause we don't like knives. Since I power into my head, haven't been quite right. Flames are burning, things are churning, knees are bending, ankles burning. I'm the teacher, you should learn it. I'm the judge, and here's your verdict. This is hell, and you deserve it. I'm feeling charged up, I'm feeling charged up. Keeping my guard up, you cannot stop us.
Man, I cannot pretend the road is not tough. Trying to slow me down, they ain't people. Constant on my mind, the ones I do love, they counting on me now. Too late to give up. Lace my shoes up, I'm tired though, you should know. My race can't be rushed, my rivals, they will fold. They see me come out, I bet they gon' start running down my skull. To a giant, I ain't afraid of nothing. In my left hand, vengeance in my right. Go straight them both, I ain't wasting no time. Fight for what's mine, you know it's only right. Better have it bad by the end of the night. You feel me? I'm feeling charged up. I'm a battery on full percentage. I got the green light. Keeping my guard up. I wanna stumble no straight when they threaten my life. You cannot stop us. A force to be reckoned with. I don't recommend you try. I'm feeling charged up. Energized. I know my passion and purpose gon' take me higher. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up.